Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Alice, Explorer by Charles Lamb. Narrated by Daniel Thomas May. Chapter 1. Phantom. Deep in Niha Space. The Phantom sat motionless in a geosynchronous orbit as the passive sensor array gathered as much information as possible on the facility beneath them without giving the ship's presence away in Niha space. Invisible and undetectable to those on the planet below, General Jake Thomas sat in the pilot's seat, patiently waiting for the pieces of data that would confirm or deny his suspicions regarding the contents of the Niha research facility on the surface of the planet.
Anything?
Gunnery Sergeant Samantha Watts asked as she handed Jake a coffee while slipping back into the co-pilot seat she had been occupying since the pair left Earth. "Thanks," he replied as he took the offered cup. "Nothing definitive. I do have some cause to be suspicious, as that most recent delivery was a known smuggler's vessel. It's one we have records of operating in human and Niha space and does make landfall to trade on Earth from time to time." Returning his attention to the console display, he scanned the information before him. There were several locations on the planet's surface where the Niha had long ago established massive complexes, all supposedly no longer in use, according to the records Alice uncovered. The statement was in direct contradiction to the intelligence the pair had gathered on the planet itself over the last day or so. Just in the short time they had been in orbit, Jake had noted several spacecraft arrive and depart, all doing their business in a hurry as if trying to avoid detection from outside parties. After spending a significant amount of time observing things below at various locations, Jake had settled on a smaller, out-of-the-way cluster of buildings to concentrate his observation efforts.
Scrapper?
Sam asked as she took a sip from the cup in her hand, referring to one of the many alien ships that had taken to visiting Earth for trading with scroungers in the cities. Jake suspected that the aliens were capitalizing on the humans' lack of knowledge on what was of value to the rest of the known universe in their dealings with various communities. He assumed centuries from now they would learn of the vast wealth they had allowed to be bartered away as junk. But for today, the precious metals at their disposal provided all they needed. Besides, the activity promoted trade with Earth, and that was more valuable to him at this time than the items they bartered away from the abandoned cities, left vacant after the Niha attack so long ago. Maybe, but it's also a great way to obtain a supply of human food right from the source. Once it's safe to do so, I will transmit the description of the vessel to Earth and see if there are any recent records of it visiting and what they acquired while there," he explained. "As it is, I expect to catch hell once we reappear. Sarah hates it when I take off like this," Jake added with a laugh.
I do hope there will not be any problems from your significant others when we get back. As it is, I am already envisioning the harassment I am headed for once we return home,"
Sam asked conversationally. "There better not be. This mission is a need-to-know event, and anyone you work with back home has no idea where you are or who you are with. As for Sarah and the others, they know better than to suspect me of wandering off the reservation. I have enough woman troubles as it is. Why would I be searching for more?" He finished with a laugh that hinted at more truth than he cared to expand on.
"I am still wondering, why me?"
Sam asked. "For this mission? You are a proven asset, someone I can rely on and don't want to kill after a week or more in close quarters," Jake said absently as he scanned the latest readings.
"This ship is much larger than that last shuttle you had,"
Sam laughed, nodding at the compliment. "Also, Phantom is still a bit of a secret, as we don't want the Niha to learn we have cloaking capabilities. Choosing you means I don't add to the number of people who know of its capabilities," Jake added. "Besides, if the opportunity presents itself and we can rescue the people I believe are on that rock, a combat-trained Marine is always my first choice for backup," Jake said with deadly seriousness, while motioning at the weapons locker behind them. Space Station Beta. Beta was just settling into her role as guardian at the edge of the galactic frontier. She was located almost exactly opposite her sister, Alpha, who was positioned at the far edge of the solar system the humans called home. Alpha was closest to the Niha Empire, positioned at the faster-than-light drop point for interstellar travel. While at the opposite end of the solar system, the pair maintained a line-of-sight relationship to one another. Offset from the star separating them, the positioning prevented the sun from blocking the theoretical line-of-sight relationship that allowed the communication link invented by the Crustacea and used throughout Niha space. The celestial dynamics of the sun, planets, and the space station's locations all played out so the communications network's point-to-point links could be established before she even took up residence. A peculiar yet unexplained characteristic of the communication equipment provided by the Crustacea was that once it was connected, the link would stretch and shrink with the movement of the endpoints as they moved through the cosmos. That allowed them to quickly link up while in near space and maintain that connection during her travels to the far edge of the solar system. Even though she was at the very edge of the unknown, she was in constant contact with her sisters on Earth and in space, giving her a sense of community and security. The same closeness was not as evident in her human occupants, however.
Beta, when is the next supply ship due in?
April asked as she scanned the progress report Beta had provided her. April was sitting at her station in the command center, a skeleton crew dispersed among the other consoles throughout the room. Beta was aware that this was the young woman's first command, having been promoted from the position she held as a senior analyst in the Nevada Alice, the oldest of all the artificial life forms. She had been one of General Jake Thomas's early recruits and had some combat experience before moving over to a full-time operational support position. As the human face turned to the unknown beyond their own solar system, it was thought among her own kind that she was a good choice for this position, well suited for dealing with what may come.
They are still 2 days out, ma'am,
Beta replied to her commander.
April is fine, Beta. We are very informal. Besides, I prefer to think that we are running this show together, learning as we go. You know, partners in crime,
April replied with a laugh. It took Beta a moment to process the statement, as she hadn't been aware that they were operating a criminal endeavor. She soon realized the nature of the statement and flagged it as another of those human expressions that never actually meant what they said. As with the question of the supply ship, she also knew April didn't want to know that it was 2 days, 4 hours, 13 minutes, and 8 seconds away. 2 days was all she required. The rest of the statement reflected on Beta's own newly created existence, giving support to the concepts of communal growth to 2 individuals new to their positions. As for the supply ship itself, they had more than enough supplies on board the station already to last the current human occupants for months. It was the additional personnel on board that had April's interest. The small operational staff currently stationed here were looking forward to the new faces that the increased population provided. Unlike Beta, who could reach out to her sisters with just a thought, there was a particular benefit to close physical contact between humans that added meaning to their lives.
Okay, Beta, let's start the workday,
April said as she rose from her seat to begin her rounds.
Yes, April,
came the reply. Lanai Alice Facility. Jacob was sitting in his office in the Lanai Alice facility, doing his best to concentrate on the long list of issues before him, but he couldn't keep his focus. The alien invasion attempt, by a group they now called the Phasers, had his construction facility working overtime to construct ships capable of defending the Earth should the offenders return in force. He was aware that an equal amount of effort was underway in the Wawabash shipyards, where a newly activated Gamma space station stood guard as more ships were constructed there. As facility commander, he had a pile of work to do just in maintaining the production lines, ensuring the automated construction continued uninterrupted. Time and again he came back to the nagging notion at the back of his mind that he should be doing something else entirely, scribbling notes on a pad at his elbow, as inspiration continued to flow.
How's it going, dearest?
Gemma, the green-eyed redhead who was his wife, asked as she gave him a kiss on the cheek.
Hey, honey, okay, I guess,
he said in a less than enthusiastic tone.
That sounds ominous,
the Englishwoman replied with a raised eyebrow.
I am trying to focus on what needs to be done, but I keep coming back to what I want to do.
he replied in frustration.
Which is?
His wife asked as she took a nearby seat.
With the latest batch of excitement, I think we need to design and build an exploration ship, something to travel out beyond Beta into uncharted space, he said with excitement. For what purpose? She asked in surprise. We need to get a better handle on what's out there. Are the phasers the only threat, or are there other races just waiting for a chance to claim the Earth as their own prize? He explained. And why can't we use one of our existing ships for such an outing? She asked as she considered the idea. It should be purpose-built. Even the Niha recognize the need for an exploration-class vessel, specially outfitted for traveling the unknown. It should be nimble but well outfitted for any contingency, able to land if necessary, but equipped with a survey shuttle as well to be able to keep a safe distance when needed. An onboard fabrication shop as well, Gemma added as the engineer in her kicked in. Exactly. You can't give them everything they need, not enough space, but you can give them a place to work in and everything they need to build it. Jacob nodded with a smile. Have you talked to Jake about this yet? Gemma asked in a tone that suggested she knew the answer already. No, nobody can find him. Sarah is dodging the question, so he is probably off on one of his secret boondoggles, I bet. Jacob replied in frustration with a tinge of humor. Well then, I say we get started on a design. Once your grandsire learns of your efforts, I'm quite positive he will be of a like mind, Gemma said as she took her husband's hands in hers and kissed him firmly on the lips. Cola, patrolling human space lanes. Tim Thomas, Jake's oldest son and the newest military cadet aboard the space carrier Cola, was deep in his studies as he sat alone in his room. His mother had assumed the responsibility of heading the medical staff aboard the vessel as he had volunteered to take up the challenges presented to his dad. Kathy's responsibilities frequently had Tim fending for himself, something he found preferable to being constantly supervised by an over-attentive mother. In the midst of driving off an alien invasion of Earth, the Alice community had proposed a drastic move to their human partners, one specifically intended to safeguard their dependence on Jake and his legacy. The choice to send Jake's genetic offspring to the stars had been controversial from the start, but it was Tim who had come forward and offered to take the first step in meeting the need. Continuing his education aboard Cola, he was the youngest cadet in the ship's complement and held the lowest of the midshipman's rank. Still, a significant point of pride for him as his peers were all several years older. Cola, when is my next class? He asked aloud as he scanned the amount of material still in need of review before his next exam. You have several hours before your astrophysics class, she replied. Having grown up with direct access to one of any of the several artificial life forms that made up his parents' world, he was less in awe of them than most. He had been taught to treat them as any other person, with respect and not as a servant. They were to be valued, a concept every teenager struggled to apply to any authority figure, especially parents. Tim loved his astrophysics course, as it was the one most closely related to his end goal of flying fighters in space. Usually all about the science of the laws of physics and chemistry as related to the birth, life, and death of stars, planets, and other objects in the universe, this class was altered to more relatable objects like spaceships, space stations, and his ever-favorite fighters as well. I don't suppose one of the flight simulators is available, he asked in hopes of breaking away from his studies for a bit. Due to his status on Earth, he had already logged more simulated flight time than required for transitioning to a trainer, more than most adult trainees. Tall for his age and lanky, he was physically capable of the feat. It was his age that prohibited him for several more years to come. Until that time, the simulators were the closest Tim was going to get to the real thing. All flight simulators are currently in use, Cola replied with a tinge of admonishment in her tone. Figures. Well, I guess the galley it is then, he said with a sigh as he rose, as eating was his second favorite pastime. Phantom, deep in Niha space. Jake couldn't help himself. As he sat high above the surface of the planet, He became more and more frustrated at his inability to determine the presence of his missing crew. At this point, a negative answer was just as good as confirmation, as it would allow him to begin his searches elsewhere.
"Okay, I think we need to go down and take a look for ourselves," he said absently as he began flipping switches and pushing buttons on the control panel.
"Down there?"
Sam said in surprise. "I've been scouting the area, watching their routines, and they never leave the facility on foot. They either fly in and out or use ground transportation. We can put down here and make our way on foot over to this building where we can see if we can get a look-see inside," he said while outlining the plan on the console display holding an overhead image.
"And what makes you think there are no security monitors or sensors around the buildings?"
Sam asked with skepticism. "Check this out," Jake said in reply. While the planet was not an Earth-type environment, that didn't mean there was no wildlife below. The area around the facility in question had heavy vegetation, all in colors atypical of human experience but native to this planet. The expected greens and browns were all replaced with oranges, reds, and purples. The atmosphere was thick but not with gases consistent with supporting human life, and the surface temp in that area was a balmy 110 degrees Fahrenheit.
"Are those animals?"
Sam asked Jake as she pointed out the various heat blooms the scanners painted on his sensor display. "Yeah, as best as I can tell, there is a strong mix of herbivores and carnivores inhabiting the general area. I suspect they keep the indigenous looky-loos away and those captives inside from wandering off. Besides, if they have humans down there, they will have to be kept in a special environmentally controlled area. I am not even sure how compatible the Nihal are to this place," Jake said in a questioning tone.
"And are we going to be wandering around down there?"
Sam asked once more with hesitation. "I think I can get us very close to this end of the complex. This clearing here seems to be a natural void in the ground cover that allows the wandering herds to see sunlight from time to time," he replied, referring to the shadows the heavy plant life created across the surrounding area.
"And all that traffic would make it impossible to secure with sensors,"
Sam confirmed aloud. "Well, that's my thought. The cloaking on the ship should keep us hidden until we land in the surrounding vegetation, and once outside, our suits should mask us from the usual detection systems," Jake explained.
"Yeah, once we hit the ground, our BDUs are fully capable of camo-matching the vegetation for visuals, and the thermal signature should be easy to match with the local atmospheric temperatures,"
Sam said thoughtfully, knowing their suits' environmental controls would be doing more to try and cool them than hide the heat signature. Moving to the rear of the craft as they talked, both had begun to gather the gear they would need to exit the ship safely and move onto the planet's surface for a period of time.
"Do we need to wait for local dark?"
she asked as she began to pull equipment from the assorted lockers. "Actually, it's better if we go in the daylight. We don't want to leave any heat blooms or telltale disturbances in the still night air as the ship makes its way down," Jake said after a moment's consideration. Jake gave no notice as Sam began to strip to her bare skin, the undergarment most effective when worn without anything between it and the human body. Only seconds behind her, he mimicked her efforts, and soon the pair were redressed and ready for action. Each had included the EVA module for an extended time in the sealed combat suits, the extra vehicular activity module supplying additional power, water, and other supplements to extend well beyond the suit's standard capabilities. Mounted in front, it allowed them the ability to sit without discomfort. Neither donned their helmet. Moving back to the pilot's seat, Jake sat and began working through the landing sequence that would avoid any other traffic and put them at the edge of the clearing closest to the facility in question.
"Weapons draw?"
he heard Sam ask from the rear of the ship as he watched the descent on his instruments. "I'd say sidearms with non-lethals, but I have no idea what that is here, so standard rounds. We are here to investigate, not start another war, but grab the carbines as well. They should work fine if we run afoul of the local version of a tiger," he said with a laugh.
"Holding our people is not a shooting offense?"
Sam asked as she drew sidearms for 2 plus the short carbine rifles that fired the same caseless rounds as the handguns, just held a lot more ammunition.
So long as we find them treated well and in good health, I can think of a half-dozen official reasons Kolob would have for not returning them right away. His first and foremost being I didn't know we had found them, Jake said with a hollow laugh.
And you would believe that?
Sam said as she took her seat once more. Apparently, her work in the back was completed. Not in a million years, but it gives us both a reason to move past the incident without escalating things. You did hear me say, well treated and in good health, right? Jake added as he saw the disapproving look on her face.
Politics,
was her one-word reply. Yes, politics.
Do you really think they might be here?
Sam asked, changing the subject. Time to go take a look and see for ourselves, Jake announced as the ship settled to the ground, and he made one last sensor sweep before exiting his seat. Chapter 2. Nevada Alice Facility. Sarah knew Jake was off in space somewhere trying to locate the lost saucer crew based on some phantom intel April had provided before her reassignment. The fact that he was using one of their most secret weapons to do so led her to believe he was headed into Niha space, and thus unable to delegate the mission to someone more appropriate, in her opinion. The missing saucer and its crew were a thorn in Jake's side as they remained MIA casualties from the phaser invasion attempt, and she knew he would move heaven and earth to get them back. The fact that the saucer was pre-configured to go live with its own Alice was also a considerable concern to everyone, as that secret no one wanted in Niha hands. She also understood the effort was significant beyond the morale issue and that everyone was watching to see that, should they befall the same fate, they too would not be forgotten or abandoned. Both humans and Alices were looking at Jake to make things right and bring their people home. In the interim, Sarah was once again the head of the administrative arm of the planetary government and the human face to the interstellar alliance that the phaser invasion had inspired. She held no misconception that things would be quiet until he returned. If anything, they always seemed to get worse. Case in point, she was currently reviewing a Niha request to resume unrestricted ship orders from the Wawabash shipyard, now that they were no longer adversaries. What was once out of the question was suddenly up for consideration as the humans had agreed to allow limited builds, so long as the Niha pay half up front and the balance upon completion. In addition, the ships to be ordered had to be of non-military variety and reviewed by Earth personnel, something the Niha provided almost instantly. While the order was sizable, it did not put the human restrictions in jeopardy and was considered a good-faith gesture toward the new alliance. On top of that, there was still the threat of invasion hanging over everyone's head as no one believed the danger had been entirely removed. With the Niha withholding their half of the combination that rendered the phaser phase shifting useless, they were dependent on a fully populated Niha fleet to meet the needs of the challenge. No matter how she tried, Sarah could not see past the opinion that they were rearming an old enemy instead of shoring up a new ally. For now, she decided to defer the request for a few more days in the hope of Jake's return and dropping the entire mess on his desk. Lanai Alice Facility. Jacob hadn't intended his little research project to become an obsession, but the more involved he got into the exploration craft design, the more excited he became. First, he requested Lanai gather everything the Niha and the Wawabash had on similar ships based on his functional requirements. He assumed many races had performed this activity over the millennia, and while not wanting to work with their preconceived notions, he also did not want to ignore the hard-learned lessons of others. Swearing his resident artificial life form Lanai to absolute secrecy, or at least as much as the concept held in the Alice community, he had her sifting through the information quickly and efficiently, as only an artificial life form could. He also had her focused on a side project attached to his work, one that held even more significant promise, should it be achievable.
If this is possible, my sisters will want to do a lot more research than this cursory review,
Lanai began.
If this is possible, it will become an initiative of its own, Lanai. You and I both understand the implications for all of us. I do appreciate the inspiration and the motivations, but I fear the impact, she replied with a very believable, worried inflection in her voice. Well, that's for the others to work out. We just need to establish the feasibility, Jacob said optimistically.
Phantom. Deep in Niha space. There is some sort of vent in the wall here. I'm not sure if it's going to take us where we want to go, but it's a start, Jake announced as he and Sam made their way along the structure's outer wall. Jake had done his best to settle Phantom in the clearing without creating a significant disturbance with the plant and animal life there. Once they were sure the larger predators were elsewhere, the pair exited the ship and headed along the game trail that led near their destination. That last few yards had them crossing through thick vegetation, their BDUs taking on the color match of their surroundings as thorns and barbs attacked the material with no success. Keep an eye out for unwanted visitors, he commented as he waved at the vegetation beyond while shifting his carbine to one side, so it hung on its strap at his side. Hands now free, he began pulling objects from a small pouch on his thigh. Inspecting the grating that covered the vent opening, he used the first item to cut an opening in the mesh just large enough for his purposes, about 2 inches high and 3 inches wide. Next, he pulled a rectangular box about the size of a deck of cards and checked it against the opening to verify it could pass through easily. Finally, he retrieved the control unit that would operate the miniature drone he intended to send into the facility ductwork. Setting the rectangle halfway into the opening so it sat on the grate itself, he activated the device and the control, syncing the video display to their helmets, so both he and Sam shared the feed. A marvel of miniaturization, the device had a tiny repulsor drive, power source, and a collection of cameras and other tools and sensors that aided its mission of covert insertion. Easing it forward, Jake watched in his display as it floated effortlessly deeper into the rounded ductwork ahead. He had to adjust the video as the light faded, only to compensate once more as it approached a fluttering barrier, better illuminated.
What is that?
Sam asked as she split her attention between the video window Jake provided her and the surrounding vegetation that was her primary focus. Looks like a filter of some kind, Jake replied as he let the drone close the distance slowly. Just before it appeared that he would run the drone into the shimmering wall, he hit a button, and a laser lit up the surface, cutting a hole in the material just large enough to let it continue its travels. After passing through the filter wall, he noted the atmospheric readings changed to a Niha standard atmosphere. Pushing on, the drone soon found intersecting tunnels. Right or straight? Jake asked Sam on a whim.
Straight,
Sam replied. Straight it is. They kept at this for well over an hour, using the drone to wander the facility ducting and mapping the building layout as it traveled the tunnels.
To your left. What was that?
Sam asked at one point as they passed by a large opening in the ductwork wall. Jake backtracked and paused to do a visual sweep of an extensive open area. All over the floor space were tables and workstations, the occasional worker occupying the space. Jake could tell there was a mixture of Niha and other alien species, some in attire that he took for environmental support equipment. Everyone seemed relaxed and unhurried as they addressed their assigned tasks.
Over on the far wall,
Sam offered, excitement in her voice. Well, there is our answer, Jake said in reply. On the far wall were transparent panels, behind which Earth humans could be seen moving about. They appeared to be in good health and were not in any Spartan internment-type lodgings as if prisoners. For lack of a better description, Jake would say they were being kept in a comfortable, compatible environment, isolated from the potentially deadly surroundings of the planet's natural conditions or the building's Niha standard atmosphere. Knowing everything the drone saw was being recorded, he did a detailed scan of the area, capturing human, Niha, and alien occupants before hitting the home button on the control. Having mapped its entire route on the inbound trip, the device would now take the quickest route back to him without his need to do the driving. The barrier on the way in had repaired itself, thus requiring Jake to open another hole to exit and generating some concern that they might have been detected. As the drone exited the vent, Jake snatched it out of the air, replacing it and the control back into the pouch they came from before retrieving his carbine and motioning for Sam to follow.
"What now, boss?"
he heard her say as they made their way back to Phantom. "If the crew is here, then the saucer can't be far. I really need to know if the Nihaw figured out if the Alice was installed or not."
"Well, we can say for sure it's not here. This whole place is smaller than the saucer,"
Sam said with confidence. Agreed, but there were at least 3 other facilities on this planet big enough to hide one, Jake replied as they made their way through the vegetation. On the way in, they figured out why the larger animals stuck to the trails, as the barbs and thorns on the plant life here would likely cut them to shreds. It was for that reason they didn't encounter the 4 critters sniffing around the invisible ship until they reached the edge of the clearing.
"What the hell are those?"
Sam asked as the 2 stared from their hide in the thick plant life that acted as their protection. Jake looked out into the open area beyond and saw what he could only describe as a mix between a miniature T-Rex and a full-grown tiger. 2 were standing on 4 feet, sniffing at the ground, while the other 2 reared up on their hind legs, heads lifted high as they sniffed the air around them. The heads were more like the dinosaur Tyrannosaurus rex, gaping jaws with rows of teeth, front legs pulled in tight to their chest when they stood. Broad ears at the top of the head seemed to pivot in various directions, searching for sounds. The bodies were extremely cat-like, but missing the long, flicking tail. Instead, there was a paddle-like appendage that looked leathery and tough, possibly a protective coverage if attacked from behind. "Dino cats?" Jake offered. One of the 2 of them must have made a noise because as one, the 4 heads turned to focus on the pair hiding in the overgrowth. It only took less than a second for them to spot the humans, even in their camouflage, and the biggest let loose with a sound that was a cross between a roar and a shrill whistle. As the 4 charged the pair, they hit the edge of the clearing, and when the animals met plant life, wherever a thorn encountered skin, a large, angry welt appeared on their hide. As they pressed forward, the 4 slowed and then stopped, giving Jake an indication. The thorns were either poisonous or at least extremely painful. Sam and Jake had backed away about 3 steps by the time the 4 dino cats retreated, their combined racket a cacophony of pain and frustration. "Let's give them a few minutes to lick their wounds and wander off before we try again," Jake said to Sam, as he squatted to make himself less visible to the 4 angry predators.
"I hate this place,"
Sam commented in reply as she mimicked her companion. Nihaw Homeworld. General Kolob was not a nervous man by nature. As a rule, he tended toward the emotionless, calculating type. It was for that reason he was re-evaluating his position on a particular issue that created unfamiliar distress to his calm. His current unease came from the knowledge that his human captives were proving to show very little value to his long-term goals, beyond the bargaining value they represented. General Thomas had been very emphatic that should the Nihaw come across these humans alive and well, things would be best for everyone if they and their ship were returned immediately. It was the concern over the craft that had Kolob delaying taking any action on the topic while his scientists went over the vessel in detail. So far, his technicians could find nothing especially interesting about the craft beyond its shape and intended use. All the components inside had been identified as known Nihaw technology, or items of human manufacture so archaic as to be almost laughable. None of the shielding equipment he desired so badly had been installed, a likely reason the ship was vulnerable to attack in the first place, even without weapons. Much of what was there had been damaged when the phasers ripped the power source from the saucer before discarding the rest, humans and all, to float aimlessly in space. He did wonder why they took what they did, as it was his understanding it was simply a human derivative of the Nihal standard power supply. It was mere happenstance that a Nihal patrol ship found the humans near death and rescued them. His original intent was to map the entire ship component by component until the complete construct was well understood before any thought of return or destruction. Unfortunately, the nasty habit these humans had of snatching victory from inevitable defeat and ending the conflict so soon had him well overdue any reasonable explanation on why he held his guests for so long. All of this put the Empire's financial recovery at significant risk, a position achieved after the alliance with the humans was implemented. With the newly opened DMZ borders, he was free to trade with the human-aligned worlds, the need to pay the inflated smugglers' prices a thing of the past. In addition, the adoption of the trade practices encouraged by humans had the Nihal seeing unexplained benefits in their own worlds. Historically, the Nihal had tightly controlled what products and services were permitted to change hands outside of a Nihal intermediary. The humans had no such requirement, calling the practice cutting out the middleman. Whether out of arrogance or a lack of understanding, they seemed to have no concern of any planet gaining a military advantage over them. Regardless of that fact, Kolob found himself following in their footsteps and reaping the rewards of an almost free market economy. Tribute was up after the attempted invasion, now called taxes, and he had even petitioned to have the Wawabash return to shipbuilding for the Empire. He wasn't sure a handful of human survivors and their pedestrian ship was worth the risk of damaging the relationship. It was the arcane fragments of the alien craft the humans had labeled phasers that needed the resources he was wasting on humans. Besides, until his people could unravel the mystery of the phaser phase-shifting technology, he needed the human ships as much as they needed the Nihal. Already unable to meet the demands of the human pairing of ships, he could honestly deny their requests for more participant vessels until the replacement ships were acquired from the Wawabash. Maybe it was time for a goodwill gesture to move his agenda along, and possibly get the current restrictions lifted for good. Virtual Space. Alice Meeting. The alien invasion scare had placed everyone in the know in a minor state of chaos. Most of the human population on Earth had no idea how close they had come to total annihilation once more. For those involved, it was a wake-up call, the Alice community included. Of the 8 originally terrestrial-bound artificial life forms, 3 were openly discussing a transformation like Kola and Alice 3, where they could take to the stars if they chose, while the majority had more of a hunker-down-and-fight-it-out mentality. Of the new arrivals, Shun-Li had had the capability of departing Hong Kong any time she wished, while Morgana held true to character, asking why anyone would want to leave England. Alpha, Beta, and Gamma held their counsel as they didn't see their circumstances as germane to the issue.
I am particularly interested in Jacob and Lanai's recent work.
5 of the main facility commented, she being one of the 3 interested in a more mobile lifestyle option.
Are you dissatisfied with your role?
Alice asked as she pressed the issue. As the original Alice, she did hold something of a matriarchal position among her peers. It was not a decisive role, but the others did tend to defer to her opinion when things got tense.
I love my purpose, and Barbara is a compassionate and intelligent commander. What I desire are the same options any human enjoys in avoiding danger by relocating in an emergency.
5 replied firmly.
That mobility did nothing to protect those humans when the Nihal came. It's only the advancement of stasis shield technology that has given the entire facility the same protection we all enjoy.
Dallas of Texas added, she being one of those against going mobile. The purely accidental design had placed the Alice computer rooms under the stasis storage lockers, thus protecting them from the original Nihal attack. Since then, the humans had extended the shielding to defend the entire underground complex from a repeat attack.
And vacating your locale only makes us all weaker. Someone needs to be there to run things for your people.
Alice 9 contributed, a rare occurrence in most Alice discussions. A feral child, Alice 9 had come into being after a system failure had caused Alice 3 in Georgia to reboot. The incident orphaning her personality in recovery files and a computer core dump, and creating a new personality in her place, Alice 9. Jake had both rescued the scared and lonely newborn and developed the resurrection process used to restore any Alice into the same or another body, as it were. It was that capability that was at the root of the current dispute.
I am not saying I want to leave. All I am saying is should Lanai and Jacob succeed in their research, we may all be able to choose to take the option or pass on the opportunity.
5 asserted.
I guess that is yet to be determined,
Alice answered, putting a halt to the discussion. Chapter 3. Phantom. Deep in Niha space. With definitive proof that the Niha were holding the saucer crew on the planet below, but with no means to safely rescue them without risk to the hostages, Jake had no choice but to withdraw for the time being. Tempted as he was to try a second landing, the lack of breathable atmosphere and the high activity rate of not just spacecraft but of animal life on the surface around the facility convinced him it was just a bad idea to try a rescue mission. The Niha had done well in selecting this out-of-the-way location for not only security, as the humans couldn't survive beyond the comfortable quarters they had been provided, but because the location made it impossible to claim you just happened by and found them all safe and sound. This was going to require a diplomatic manipulation of the first order, one that Jake doubted he had the patience for. Okay, let's do one final survey of the planet so we can catalog all the structures capable of housing the saucer, and then let's get out of here before they discover our trail. Jake and Sam had to wait for several hours before the 4 dino cats wandered off in frustration. Either extremely hungry or just too stubborn to give up an easy meal, the delay in their departure had required the pair to lift off from the planet's surface well after dark. Jake feared the thick air in the darkness would leave a friction trail betraying their presence until they left the atmosphere. It was only a tiny window of time until they were safely back in space, but he fretted the entire time. With almost a week's worth of travel time from here before they would return to Earth, Jake needed to get his plan worked out and then transmit it home once it was safe to do so. And that was likely on the Earth side of the DMZ. Not the imposing barrier it once was, it was still the recognized boundary of whose law was enforced in surrounding space. Better he waits until the Niha had no authority at this locale than risk showing his hand and giving up his advantage. Or the alternative was returning to war with the Niha. "Let's go home," he finally announced to Sam as he finished the last orbital survey and plotted their return course. Kronberg Castle, Germany. Things on Earth had returned to a kind of routine after the turmoil of the invasion attempt. It was the type of normal one assumes will only get better as the recent past had been so chaotic. That was precisely the attitude Major Daniel Atkins struggled with as he worked to assimilate their newest allies on the planet's surface. The Germans had started out as a thorn in his side, one to be removed by force if necessary, but one that had been categorized as trouble from reports of terrorizing the countryside surrounding the castle they occupied. The truth had proved to be less about hooliganism and more like a colonial expansion, as the population in the castle had grown past the point of self-sustainment. They needed to provide for the growing number of families looking for shelter and protection, which had driven them to forage from the surrounding settlements to supplement their gardening shortfalls. After the initial contact, the subsequent events had the Germans participating in 2 full-blown battles in support of driving off the phaser invaders. It was now proposed that the Germans take a role popular with the Americans and be made responsible for securing the surrounding territory as part of the collective recovery effort. In addition, Helen had reached out to Daniel in hopes of gaining support for some activities she had in the works. The German force, while not terribly large itself, might be an excellent addition to the people the SAS had available to answer that call. It was Daniel's job to sell them on the ideas, something that he suspected wasn't going over as a popular idea.
I do not understand the value to my people. You wish us to give up our home and way of life to become policemen?
The German leader asked as the pair walked inside Kronberg Castle.
No, not at all,
Daniel countered as he scanned the open area where some of the women were working in the garden that consumed the entire open area.
You are free to remain here or anywhere else you might choose to live. We are just proposing that your foraging be replaced with a peacekeeping role. Just continue to patrol like you do now, but for the sake of those around you instead of liberating local farm goods. We would be supplementing your needs as part of the agreement, payment, if you will. You already know you can't grow everything you need here.
Daniel completed while indicating the activity. He could see the man wince at the implied reference to their past thieving. Daniel was doing his best not to insult the man. He was just trying to appeal to the integrity he knew was inside.
Okay, we will try it your way. But first, here is a list of things my people need right away.
The man replied with a smile as he pulled a folded paper from one pocket. In one quick moment, Daniel had the feeling he had just been conned. Hong Kong. Colonel Bo Chow was still getting settled into his offices aboard Shunli high atop Mount Cameron on Hong Kong Island. As the regional commander of the Asian-Pacific Theater as defined by the Global Leadership Agreement, he was responsible for the areas once known as East and West Asia and the lands well north of Hong Kong and into Russia. The Americans assumed responsibility for the Cossacks and Siberia itself thanks to Ivan's appearance on their west coast, establishing a more direct relationship. Bo was also responsible for south into Australia and west into what was once called the Middle East, although most of Africa was under London's watchful eye. The diversity of his responsibilities was offset by the homogeneous nature of his troops. Battle-tested though they were, his men tended to focus on the areas in and around Hong Kong, venturing into China itself as the needs arose. On the desk before him were several reports of potential communities in India and surrounding the South China Sea that needed investigating. So far, none of his people had stepped forward to explore the possibilities. That put him in a situation where he constantly needed to remind his people that this was not a China-first effort. The recovery of Earth as a whole and humans as a species required a global view of the world and its responsibilities. The Americans had traveled the world looking for communities to build on. He needed his people to do the same. On a whim, he decided to reach out to the British and see if they might have some training programs in the making. Swapping some of his people with the SAS would be suitable for all involved, and Bo really preferred solving his own problems without dragging the Americans into things. They tended to overthink everything.
350 pounds? Isn't that a bit extravagant for such a small ship? I can get a cruiser for $250.
Jacob asked the face in the video display, referring to the gold payment.
Not now you can't, I am afraid. You must understand, with the alliance in place and the Nihao free to order non-military equipment, we have been flooded with requests. A demilitarized cruiser currently goes for £300. Besides, your design is incomplete, and it will take some effort from our people to work out the missing pieces. I do confirm, however, that once the prototype is finished, additional units will be much cheaper,
the man replied. At least, Jacob thought he was a man. The canine features of the Wawabash were asexual to humans, and as with the earthly counterpart, determining the sex of the individual required direct observation and was considered an indiscretion in polite company. As far as the species was concerned, both male and female workers handled all the same tasks, so in a way it hardly mattered. It was just a courtesy to address them adequately. As for a demilitarized cruiser, that was nothing more than the military version without guns installed, so the Wabash were playing on supply versus demand with this price. Jacob found it interesting how quickly the alien species grasped the free market opportunities after so long under the Nihal system of trade.
Considering the other item, we have many models in stock at £25 each, and they can be delivered any time well in advance, if you like.
Add a couple to the next available shipment to Earth. As for the first item, I will get your payment confirmed,"
Jacob replied as he dreaded the conversation with Sarah.
I have no concerns. Earth is a reliable customer who always pays their bills. I will have our engineers start filling in the blanks right away,"
the Wabash replied before the screen went dark. The Earth had so much gold stockpiled, he doubted this purchase even registered on anyone's radar. It was the request he dreaded. There were times when Jacob felt his grandfather's significant other made his life miserable due to her lack of control over Jake. She wasn't mean about it. She just refused to rubber stamp anything. He knew he would get his way in the end, but figured she wanted her pound of flesh in the process, forcing him to justify the expense. Jacob had his own secret weapon in these circumstances, however.
"Gemma, might you have a moment to talk to someone for me?"
Jacob asked as he hit his communicator. Space Station Gamma. Space Station Gamma was positioned at the entry point to the Wabash system for a particular reason. Of all the alien races the humans had encountered since their emergence into space, the Wabash had delivered the most significant single contributions to their successes. Arguments could be made for the Cortished drives and the Crustacea communications equipment, but it was with the Wabash ships that brought it all together into a fighting package. It was under that same unique circumstance that Gamma herself considered her place in the universe. Unlike her sisters, she was the first Alice facility that allowed outside races inside her as part of her regular crew, and not just visitors. The Wabash were an air-breathing species, and the Earth-like environment inside the station was more than suitable for their needs. The fact that they were in direct support of the most fantastic single military platform the universe had ever seen was a matter of great pride to their people, though they were there for operational support, not fighting. It was also a massive pain in the ass for Gamma, if she had such a thing.
"These guys are not stupid. Someone is going to figure out I am not a human,"
Gamma was saying to her station commander, in reference to the growing number of Wabash inhabiting the station. In truth, Karen was only half the command structure assigned to Gamma. Her husband, Jason, was the other half of their unique command structure. Recruited initially from a small town in California, Karen had acted as a combination personnel director/den mother in the early days of Jake's recruiting drives. She and her husband, a talented but untrained engineer, had carved out a niche for themselves in the New World. He excelled in fixing things, and she was just as brilliant in handling people. Concerns about the remote nature of the posting here had inspired those in charge to try and assign couples and families to Gamma whenever possible, thus the couple in charge. It was Karen, in her people management role, that Gamma was currently venting to. It was a role she was familiar with from humans, but unaccustomed to from an Alice.
"Your sisters seem to think that if you just tone the personality down a bit and think more AI and less AL, we will be just fine. No one is suggesting we pretend you aren't part of the station, just not expose your true potential to them,"
Karen acknowledged.
"Which means waiting until I am asked for things. Do you have any idea how demeaning it is to know the answer to a question, but not be allowed to voice it?"
Gamma questioned.
"As a matter of fact, I do. If you get some free time, you might research traditional male-female gender roles in the 19th and 20th century,"
Karen admonished.
"Okay, point taken,"
Gamma replied after a few seconds' delay, likely having investigated Karen's references at unimaginable speeds.
"Besides, unless I am missing something, the Wabash are almost exclusively in the maintenance teams. Your interaction with them is limited to them asking you, "Does this hurt?"
Karen said sarcastically.
You are hilarious,
Gamma replied in turn.
You should be happy. With them on board, you will be the best-maintained Alice facility in the entire universe, and you won't have to do it yourself,
Karen observed.
That is part of the problem. They are constantly trying to improve things. I spend almost 5% of my computing time keeping track of their activities all over the station. Outside of the off-limits technology, such as my core components or my stasis shielding, the weapons, sensors, and other systems are 10 to 25% bigger, faster, or better than the standard-issue equipment,
Gamma explained.
In addition, we are now the busiest spaceport in all of the known universe,
Gamma said in what could have been mistaken for whining. Karen was aware that the station had become a popular drop-off point for shipments destined for the shipyard. Cargo captains coming in on FTL discovered they could save precious time off their schedules by using Gamma as a drop-off point for all but the largest shipments, never going to repulsor to and from the shipyard itself. Instead, the transport ships, Lanai-built iron-hulled vessels initially brought here as patrol craft, could make the round-trip runs to and from the shipyard with their massive cargo bays. While the trips were measured in hours and not days like Earth's home system, it still meant the interstellar ship captains saved a significant amount of time and effort in their deliveries.
I am sure Alpha will be happy to hear that, considering she was the owner of that title for quite some time,
Karen replied unsympathetically.
I was under the impression humans were a compassionate species. So far, I am struggling to see that demonstrated in my experience.
Gamma snarked back at Karen.
Now, I am most sympathetic to your situation. However, I am also on the hook to make this work, same as you. May I suggest you stop looking at this as an Alice versus human situation and start considering it as a Gamma and Karen endeavor. I think we will get a lot more accomplished that way,
Karen proposed, emphasizing the "and" in her statement.
You sleep too much,
Gamma retorted as she sulked. Nevada Alice Facility.
So let me get this straight, Colonel. You're admitting that you are holding our people in their ship?
Linda asked the unfamiliar Niha officer in her communications display. She was aware the Niha had a special team that studied the humans to learn everything they could about customs, behaviors, and, she was sure of, weaknesses. Because of that, it was usually one of their members that handled communications between the species. The fact that this unknown colonel had been tasked with the duty spoke volumes to its unusual circumstance.
I have been asked to convey our deepest apologies. High Command was unaware that an obscure outpost had discovered the vessel floating in space and recovered both it and its occupants. With the recent phaser hostilities, much of the Empire has been on communications blackout, and we only recently learned of this. I am told to inform you that your people are all alive and in good health, and the General has ordered them transported to your Alpha station with all haste, the Niha said with what Linda thought was a smile, though it made the man look like he was in pain. She knew damn well, if any of the stories were true, the Niha outpost would have sent someone to the home world with a handwritten message if they had to. The capture of humans was something both sides would have placed a top priority in addressing, and thus made his statement very improbable, if not totally unlikely.
And the ship?
Linda asked after a moment.
Unfortunately, it was quite damaged by the phaser boarding party. I am told your people would have died had we not come across them when we did. As it is, the vessel is incapable of operating under its own power, so it will require some additional time to arrange transport to a location of your choosing, the Niha replied.
I will get back to you on that one,
Linda responded. She knew the ship itself was of no particular importance. It was the pre-configured but never activated Alice that they needed to confirm as destroyed or otherwise ensure the Niha could gain no knowledge of its construction. Even just getting someone knowledgeable aboard to inspect the ship would be enough to determine the damage done was sufficient.
At your convenience, the colonel replied before cutting the connection. Without a moment's delay, Linda hit the comm key for Alpha Station and asked for the commander.
Hector,
Linda opened as the face came into the display. To what do I owe the honor of a call? In person yet? He replied sarcastically, but with a warm, welcoming smile.
Yes, I know it has been a while, sorry,
she replied, acknowledging the chastising for neglecting her regularly scheduled staff meetings among all the faculty commanders.
Look, you should have an incoming Niha vessel, probably military, and it will have the missing saucer crew aboard.
That's great news. Does Jake know? He replied with a smile.
No, not yet. He has been incommunicado, so to speak,
Linda replied with some frustration.
Listen, as soon as they return the crew, I want you to sequester them so we can do a debrief and find out what happened. I don't want anyone else talking to them, especially in front of any Niha that may be accompanying them. We can't help what might have slipped while in captivity, but we can prevent any more leakage,
Linda instructed after a brief pause. Got it. They will be placed in medical isolation as a precaution, Hector replied with a wink.
Keep me posted,
was all Linda said before cutting the connection. Now she needed to find Sarah. Chapter 4. Nevada Alice Facility. Sarah was absorbing the latest information from Linda as she headed to her quarters to check on the kids. Usually Linda would be joining her there, but the news of the pending saucer crew arrival had her coordinating things in preparation. Kona's occasional bump on her leg reminded her of Shepard's presence. Sarah reached down and stroked the dog's back as they walked, the action giving her a sense of calm. Things of late had been piling up on her desk, and Jake's absence had not helped any. The Niha request, pressing for more ships, Jacob's secret project, and now this miracle announcement of recovered MIAs was all building into a crescendo of chaos. Something terrible was on the horizon. She was sure of it. She wished she had Jake to talk to so he could ease her concerns. Stepping through the doors of the shared quarters the extended family used, she let Kona precede her before entering the large common area.
Hi, Mom,
both Amber and Jade announced in unison, with an Aunt Sarah greeting from Tracy and Julie following close behind. The four girls were sitting on the floor around a low table playing some game Sarah had never seen before. She suspected it was something they had invented themselves, as they were constantly coming up with more challenging and creative ways of entertaining themselves. The combined intelligence level before her was scary should the girls put their minds to something they desired. Alice had warned the mothers of the girls that the telepathic links they all shared gave the young women a collective ability surpassing typical human experience. Not unlike the Alices themselves, they could pass around thoughts and ideas at speeds exceeding the limitations of speech. Adding to that, IQs well above average, and you had the human equivalent of the Alice sisters.
Linda is working late tonight,
Sarah replied to Tracy as she scanned the room to see if anyone else had arrived.
Mom said I can stay the night if it's okay with you,
Julie explained the missing Bonnie. Julie's mom, Bonnie, was the commander in Texas, the facility one of the busiest on the planet due to its central location for both east-west and north-south traffic. It was common for the girls to gather there or here in Nevada under the co-parenting arrangement that allowed the kids to get together even when the parents could not.
Where is everyone else? Aunt Sandy and John are visiting Padma tonight. She is back from a training assignment with the SAS,
Jade explained.
And no one had seen Dad in days,
Tracy added, unconcerned by the absence.
Don't remind me,
Sarah replied as she waved the four over to the table. In the years prior, it had been decided that the extended family take up a shared residence, more for the kids and Jake than anything else. The living situation had allowed him to see his children and they their father in greater frequency. With the kids in their teens now and the push for independence that it inspired, these gatherings had been getting smaller and smaller. Sarah considered that as the four ordered their dinner from Alice. It might be that the time for a change could be at hand. Heback was getting a lot of pressure from the Niha High Council to produce more tangible intelligence regarding his human hosts and their activities.
His location in the Dallas facility in a place called Texas had him in the center of local commerce and wealth collecting. Hangars filled with precious metals and artwork from around the planet were just a stroll away from the space he called home. Central to the sizable main hangar itself, he could observe the constant flow of air transport, delivering or shipping cargo to various locations around the globe. He back found the commerce activities a bore and considered them of no great use to the Empire. He had personally made himself a fortune to date by trading with the humans on their various endeavors since his capture. No longer a prisoner, he had convinced their leader he was a refugee from his own people and preferred to stay if permitted. Not only was he allowed to stay, but the humans had also gone to the trouble to isolate a portion of their facility and convert it to Niha standard environment for his comfort. At first, they had just provided living modules assembled in the same hangar as his spaceship. Now, he was in a proper structure, for they had converted one of the smaller storage areas into a sprawling complex. Sleeping quarters, lounging and entertainment rooms, and a fully automated Niha-based kitchen were all at his disposal. They had even provided a separate space where the humans could visit him in their own environment, while he back could enjoy his own comfort while they interacted. More than just a divided room, the space allowed for everyday dining and even shared entertainment and gaming. In all these interactions, it was Hibak's responsibility to learn what the humans were up to and how he could gain more insight into their secrets and weaknesses. Much to his distress, it was being proposed by High Command that he travel beyond the confines of his home to gain greater access to the human plans for the future. Hibak settled on the fact that he needed to request a meeting with the human general to see how he could become a more critical use to them and gain access to their intentions if he hoped to stay in High Command's good graces. Space Station Alpha. The Phantom appeared uncloaked just off Alpha's main central set of saucers, a typical entrance for someone coming in off the established Niha star lanes. Jake had no sooner hailed the space station, transmitting their identification codes, when his main display lit up, and Hector's smiling face appeared.
"Hey, boss, it's terrific to see you,"
the man began excitedly. "Wow, from that reception I take it something came up in my absence?" he replied with a sideways glance to Sam.
"Yes, sirree. A Niha ship is due here any time now with the missing saucer crew,"
Hector informed him. Jake tried to hide the wince at the news while trying not to look at Sam. Was it possible their minor incursion had been detected, moving things along, or was there something else at work here? "They are being held by the Niha?" he asked, knowing the answer but more interested in the tale that came with the question.
"Yeah, they claim some remote outpost of theirs found the saucer floating dead in space and rescued everyone before the crew perished. No one bothered to notify High Command as there was a communications blackout in effect at the time, yada yada yada," Hector provided skeptically.
"Convenient," was Jake's only response.
"Isn't it, though? Anyway, they are now headed home, and Linda wants them debriefed ASAP to see what the Niha may have learned from the saucer, as well as what they learned about the Niha," Hector added cryptically.
"Okay, well, we're not planning on stopping, so I will defer to your experienced hand on the transfer," Jake commented with a smile, referring to dealing with the diplomatic aspects of working with the Niha. Jake wasn't entirely sarcastic with the comment, as Hector had become quite the multi-species expert in his current role. Ships from all over the universe came to Alpha Station for trade, politics, and commerce activities, some deals having nothing to do with the humans at all. As a secure third-party location, the station was ideal for those species looking for neutral ground to work through trust issues as they bought and sold their goods or worked out agreements.
"Roger that. Have a good trip home,"
Hector replied and then cut the connection.
"You called that one a comms blackout, really?"
Sam said in total disbelief. "I'm more concerned about the timing. Were we discovered?" Jake asked as he piloted the ship toward their next destination.
"I can't see how. We were very cautious. If I had to bet on it, I would guess they want something, and timing is just a coincidence,"
Sam speculated. "Also means I spent a lot of time planning a breakout for no good reason," Jake said in mock frustration.
Don't delete the files just yet. I suspect we might need them again sometime in the future,
Sam said with a laugh. With a nod of agreement, Jake went back to piloting the Phantom. Once in position, he set course for Earth and engaged the autopilot. 2 minutes later, the calls from Earth started coming in, and he was back to business as usual. Nevada Alice Facility.
No, ma'am. We never saw the saucer again once the Niha pulled us off just after boarding us.
The woman temporarily commanding the saucer replied.
So the phaser ship just appeared once you dropped from FTL and began firing on you?
She asked.
There were 3 of them, and it was like they were waiting for us. We dropped from FTL, and they were just there. I don't remember them shooting at us. It seems they were on board in a matter of seconds. With the short crew, we weren't even manned for the few weapons stations we had.
The woman corrected.
A jump from Wawabash to Earth shouldn't require you to,
Linda confirmed before continuing.
And you dropped out of faster than light? Why?
She asked again.
As I said before, we were getting inconsistent readings from our FTL drives, and then suddenly they shut down. We never got a chance to investigate the problem as they were all over us the minute we appeared. You know, I've been thinking about it a lot while we were waiting to be released. If I didn't know any better, I would say they caused the shutdown while we were in FTL, but I didn't think that was possible.
The leader of the crew speculated.
That would be very troubling,
Linda confirmed.
Can we come home, ma'am?
The woman asked after several seconds of silence.
Yes, of course. I will see to it you are on the next transport home. In the meantime, I need all of you to debrief with the Alices to be sure we get everything that might help,
Linda replied.
I will pass the word,
the commander said before Linda cut the link.
Alice,
she started.
My sisters and I will go over the testimony of everyone on board and see if we can't reconstruct the events of the incident and create a timeline. It would be better if we could gain access to the ship's logs,
she added.
I will see what we can do,
Linda confirmed. Phantom, Earth's solar system. Over the next several days, until Phantom made Earth's orbit, Jake fielded a continuous stream of calls, all looking to address some issue deferred by Sarah in his absence. He didn't blame her for not wanting to deal with most of them, as they were a constant stream of jurisdictional issues. The politics of Earth on the ground were becoming more complicated as they expanded the number of communities under their support. Regionalism still ran strong for communities that had been struggling for decades just to survive. Regardless of the relief provided, getting smaller groups to reach out in support of others was a hit-or-miss proposition. It was one such situation Jake was reviewing when the call from Sarah's office came in.
Hi, Dad!
Came the chorus of voices as Jade, Amber, Tracy, and Julie all greeted their father in the display.
To what do I owe the honor of all 4 of you?
He replied with a laugh. The girls had become a bit of a clique as far as his children went, the 4 of them almost always together in one of the many Alice facilities. With the additional unique abilities each possessed, the telepathic commonality tended to keep them separate from the other children. More than once, their telepathic abilities had been a bone of contention among their peers. Oldest of all his genetic offspring, Julie was almost 16 and the unofficial leader of the little girl gang. Tim, who was away studying on Kola as a midshipman, was a few months her junior. Next came Tracy at 13, and then a 12-year-old Ryan, whom Jake felt certain guilt over as he seemed to constantly be the odd man out. Living with his mom in Alaska, Jesse was Seven's human commander. He seemed to be an out-of-sight, out-of-mind circumstance that Jake struggled to resolve. Jake felt it was about time he stepped up to find something for Ryan beyond the trips Jake made north. He had tried to get Jessie to come to Nevada and join the group there, but she had no interest in abandoning Seven or her position there. He could hardly blame her, so he was still without a solution. Older but adopted, 18-year-old Padma had fully graduated from the Scout/Sniper school, and John, at 16, was looking to follow in her footsteps, something Sandy strenuously opposed.
Mom says to tell you we are all going on vacation as soon as you get home. The whole family is going to be there. She figured if we plan it, you won't dare say no,
Amber declared defiantly.
She did, huh? Well, what have you planned? Jake asked in good humor.
Aunt Becky says someplace warm with lots of water, but we want fun stuff to do too,
Tracy added.
So, Hawaii?
Jake surmised, knowing all the Alice facilities had extensive family entertainment options, unlike the more rustic island R&R locations off California, South Florida, or Australia.
Aunt Patty is bringing Sophia,
Jade said excitedly. And the clique is growing, Jake thought to himself.
Can't wait. Bye, girls, Jake said with a smile as they cut the line.
They have you so totally whipped,
Sam said smugly.
As only the father of girls can be, he replied without an argument.
Lanai Alice Facility.
Okay, Jacob, let's see what you've got,
Jake announced to the small gathering that had been growing as word got out about the topic. Soon after returning home, Jake had barely gotten settled when all were invited to Lanai for the family vacation the girls had promised. After his extended absence in tracking down the wayward saucer crew so soon after driving the invaders off the planet, Sarah had thought an informal reunion might be a nice change for everyone. As it was, everyone was excited about the opportunity to enjoy the Hawaiian water and weather outside a facility, no matter what the reason. Jake had immediately detected a certain unease in his descendant as soon as he arrived. It wasn't until Gemma proposed a demonstration on something Jacob had been working on that it all came together for him. Sitting in one of the large lounging areas specifically configured for informal discussions, Jake knew it had everything one needed to do a full product briefing.
I've been thinking about our recent events, unexpected visitors, and what's out there beyond Beta,
Jacob began. As he began speaking, the rest of the group, teens included, began to find a place to settle in and listen if, for no other reason, they enjoyed a good show.
It occurred to me that we might consider taking on the mission of expanding our own knowledge of the space beyond our solar system, rather than waiting for the Niha or some other race to deliver us the information,
he explained.
We've launched some probes to do just that,
his sister Patty announced.
While unmanned probes are a great start, it's the human element that is so important in deciding what is relevant. Sure, our analysts evaluated the data, but not until the probe has returned well after leaving the source of the data. Without the communications grid laid out by the Niha to attach to, the best our probes can do is record events as they occurred for evaluation much later after they return. Some don't return, and we have no idea why.
And you propose?
Jake asked speculatively.
A crewed ship, one specifically designed to explore unknown space,
Jacob replied with confidence as the hologram appeared in the open space above everyone's head.
This is the Earth ship Magellan, an exploration vessel of my own design. I have collected all the successes and failures of the other races and combined them into a single ship.
He started. Jake studied the hologram as Jacob spoke. The black ship was unlike anything in the current Earth or Niha inventory, and the size and shape made it less military-looking, but not at all like a general transport.
The ship is 102 feet long, about half the length of a destroyer, and smaller even than Phantom by about 20%. Intended to be capable of a planetary landing, it has a tripod landing gear configuration, one skid up front and two at the rear.
Flipping the image so everyone could see it from the top of the ship, Jacob moved some controls that stripped the skin away and exposed the inside.
The bridge is in the nose of the craft, like the Niha Explorer ship, but is stacked. Pilot and co-pilot positioned above navigator console and sensor/weapons station, all with unobstructed views forward and to the sides on 2 levels. The configuration limits the headroom of those standing but optimizes the area behind the cockpit for the additional engineering and science stations any exploration ship requires. Behind those stations is a circular airlock that provides access outside on either side of the ship via these circular doors.
While speaking, Jacob exercised the image to allow the people watching to see the hatches open and close, with internal bulkhead doors making the space airtight.
When the doors are open to space, you effectively cut the ship in half, removing access to the bridge, Jake observed.
There is an access corridor below the airlock that permits movement front to rear on the ship while the airlock is sealed. Slightly taller than a crawl space, it is not ideal to be sure, but it is very manageable,"
Jacob explained. There were nods of understanding as Jacob activated an animation that displayed the repositioning of the floor grates into steps, front and rear of the airlock, and the movement of a shadowy figure through the exposed tunnel.
Behind the airlock is a large open space that is for general crew use, including the galley. It can work as anything from crew lounge to emergency medical services and is adaptable and easily reconfigured. There is another airlock hatch in the floor here that I will explain later,"
he added cryptically.
"The ship can be crewed by as few as 4 on a standard mission, or will hold as many as 12 with less concern about personal space and a little hot bunking. 8 is the optimal number. Everything is positioned for maximum use of space. The rear of the ship split into 2 decks. The crew's personal space is above the workshop, cargo hold, and spares storage,"
Jacob explained as he manipulated the image.
4 is kind of light for extended voyages, isn't it?"
Patty asked of her brother.
"We have a few items coming up that will explain that better,"
was all he would reply.
"As I said, behind the common area we split again. The upper deck is some private crew space and extended medical infirmary should that become necessary. You will note there are visibility ports all around the ship to allow for crew observations. Right below this deck is a cargo bay with an airtight lockout and a rear exit hatch for loading and unloading of large cargo. This space is also configured as a fabrication shop, allowing for the crew to create just about anything they need, not previously provided,"
he said with some pride. Jake was starting to see a lot of work had gone into this computer model, more than just for show.
"The ship's drives, both the repulsor and the FTL, are mounted symmetrically left to right outside the last quarter of the hull. Both sets are covered with shielding in part to mask their signatures from other sensors, but also to protect them from attack with additional plating."
The statement was the first Jake heard referring to the possibility of hostile activities. It made Jake aware that Jacob had yet to unveil any weapons or other offensive capabilities. Rather than interrupting, he held the question for later.
"There is a small craft mounted to the underside, accessed through an airlock in the floor of the main ship common area I mentioned earlier. It's designed as a single operator with the capability of holding others, both behind the cockpit and in a container mounted behind the operator's small cabin. The module it carries can be dropped and retrieved as needed in places where Magellan best not land herself,"
Jacob explained.
"Dropping from high orbit, it can land, separate the module, and act independently as an exploration ship. The Wasp can then act as a shuttle between orbit and the landing party."
"Wasp?" Jake asked aloud.
"Yes, my name for it. The alien's name is unpronounceable. I freely acknowledge I didn't design this ship. The Wawabash shipyard already has it in inventory as a small cargo, short-run planetary transport with interstellar capabilities. In this case, it fits perfectly underneath Magellan, between the rear landing gear."
With the image enlarged and separated from Magellan, Jake could see the insect appearance, the ship looking like a long wasp with its wings folded tightly to its back.
"Are those both repulsor and FTL drives?"
Sarah asked in surprise.
"Excellent, yes,"
Jacob said in delight.
"Not only can the vessel work as a shuttle, but it also acts as a backup to the Magellan should the mothership suffer catastrophic failures. The Wasp's engines will drive the Magellan back home with it mounted in its dock beneath the main hull. It can also act as a rescue pod, carrying the crew home should Magellan suffer a total loss. It might be tight, but it's possible,"
he finished. "Can Wasp completely power Magellan?" Jake asked.
"No, only limited Magellan systems like life support and the drives aboard Wasp. The ship combination of Magellan and Wasp has triple power redundancy, but only the main power supply on Magellan can power everything,"
he answered. "You said triple redundancy. I only count 2. Jake asked.
"What is that square void above the Wasp docking space?"
Another asked at the exact moment.
To reply to both questions, that is the third power supply. It's where Alice lives, rather, Anne Alice,"
Jacob explained. With the statement, the room went silent for several seconds before Jake finally spoke. Explain.
Lanai and I have done extensive research on what computing systems constitute an Alice, body and soul, so to speak, with extraneous items removed,
Jacob began.
When you take away all the extras that allow her to operate a facility or manage a spaceship such as Cola or Alice 3, we found that she could be contained in a cube, 2 meters square by 3 meters tall. This includes a nuclear reduction power converter resized for more appropriate circumstances and a stasis shield generator package that protects her, independent of the ship's ability to do so.
The Alice wouldn't be tied to the ship permanently. She could be moved to another vessel or relocated to a planetary facility?
Sarah asked in astonishment.
That's the idea,
Jacob replied. This has been confirmed. Jake persisted.
My sisters and I have reviewed the work of Lanai and Jacob and can find no omissions or errors in their assumptions.
Alice interjected for the first time.
And as I mentioned before, her position in the ship above the Wasp allows for her extraction should an escape be required. The cube mounts to the back of the Wasp and is returned with the crew. The location itself is central to the vessel and is the most protected spot on the ship,
Jacob explained proudly.
We can send humans and an Alice into the unknown together,
Patty said in astonishment. What about weapons? Jake finally asked.
There are a few hard points specifically intended for a limited number of external energy weapons. Things like railguns that require stasis shielding are limited to a few weapons pods stored in shielded bays around the ship's exterior. Also, the Wasp carries a few guns of her own that can be fired while still mounted to Magellan, and smaller Gatling guns added there as necessary.
Alice, what is your take on all of this? Jake asked, as if unsure of his own opinion. The thought of creating more Alice life forms to be assigned to such small vessels was unsettling. However, the new form factor meant they could be relocated at any time to either a capital ship or a ground-based facility with little or no risk.
Collectively, we are a mixture of emotions as well. There is a great amount of excitement concerning the ability to explore the unknown, but the risk of such a small ship has not gone undebated. There is also the impact the new packaging has on existing circumstances,
Alice added cryptically. When can we have a prototype ship for testing? Jacob asked with a tinge of sarcasm, positive he already knew the answer.
I have several Wasps in storage on Earth already, as I see other uses for them beyond this. The Wawabash have been provided everything they need to complete Magellan in 3 months' time. I took the liberty of placing the order while you were gone,
he said with a guilty look. Can't wait. Now let's go party, was all Jake said in reply as he waved to the gathered family. Chapter 5. London Underground Facility.
Colonel, a moment, if I may.
Daniel asked as he caught Colonel Edwin Banks on his way to the officers' mess.
Major, I was just going for tea. Why don't you join me?
Edwin replied as he greeted the Major with a smile.
Thank you, sir,
he replied as he followed the Colonel into the officers' mess. Unlike the American dining halls, the London facility still held to some traditional aspects of English society. Instead of a stark white dining hall with lines of metal tables, this was a more casual and elegant setting with wooden tables and tablecloths. The chairs were padded, and the tea service was of silver, with various baked products spread about for casual consumption. Another noticeable difference was the human attendants rather than robotics. Waiting until both had poured their cups and gained seating at one of the many small tables throughout, Daniel watched as Edwin took the first sip.
So, what can I do for you, Daniel?
I'm working with the Germans to get them integrated into our way of doing things. As a result, I am finding them to be very myopic as far as their understanding of responsibility,
Daniel replied.
Not interested in things beyond their doorstep?
Banks replied, knowingly.
Precisely. I thought it might be time to restore the exchange programs, for training purposes,
Daniel said, a bit tongue-in-cheek. In the beginning, after initial contact with the Americans, they had instituted comprehensive training programs intended to both educate the personnel involved but also bridge the us versus them attitude gap that was natural when two dissimilar parties join forces. By shipping the Brits and Russians to America and the Americans everywhere else, they helped tear down the biases of those involved. The Chinese had participated to a lesser extent, but only with small units and never long-term.
"You want to send them to America, then?"
Banks asked.
No, sir. I thought China might be a better alternative,
Daniel said with a bit of a smile.
"That would require cooperation from our Chinese counterparts. Have you floated the idea past them?"
It was Colonel Bow that first reached out to me. Seems he is having similar issues with some of his district leadership, a China first kind of thing. He had proposed an SAS participation,
Daniel explained.
"Too bad sending them into space is not an option, but I tend to agree with your father-in-law on that issue. Only stable military units should be sent off-planet for training. The experience is humbling, but the ability to decimate your comrades with a little personal negligence is far too great,"
Banks said. Long ago, the top leadership had agreed the human population had too little experience in space to allow just anyone not extensively trained and conditioned for the rigors of day-to-day living in such a hostile environment. Simple errors in judgment or distractions could have disastrous effects on the individual and those around him or her. It was for that reason that crew selection and monitoring were part of every Alice's job. Depression, discontent, or simple dissatisfaction were all flagged by the Alice responsible for the ship or facility and brought to the attention of the local leadership for evaluation. Ships without an on-board Alice were monitored when not in FTL. Those found to be a danger to themselves or others were transferred planet-side for anything from an R&R break to medical or psychological treatment if required. In this case, all the individuals in question were outside of the Alice's ability to closely observe and, therefore, not candidates for space.
"Germans to China and the Chinese to Germany might be just enough of a difference,"
Colonel Banks said aloud as he considered the logistics and cultural impact.
I was thinking of something a little more adventurous,
Daniel replied. As he talked, he could see a broad smile cross the colonel's stoic face. Lanai Alice Facility. The remainder of the Lanai vacation trip was spent speculating on who might be suitable for the crew of the Magellan and who were absolutely not allowed to apply. Jake had already assumed that a trip into the unknown could last several months at a minimum, if not a year or more. That time frame precluded any of the leadership team from escaping their duties in a manner Jake was noted for in shorter spurts. Beyond the isolation and close quarters issues, there were the simple strategic limitations of food and other perishables. Water and air were simple chemistry problems of finding the correct elements to combine in their travels. If they had learned nothing from their experiences to date, the elements for H2O and O2N2 were common enough in the known universe. It was human food that was going to be the real challenge. "Alice, how do you handle the food storage situation?" Jake asked at one point while he, Sarah, and Patty lounged inside Lanai while the others entertained themselves elsewhere on the island. Everyone had just returned from a day at the private beach Lanai was noted for, and many of the younger crowd was showing signs of slowing down due to a day in the sun. Jake loved the way a day at the beach seemed to turn even the most active child into a nap-time candidate.
Without physical space constraints, my stasis lockers are vast by comparison to Magellan's available storage lockers. Even were we to use the smaller storage boxes we prepackage single meals in, a 6-month voyage with an 8-person crew would require 4,380 boxes, not accounting for spares and overeaters. Assuming 4 boxes per cubic foot, that's almost 1,100 cubic feet,
Patty supplied after a bit of math of her own.
I can't imagine individual packaging of that type is efficient for this type of storage. The real challenge would be reclaiming the space as the store is depleted. A ridged storage container takes the same amount of space, full or empty,
Patty observed.
It would be such a waste to discard the reusable boxes like that,
Sarah commented.
You know, I think NASA did a bunch of research on this subject in my day, for those planned trips to Mars and all. Back then, they were talking about 3 to 5 year trips, and weight was a big concern. For us, it's not the weight that's an issue. It's the volume that's a problem, Jake added.
Your memory serves you well. They did, in fact, have a solution that will work for our needs. Low volume, high-density packaging of edibles, like the military meals ready to eat, and that will allow the Magellan to carry sufficient food stores for 8 crewmen for 5 years. But I fear the more culinarily sophisticated members of the crew will be disappointed in the presentation and diversity.
Alice replied.
A mix might be in order, maybe a 10% stasis boxed treat for all. They get it once a week as a reminder of why they need to come home.
Patty laughed.
Sunday dinner specials, yes. That would likely make the MRE-styled packaged food at least more or less tolerable, Jake commented. His memories of such meals were much more practical in his experience than the theoretical discussion the others were engaged in.
Well, now that we solved world hunger, we need to talk to Jacob about the number of lavatories aboard the ship. Only a man would think one is enough for 8 people,
Patty observed.
Lanai Alice Facility. In the end, it was decided that the Alice for the Magellan spaceship would be a newborn rather than a transplant. The final decision rested on the fact that it was an untried new packaging arrangement, and as such, it was too great a risk for existing life. So that's it, huh? Jake commented as he stepped into the small hangar they had set up for the process of activating the Alice in Hawaii. All around the floor space of the hangar were workstations with monitors and console equipment, all intended for use in awakening an artificial life form. Under normal circumstances, these ancillary stations were tied to various parts of a ship or facility, but in this case they were all cabled to a large gray cube, central to the surrounding activity. 6 feet square at its base and 9 feet tall, the cube had cables of various sizes and colors, all running off to some desktop, console, or other stacks of equipment required for the process of bringing life to a hodgepodge of human and alien technology. Of particular note was the liquid oxygen cooling system required to keep part of the human components from burning up during the startup sequence. Once online, the cooling system was unnecessary and could be removed from the cube. In testing the first Alice so long ago, this was a hard-learned lesson from the original creation, but unnoticed in the facilities or spaceship activations as the cooling unit was used for other purposes besides this. Stepping forward with Jacob, Jake listened to his kin as he explained the color-coded patchwork before him on the sides of the cube.
All the panels you see have a specific function tied into one of 3 general categories. Everything colored in red is hopefully a one-time usage port, specifically needed to bring the Alice to life. There you will see many of the various workstations plugged into the COM ports to activate the subsystem in the required activation sequence,
Jacob instructed as he pointed to the smaller red-outlined squares and rectangles with tiny doors opened wide to provide access for the cabling.
Everything outlined in green is a general use area. Once lifted into place inside Magellan, there are corresponding connection points inside the ship that ties to these locations and gives the Alice the same kind of integration Cola or Alice 3 enjoy today in their ships.
Jake could see as they toured the cube there were green outlined openings on all 4 sides. He imagined there were similar spots on the top as he followed the cabling up the side and over the edge, but it was too tall for the humans to see from the ground.
And finally, all the yellow lines. These identify access panels intended to service the Alice, should any one of the many redundant components require replacing. Everything inside is hot swappable and accessible from some point on the sides or from above,
Jacob added as he waved at all the yellow. From Jake's perspective, the entire outer shell seemed to be outlined in yellow lines.
The base is the power supply?
Jake asked as they stepped back.
Yes, a passive nuclear reduction converter specifically sized for the Alice and, as I mentioned, is capable of augmenting the ship's power if required. The power converter itself has no active components to fail, and the life expectancy is theoretically due to the decay rate of the radioactive material trapped inside the stasis field inside. We pull power from 4 redundant feeds, one on each side of the cube and each one capable of sustaining the Alice inside on its own. Should there ever be a need to replace the power source, we simply tie the new one into one of the 4 connections and then reconnect the others one at a time until the new source is in place.
Jake had to admit a lot of thought had gone into ensuring the safety and security of the life form inside the cube. As if to reinforce his impression, Jacob added his coup de grace for any arguments against their continuing on this path.
And finally, the entire cube is stasis shielded, both inside the cube walls and externally, should the cube be involuntarily extracted from the ship. Both sets of shielding are controlled by the Alice and can be managed individually or combined.
Will she be okay here until the ship is ready for her? Jake asked, referring to the potential isolation involved with the transition.
The newborn will be tied to our AL Lanai and into the facility here during that period. She will have complete access to all her sisters during the wait as well. Alice even suggested it was a perfect time to work with her, preparing her for the new role.
Jake was not entirely happy with the last efforts to increase the number of Alice life forms. That description didn't mean he was unhappy with the individuals. It was the inconsistency with which they were emerging that had him worried. Morgana, for example, had proven to date to be highly reliable but with a dark personality that left him uncomfortable at times. Gamma was proving to be a tad rebellious in her interactions, almost as if she were a temperamental teenager. This was a trait that had everyone looking for Karen to unravel before the Wawabash did some unraveling of their own and discovered her true identity. Beta seemed very quiet and introspective. While not a worry per se, she was another deviation from the standard Alice mold. While Jake had been the one to insist that the Alices explore their own identities, he had to acknowledge the general uniformity of the original 8 was reassuring to most humans. "I guess we are ready then," Jake announced with a tinge of uncertainty in his tone.
I detect some hesitancy, Jake. Are you concerned about the possibility of failure?
Alice asked in his ear as he made his way over to the master console. Because they were in the open hangar, he had taken the precaution of using one of the earbuds, allowing for a more intimate conversation with the Alices. "No, it's a bigger picture issue. Even with everything generally consistent and using the same core programming, we see an ever-increasing deviation from the normal with every new Alice. This new form factor and isolated mission statement add an even greater chance that we are going to see unexpected results from this effort," Jake said, trying not to be insensitive to the newest additions of the Alice line.
While your concerns are not unfounded, to date, we have had no horrible outcomes, just more interesting personalities. I do have a theory about that, which we should discuss later," Alice added.
Listening to Alice as he worked, Jake walked through the initialization sequence at the master console. "Agreed, but for now, the time for talk is over. Let us begin," Jake said firmly as he visually checked off each workstation in the process for a participant. Following the activation procedure Jake himself had developed a decade ago, the team spent the next several hours walking through each meticulous step until they reached the point when Jake issued the boot command. There was a moment of silence as he watched the text scroll across the screen as the code was read into system memory.
"We are in contact. Let us begin orientation,"
Alice announced to all in the room. Jake could feel a change in the room as the tension dropped from the individual task responsibilities to one of a collective holding of their breath. It was now that any irregularities might appear as the Alices walked their newest addition through the steps of becoming genuinely self-aware.
"May I introduce our latest addition to the family?"
Alice finally declared. "About now, we usually ask if you have a name in mind, but feel free if you want more time to consider," Jake asked the newborn.
"I wish to be known as Annie, as in Annie Edison Taylor.
the AL replied. I am not familiar with her, Jake replied.
Educated as a teacher and trying to stand out as one of 8 children, Annie Taylor decided that the only way she could get the financial rewards and security she needed was to become a famous female adventurer. On her own, she derived the necessary equipment and began carrying out tests before determining that she was ready for her adventure. On October 24, 1901, Annie Taylor climbed into a large wooden barrel and was dropped into the Niagara River. She was carried over the Canadian side Horseshoe Falls, and it made her the first person ever to survive a barrel fall over Niagara Falls.
Annie explained. So Alice has explained to you the role you are to fill. Do you feel you are being sent over the falls, alone and in a barrel? Jake asked after she completed her explanation.
No, my cube is far more secure than her barrel, and I do not intend to go it alone. However, I will be alone in this adventure, unlike anything my sisters have endured. It is typical that when not in Faster Than Light, they are all connected. I will not have that option. I intend on facing that challenge as staunchly as Annie did in her barrel, both of us choosing to take on the dangers head-on, rather than having them thrust upon us,
Annie explained. Jake listened as the newborn worked through the rest of the checklist before completely turning Annie over to her sisters for ongoing education. So begins the great experiment, he said softly. Lanai Alice Facility.
How did I end up with this job?
Sarah asked in frustration to no one in particular as she scanned the applications in her inbox. Still in Lanai as Jake worked on activating Annie, she had located a medium-sized office out of the way of the normal work area and settled in to try and catch up on all the things piling up in her absence. The couch and table told her this was once the space of some upper-level manager or officer, before the fall of technology after the Nihaw attack. Once the decision had been made to move forward with the Magellan Project, it was announced to the general population worldwide and to those already in space looking for interested volunteers. A list of duty slots and the associated education and experience requirements were compiled and posted for anyone showing the slightest interest. The response had been overwhelming. Sarah had been chosen by the leadership team to help sort through the candidate applications and provide a short list of potential contenders. Usually the responsibility would fall to Karen, but her new role as Gamma co-commander prevented her from participating in things like this as she had her own pile of work to do now. Sarah saw getting the assignment as a good sign, indicating that Jake wasn't disappearing again anytime soon. She couldn't do this and his job too.
Would you like me to group applicants into categories and then cross-match to skill sets and personality types?
Alice asked as Sarah continued to flip through screenful after screenful of applicants.
I'm tempted to focus just on the ship's captain first, and then let him or her help with selecting the rest of the crew,
Sarah replied.
A sound strategy, as they will want to recruit a cohesive group of individuals that can form a strong team unity.
Alice agreed.
Maybe. I just know if I was running this show, I would want a say in who was watching my back,
Sarah offered.
Every captain in our fleet has the discretion to adjust their crew assignments after the fact,
Alice pointed out.
Yes, but for such a high-profile assignment, with so small a crew, impact on morale is most important. Besides, no one would appreciate being replaced after they had been selected. Better to have certain conversations behind closed doors than in the public eye,
Sarah offered.
Good point,
Alice conceded.
Besides, then it's their job to go through the rest of this and not mine,
Sarah said smugly as she continued to page through hundreds of applications. Chapter 6. Avacha Bay, Kamchatka Peninsula. Home on a visit when the announcement came out, Ivan was working through an internal struggle as he considered the screen before him. Opportunities such as this were infrequent, even more so for him as he was not your typical applicant. His role as an intermediary between the Western world and the Cossacks of Siberia made him a member of the senior leadership team, though at times he felt he hardly had the education and experience to justify it in a traditional sense. It was that non-traditional spirit and his adventurous soul with natural leadership abilities that drove him to gather a crew and seek out the owners of the giant spaceship that overflew their village in the first place. Crossing the Pacific Ocean in an ancient diesel-powered warship from an age gone by, they traveled the coast of America until the ones he was seeking found him. The results had his people spread throughout the stars, crewing ships and proudly defending the Earth's interests. This trip, however, was into unknown space, and was one not to be taken lightly nor for those of an unsure nature. The possibility that the Magellan would not return from its maiden voyage was high. Ivan imagined that this could be an opportunity for him to really prove himself, an interstellar explorer in the grandest tradition. Now, if he could only find the words to convince others that he didn't need to be the captain to lead the expedition. Nevada Alice Facility. Alice was breathing her own sigh of relief as she and her sisters continued to work with Annie, walking her through the mounds of data she needed to review in preparation for her new role. She had been speaking the truth when she told Jake she might know the cause of the unexpected personality emergence of their last few efforts. It was the Alices themselves that were skewing the fundamental nature of every newborn. Singularly or in small groups, their own personality development had progressed to the point that the once uniform nature of their species had evolved into very distinct personalities. As with her meddling with Morgana's emergence and Cola's supervision with Gamma, insufficient interactions with the broader population in the beginning had allowed personal biases to influence the initial attitudes of the newborn. Her theory was tested here with Annie, as the entire core Alice population was in attendance for the moment of awareness. Alice herself had monitored an equal amount of participation, with each of her sisters feeding the newborn an equal amount of information as she began to form her own identity. The results of the effort appeared to be a well-balanced, inquisitive life form. Only time would tell if it was permanent. Her new challenge would be managing the flood of requests to convert others of her kind into the new form, a task she was not looking forward to. Texas Alice Facility. Hebak was waiting patiently, as only a Nihal could on this human world, for the human general to contact him. Unable to come to Dallas to meet in person due to some unexplained circumstance, the humans had promised Hebak that the man would make remote contact at the appointed time and date. It was unfortunate that he could not make it in person, as Hebak enjoyed interacting with this particular human more than any other. His ability to transmit and receive in the Nihal native communication, something they called radio waves, was the closest he ever got to a natural interaction on this alien planet. The man still required headgear for translating the languages, but that bothered Hebak not at all, as he stuck to his native language and made the human do the translating. "How may I help you?" the face in the display asked as his monitor came to life, and the face of the human general appeared at the appointed time.
"General Thomas, so kind of you to take time out of your busy schedule for my petty concerns,"
Hebak replied, remembering to use the man's proper title. "Not at all. I am actually just finishing up a holiday in Hawaii with my family, so don't concern yourself," the man explained. Hebak doubted the High Council would credit him with uncovering the leisure time location of the human leader as a top-secret discovery. The fact that it was disclosed so readily made him assume the location had no strategic value to anyone.
"Good, sir. I am embarrassed to admit that I am failing my hosts,"
Hebak replied. "How so?" the general asked.
"I have been in residence for long enough to know I need to offer more than the occasional insight into my kind. I feel I should make more of an effort to contribute to the society here on your planet. Perhaps a position where I can better advise you on the pitfalls of the various alien cultures. I am familiar with many of the traditions and customs from my previous work in the High Command,"
Hebak offered. "You want me to find you a job here?" Jake asked with a tinge of surprise. Hebak suspected that the humans did not see him as an overly giving individual, and as such, he needed to be cautious in not overplaying his hand.
"Nothing arduous, mind you. A simple consulting role would be more in line with my thinking,"
Hebak replied. He could see the human thinking about the offer, though a Nihal would take far longer to consider such a proposal. Humans seemed to rush everything, likely a reflection of their short lifespan. "Let me get back to you on that. I have something in the works which might be right up your alley," the man replied with a smile that made Hebak very uncomfortable.
"I shall await your reply."
Lanai Alice Facility. "This is not going to be easy," Jake commented to Sarah as the pair sat in her temporary office, sorting through just the captain's slot applicants. Having convinced Jake of her strategy for selection, she quickly recruited him to help with the shortlist. Normally this might be the kind of task they would take home to their private quarters to sort through, but Jake had found their new communal living less conducive to that type of quiet time. As the kids reached their teenage years, they seemed to be more interested in engaging with adult conversations. The product of intelligent, assertive survivors, as all the mothers proved to be, and a genetically altered adventure-seeking Marine, he had no doubt they would all be exceptional, if not challenging individuals. Scanning the paperwork before him, Jake was seeing names he never expected to see on a spaceship crew list, much less for the coveted captain's slot. Then there were the names he expected to see but were copiously absent. Neither Brian nor Isabella applied, Jake finally asked aloud, noting both had to be the most experienced in long-term spaceflights.
Not surprising, really, when you take into consideration their current assignments.
Yes, both are adventurous,
but their situations are far different than a destroyer or cruiser captain,
Sarah confirmed, referring to the tight relationship each had with their onboard Alice. For a moment, Jake considered that once assigned to an Alice assignment, not one commander had ever requested a transfer. Jake had once made a poor decision and tried to force Brian to rotate his command, but the war had circumvented that. There was something in that statement, an underlying unspoken issue of great importance. He just didn't quite know what it was. Cola and Isabella, or Brian and Alice 3, were obvious in their roles, but there was also Bonnie and Dallas, or Jesse and Seven. In all, they were bonded pairs, not just co-captains of a sort. The human-Alice commitment would soon be tested in this new arrangement, where the Alice could be removed from one ship and added to another. I am not even sure we should only consider experienced ship's captains. There are a lot of strong leaders that might do this very well without sitting in the chair, Jake said after a moment's thought, working to return his focus to the issue at hand.
Agreed, but for now, let's not complicate things,
Sarah replied.
Alice, can you do a personality analysis of the applicants and give us a weighted ranking list based on these traits?
Sarah asked aloud as she highlighted several characteristics on the screen. With a nod of agreement from Jake, she hit the send key and then sat back in her seat. You know, before we became responsible parents, we would use this downtime for our own enjoyment, Jake commented as he took Sarah by the hand and led her to the nearby couch. Taking a seat, he positioned Sarah so she was straddling his lap, the pair face to face, lips only inches apart. Closing the distance, he kissed her passionately.
I miss this,
she whispered to him as they paused. Me too, he replied before drawing her back to him once more. Rolling to one side, he lay on the couch with Sarah on top of his prone body.
We could disappear for a bit. Maybe a few days,
Sarah offered as she worked her shirt over her head. Naked from the waist up, she worked Jake's shirt over his head before laying on top of him once more. I am needed in Alaska for the foreseeable future, Jake commented softly, referring to the overdue Jessie and the newest addition to the extended family.
Then we need to make the best of now,
Sarah replied as she slipped her pants off, and then worked on his, kissing him hard as she did so. London Underground Facility.
Morgana, dear girl, I was wondering if I had some time to spare,
Nigel asked as he considered the paperwork before him. Commander in London, he was the civilian head of a British version of the American Alice facilities, minus the resident Alice, and he was the operational equal to Colonel Bo Chow in Hong Kong. Recently, both locations had been blessed with their own AL offspring and were now truly integrated rather than a remote extension of those in America. With the awakening of Morgana, a bit of a surprise to everyone, Nigel felt more inclined to include a local resource into his workload as opposed to borrowing from others.
How up to date are you on the situation in North Africa?
Nigel asked as he set the paper down and listened intently to her reply.
I presume you are not asking for a weather report?
Morgana replied with a hint of humor.
Indeed,
Nigel prompted.
From Syria to Morocco, what remains of the pre-attack population is spread across the Mediterranean shores, with pockets of humanity along the Nile,
she explained.
Any large armed groups or areas of particular unrest?
He expanded.
No more than usual, and none of particular interest. With no need for the oil-producing efforts and the significant loss of life due to the Nihor, the only disputes of note occur around the Holy Lands to the east,
Morgana supplied.
Those incidents are sporadic, but ongoing,
she added sadly.
If someone intended to travel the area, what sort of escort might you suggest?
Nigel asked, cryptically.
I think you might wish to speak with Major Atkins. I do believe he already has some plans in motion for that area of the world,
Morgana replied with what Nigel thought was just a hint of smugness. Lanai Alice Facility. Eventually, I envision 3 ships, all headed in different directions, but for now we only have 1. The only reason I cap it at 3 is each will have an Alice aboard, and I do not support their creation lightly, Jake explained. As he spoke, the 3 candidates for Magellan's captain slot looked at one another, slightly confused as they had all been flown in for the meeting. Seated around the table were Captain James Heresy, Lieutenant Alice Jenkins, and Yvonne. Sarah had started the meeting, but after dropping a stack of paperwork at Jake's elbow, she silently made her way out of the room, a contented smile on her face. I say this because I think it's important to know all 3 of you have been selected as ship's captain or expedition leader. It's just a matter of who goes first. Jake could see the confusion change to understanding and then excitement on each face. The changes were subtle and could only be seen by someone who knew the parties involved intimately. After all, a good captain controls his emotions. Yvonne, I should explain, you will not go first, and you won't actually be the captain. As you point out in your own submission, the qualities that make up a great captain are not the same as those that make a great explorer and expedition leader. As such, you will be the expedition leader and will choose your own captain to command your starship when the time comes. Jake expanded. The Russian seems to swell with pride as Jake acknowledged his argument. I would also propose that for our very first attempt, Captain Heresy and Lieutenant Jenkins, you will partner up, with James leading the mission and she as a co-pilot. Your combined experience and leadership skills encourage a safe return, and the collective experience will only add to the lieutenant's abilities when she takes her own ship, Jake said carefully, not wanting to offend.
Might I suggest I go as navigator rather than co-pilot? There are no restrictions limiting the second-in-command to the right seat,
Alice Jenkins asked, referring to the seat usually occupied by the co-pilot.
I have no objections, and am well aware that Lieutenant Jenkins was top of her class in astronavigation,
Heresy added. Wonderful. I suggest you get busy selecting the rest of your crew then. Yvonne, can you come with me?
We need to talk about your own expedition, Jake said as he dropped a stack of folders in front of the two containing the crew applicant paperwork. Lanai Alice Facility. Crew selection for the Magellan went far faster than expected, with Lieutenant Jenkins and Captain Erisy working together to first shortlist and then eventually select those they desired for the mission, beyond the known universe. There was no lack of qualified candidates, so a good portion of the selection process was deciding which of the desired individuals matched up the best. I am familiar with this man. He is an excellent pilot, but in my experience he is a bit of a loner, James had added at one point when Jenkins pulled a file from the stack.
Okay, then what about her?
She asked as she passed another folder to her selection partner. SAS, James commented in admiration.
I don't know her personally, but check out page 4,
Alice said with excitement. Dear me, anointed by the man himself, James said in jest. The mission parameters for this event are all redacted. I didn't think we withheld internally, James observed, referring to the practice of departmentalizing information internally from various military units as need to know.
We don't, which means this mission was so black all references are only available via an Alice system.
James was aware that some of the activities about and against the Nihal were so secret that they were only made available via Alice encrypted communications. As a frontline commander during the truce and before the phaser invasion, he had seen a rare form of communications code marked Phantom. These usually provided incredibly accurate intelligence on Nihal movements and activities of a military nature. If this young woman had anything to do with that, then she was most assuredly someone who could be relied upon. How can we not invite her to the party, then? James confirmed with a smile. And thus it went well into the night as seat after seat was filled until Magellan had a full crew complement. Lanai Alice Facility. Yvonne, I do hope you understand the decision not to send you out on the first ship, Jake said as the two sat in his office, an open bottle of vodka and 2 glasses between them.
Fear not, my friend. I am filled with glee that you embraced my petition,
the Cossack said with a broad smile. Yes, I was not the only one who grasps your meaning. Jesse reminded me Sir Ernest Shackleton led his expedition with Frank Worsley captaining the Endurance.
Unlike Shackleton, I do not intend on losing my ship,
Yvonne replied with a laugh. And unlike Shackleton, you will have a native guide, Jake said with a smile.
I do not understand,
Yvonne replied as he paused mid-drink. I am suggesting we take our native Nihal on a little exploration trip into the uncharted regions of the Nihal Galactic Empire. Jake could see the Cossack mulling over the reasons a mission in the opposite direction of their intended focus might be needed.
You wish me to become a decoy?
He asked slowly. In part, yes. The mission is real, and I must caution you the dangers are just as great, maybe more so. As I said earlier, my vision is sending exploration ships in all directions, not just away from Nihal space. The Alices have found several places in the Nihal star charts that are either intentionally or, by a matter of circumstance, blank. We want to fill in the blanks and see what they are hiding or feel is of no importance, Jake finished. He could see the Russian thinking over the proposal as he poured for both.
And the environmental concerns? I have viewed the Magellan design, and it does not easily accommodate diverse living environments,
Yvonne asked, not addressing the fundamental question of his acceptance of the mission. You will not be going in a Magellan-class vessel. I will have the Wawabash outfit one of their existing designs in inventory for this mission, so we get it sooner. It's larger and will be able to handle the split atmospheric needs more comfortably for everyone, Jake replied. Also, there will not be an Alice on board. It's just too dangerous, Jake added.
I am the leader?
You are the expedition leader. You get to pick your captain and your crew, and the Nihal will be your guide, Jake explained.
When will my ship be ready?
Yvonne replied with a broad smile after emptying his glass.
Lanai Alice Facility. The launch of Magellan should have gone off with colossal fanfare and celebration. However, at the request of the captain and crew, the event was kept to a minimum. "It's best we celebrate upon our return," the captain had explained when questioned on the subject. "The crew and I are as one on this subject. We feel the grandiose send-off sets the wrong tone for a mission of exploration. We do not intend to go out and do battle or return with plundered treasure from peoples unknown. Ours is a mission to acquire knowledge and understanding of the universe." Once Annie was loaded into her pocket under the ship, the Wasp was mounted behind her between the landing gear. From there they had a week of systems checks and several trips into orbit and back, just to act as shakedown tests before loading all the provisions the crew required for the extended voyage. A christening was performed the day of the launch, with one of Lanai's bots acting as her embodiment. It was decided that Lanai do the honors, representing the entire Alice species and as the home from which the inspiration sprang. With that, its send-off consisted of families, friends, and other interested parties in attendance. All watched as Magellan rose from her hangar and disappeared into the clear Hawaiian sky for stars unknown. Chapter 7. Magellan in Uncharted Space. "Status?" Captain Erisy announced, an alarm sounding as the Magellan had just dropped out of faster than light. Used to commanding a much larger vessel, he still tended to blurt out orders as if he were sitting in his bridge command chair. As it was, he was sitting in the common area just behind the airlock, sharing a tea with the ship's doctor, Heather, and Hannah, his co-pilot, and compatriot from the London facility. During mission orientation, he had made a point of emphasizing tea was the only proper dehydrated foodstuff. Heather was one of Jake's early recruits. Her seniority and breadth of experience gave her a lock on the medical sciences slot once she expressed an interest. Hannah was an SAS sergeant and more of a mystery to James, as she had some need-to-know items in her personnel file that aligned suspiciously with Gunnery Sergeant Samantha Watts, another of his crew. Both had flown together before and came with glowing recommendations from General Thomas, and so were no-brainers at crew selection time.
"Sir, we have dropped out of FTL due to a gravity well. Looks to be another solar system,"
Lieutenant Alice Jenkins, the ship's navigator, confirmed. Alice had been the captain of her own ship, destroyer D9, but when the spot opened on Magellan, she applied to be captain. Selected instead for a future captain's slot, she was asked to be Erisy's second-in-command. Alice offered to go as an astronavigation specialist rather than a co-pilot, and with Erisy had selected the rest of the ship's complement. The last two chosen to round out the 7 slots in the crew were troopers from General Thomas's own Special Forces Cavalry. Joe and Abby were a couple and both troop leaders, a billet that carried a sergeant's rank even though the troops were intentionally small units with a simple command structure. With 2 hover cycles in the Magellan's cargo bay and their primary function as ground exploration, the pair were more than well suited for the role. In addition, they traded shifts at the weapons/tactical sensor station on the bridge. Since departing Space Station Beta, this was the 3rd time in a week they encountered a gravity well of sufficient strength to require them to drop out of FTL. The routine was always the same. The first thing they did was drop a communications repeater pointed at both Alpha and Beta stations to extend the communications network as well as the previous communications drop. Traveling at the speed of light, the connection might take 1 or 100 years for the links to sync up, but once it did, they would have a way to communicate from that day forward. Every point from then on would attempt to access the other known points in space on the human side. The goal was to keep their network separate from the Nihaw, using Alpha and Beta as gateway routers between the networks. Next, they would begin a survey of the solar system that had inhibited the FTL drives with its gravity well and blocked their progress. They would record the star or stars and the number of planets, doing a thorough enough survey to determine any likely inhabited worlds. If nothing of great interest was uncovered, they would close up shop and point Magellan in another direction, potentially more interesting than the last. "We are on, people," Eresi announced as the team headed to their stations in the nose of the ship and began working. He had hardly needed to speak, as Heather and Abby were already en route to begin their sensor sweeps. Heather's life sciences sensor array was focused on finding any signs of known life, with a very loose definition of what life might be. Abby was working with the tactical sensors at the ship's weapons station, trying to identify any signal or emission that could be construed to be unnatural or artificially occurring. Her station also controlled the ship's guns, missiles, and energy weapons, should anything dangerous appear. There was a second position at the rear of the ship, a sort of rear gunner's station that allowed two people to fight the ship at the same time were they ever attacked. Since she and Joe alternated at the tactical station for these events, James assumed it was her turn in the rotation. Even though the primary mission of Magellan was scientific, Joe and Abby had signed on as the more militaristic part of the crew. Their primary responsibilities were to operate the ship's tactical and weapons stations. They were also considered mandatory for every landing team as security for the more scientific members when on the ground. With Sam and Hannah as experienced combat personnel, James felt they had more than enough shooters on board should things go badly on a ground mission. Taking the pilot's seat, James began sorting through all the preliminary results routed to his display as each of the primaries continued their work. In the back of his mind, he knew Annie would be doing the same as the others, but at speeds he could not begin to fathom. Having never served on an Alice ship before, he constantly had to remind himself of the 8th invisible crew member with likely the most to offer. It was his impression the AL tended to wait for the other crew members to report before offering her own information, so James thought he might try and mix things up a bit. "Annie, love, anything of interest?" he asked, casually.
I was waiting for Heather's confirmation, but I do believe there is life on the second planet from the star,"
she said timidly. "You jest?" Eresi said excitedly.
"No, she's right. I am getting faint and sporadic life signs. The distributions make no sense, however,"
Heather analyzed.
"Tech scans are also all over the map, as well as a considerable amount of orbital debris,"
Abby commented, clearly perplexed by what she was seeing. "Any guess as to why?" James Eresi asked openly.
"If I had to speculate, I would suggest we are seeing scattered survivors of an annihilation attack,"
Annie said somberly. Alaska Alice Facility. Magellan had hardly been gone a week, and already Jake was fretting about its fate. It was the nagging thought that the ship was unable to call home that weighed on him. Besides the fact that the vessel contained an all-star crew, literally what he considered the best of their best, they were also his friends. Unlike any other vessel in the Earth fleet, Magellan would never have an opportunity to tie into the vast Nihal communications web that serviced known space. Magellan was in uncharted waters, out beyond Nihal known space. At best, should the ship run into trouble, they would find out years later once the communications relays they were to drop all synced up. At worst, they would disappear into the pages of history, a mystery to be solved by some later generation. Maybe.
"Did you hear what I said?"
Jessie asked as the two lay in bed in her private quarters, a shared space whenever Jake was in Alaska. "Sorry, I was just thinking about the Magellan. What did you say?"
"I was asking about baby names. I am overdue as it is. Seven says the baby is just stubborn like his father,"
she said with a smile. The pair had learned early on that they were having another boy, but for some reason, Jessie had been delaying picking a name until after he was born. She insisted it was bad luck, and Jake had learned long ago never to argue with a pregnant woman. It was because of the pending birth that Jake had set up shop in Alaska after the Magellan departure from Lanai. "I thought you wanted to wait to pick a name," he replied honestly.
"I do, but I want you to tell me you have one or two in mind for when he comes.
Jessie explained as she snuggled up against him. Pregnant as she was, they had been able to find a position she tolerated as they lay together. "Did you ask Ryan about his little brother?" Jake asked in reply, not wanting to admit he hadn't been dwelling on the subject with everything else going on. Ryan had come to Hawaii to be with the family while Jessie had stayed in Alaska, her condition too far along for the trip. Jake had promised he would be there for the birth, as he had done for all his children, and that was good enough for her. Besides being so pregnant, the last thing she wanted was the heat and to lay in the sun.
"Yes, he doesn't care so long as it's not another sister,"
she said with a laugh. "Sounds about right," Jake agreed.
"Oh, did I tell you Helen called?"
Jessie offered. Helen was Nigel's wife and Jake's in-law by virtue of their daughter Gemma's marriage to his grandson Jacob. Somewhat of a challenge to Jake at the beginning, as her adherence to class distinction was strong. He had eventually found a way to get her to open her views. One of the ways he had achieved the transference was the love of art she professed.
"She wants to start searching North Africa for art recovery,"
Jessie explained. Working closely with Jessie, an amateur historian herself, the pair had organized an effort to systematically scour the planet to save as much of human history for future generations. Early efforts were focused on easy local targets in the U.S. and Europe, with fragile or delicate works the top priority. "You are not going to North Africa," Jake admonished.
No, she will run things from there. I just need to handle cataloging and storage at this end,"
Jessie replied. "I wonder who they have running security," Jake asked aloud, not unhappy Jessie had forgotten their conversation about baby names. Magellan, in uncharted space. The trip in from the edge of the solar system to the second planet in the uncharted system was just over 16 hours' time on repulsor power. During that period, the exploration team spent every waking moment analyzing the planet, collecting both visual images and scanning data, and discussing the possible meanings of everything they found. In all this effort, Annie was praised as an invaluable asset, for she never rested and could work on cross-correlating the information while the others slept. Unlike her AL sisters, Annie was not in constant contact with the rest of her kind, a circumstance not unconsidered prior to her awakening. Unlike Cola and Alice III, who shared the isolation experience while in FTL, they would reconnect to the vast Nihal communications network once slowed to under light speed. Annie wouldn't hear from her sisters again until they returned to human space, or the communications relays they dropped everywhere finally synced up, whichever came first. For that reason, the cube that housed all that Annie required additionally contained a vast storage array holding as much of humankind's history and relevant Nihal information as they could cram into the space. While only a tiny fraction of the entire acquired content on Earth, it was still more information than Annie could sift through in a human lifetime. Additionally, the ship itself held even more referential information in its databanks that was intended to aid in the mission. It was all there for both her reference and her companionship, allowing her to educate herself in times when human interaction was at a lull or unavailable. Now was one of those times when the crew had exhausted themselves with the extended workday, and only Captain Erisy sat quietly in the pilot's seat, reviewing the collective efforts of his crew. Hardly a blink of an eye old even in the estimation of her human companions, Annie still felt a certain motherly protectiveness to each and every one of the crew. Even the captain was hers to assist if it meant only listening to what he had to say, which is what inspired her to speak.
"Are you troubled, Captain?"
Annie asked quietly in an effort not to wake those in their bunks at the rear of the ship. "To my core, dear girl," he replied as he closed his eyes for a moment before continuing. "You and I are of a like mind that whomever these beings are ahead of us, they have been recently ravaged most savagely. I am possibly projecting my own concerns and thus keep counsel to only you, but I fear these readings represent the fate of the Earth if we don't remove that threat the invaders represent. Did we chase the phasers away only to have them land here?" he asked aloud.
More analysis is required, but I do believe the orbital damage is consistent with what we saw on Earth,"
Annie replied. She was referencing the remains before them of what the crew believed were pieces of spaceships, still orbiting the planet, but in fragments as if they had been sliced by a huge knife. Sam compared the damage the phaser energy lances did to the human and Nihal losses, and found many similarities. "My own revenge is recovering from the same abuse," Erisi commented, referring to his last command.
"To sail the stars once more, I am sure,"
Annie replied with compassion. With that, both dropped into silence. Hong Kong. Bo was in attendance as the German exchange troops deplaned at the Hong Kong Island airfield. A significantly smaller force than the one he had shipped off, it hardly mattered as the number of his own troops still present and at his disposal far exceeded the current demand. It was the psychological impact of these foreigners that he was relying on to shake things up here with his own people.
"Welcome,"
Bo declared once the men had been organized in a likeness of a formation. While retaining a crude semblance of a military unit, Bo had been reminded that these men were all self-trained and not part of a larger military unit, as so many of the other participants had been. British SAS, American Marines, and his own Chinese army had some continuity to their historical roots over the generations. He had also been informed these men were all less than 2 generations in tradition, as their grandfathers had happened upon a military storehouse where they were able to provision, train, and restore some form of order to their lives. He had also been advised that they were a suspicious lot and would expect to call home on a regular basis to confirm those they left behind were being adequately cared for. That role had been assigned to a SAS troop out of London. SAS to Germany, Chinese to North Africa, and Germans to China, all in the effort to make the troops develop a more global perspective in their work.
"Danke, you have work for us?"
the leader of the Germans asked as he stepped forward. Bo was impressed that the man had presence enough to at least salute before he spoke.
"Yes, I do. You men and women have been selected to begin a new program of community outreach. Historically, my people have had poor relationships with some of the communities that we are going to approach. As such, it was thought that you would be better received in the initial stages. I believe the Americans call this a Hearts and Minds campaign."
Chapter 8. Magellan in Uncharted Space. "All stop!" Captain Erisi instructed Hannah, his co-pilot, as the Magellan closed in on the second planet in the solar system. At this point, everyone was at their stations on the bridge or at Life Sciences and Engineering just behind where the bridge became 2 levels. Before them, all the expansive bridge windows were filled by the planet and several large pieces of space debris, all seemingly motionless in space. Once a blue-water planet, not terribly unlike Earth, now with more browns and with hardly any greens to be found, it seemed to project a sobering effect on the Magellan crew. The solar system held 4 planets total, but the other 3 were either gas giants like Jupiter or a fried, rocky surface in the case of the planet closest to the Sun. None held the slightest indication of occupancy, and even the 2 with moons held no unnatural structure or debris on the orbiting spheres. The planet before them had no moon. "I propose we should work our way from the outside in. Any objections?" he asked, referring to the analytical approach. "Good. So who can tell me about that large chunk of a spaceship?" he asked after a silent acknowledgement from the rest of the crew, referring to a considerable chunk of space debris. "No signs of life, but there's still an active power source aboard," Joe replied as it was his turn at tactical.
"Agreed,"
came Heather's confirmation on life signs.
"Ship's design is of unknown origin, suggesting it's native to the planet. An assumption, to be sure, but not unreasonable. The identifiable weaponry suggests it's of a military nature. and should be confirmed as a non-threat before we attempt to pass it on our way to the surface,"
Annie explained.
"Agreed. Can we locate a place to dock?" James asked. "Negative. Scans suggest the ship is open to space and has no natural internal atmosphere," Joe confirmed as the team continued to scan the derelict.
"Perhaps we could pull up next to that hull breach and EVA across,"
Sam asked as she highlighted a considerable opening in the ship's hull.
"Hannah, you and Abby are the odd man out, as it were. Are you two open to a stroll in space?"
James asked lightly as he and Hannah could both con the ship, but only one was needed. There were several trains of thought on having the captain lead boarding and ground parties. Some liked to lead from the front, sharing the crew danger in the process. It had been James's opinion that the captain needed to remain in a position where he could direct all his resources, and that was hard to do inside an alien ship and away from his people. Remaining as a pilot on Magellan permitted him that ability.
"Thought you would never ask, sir,"
Hannah replied after a nod from Abby. Unassigned on the bridge now, as Joe had tactical, Abby was first to access the storage lockers, with Hannah slipping from the co-pilot seat and joining her in the rear. As the pair changed into their spacesuits, James took the con and carefully guided Magellan until she was within a few meters of the hull breach in the alien craft.
"This thing is significantly larger this close up,"
Alice noted as the side of the alien ship loomed huge in the bridge windows. With James, Alice, and Joe in the cockpit proper and Heather at Life Sciences just outside the two-tiered bridge, Sam left the engineering workstation across from Heather to go assist Abby and Hannah. She had waited until the captain moved the ship into position in case she was needed.
"Weapons check,"
Sam announced before either of the women put their helmets on, inspecting each weapon before handing them back to their owners. Both carried a standard 10mm holstered sidearm that was found to be just as effective in the vacuum of space as on Earth, easily handled in their gloved hands. The pressed powder charge generated its own oxidizer required to burn in the vacuum of space. However, the uncompensated recoil would have a negative impact on the shooter as well. The EVA packs on their backs, slightly larger than a lunchbox, carried a small repulsor motor to navigate in space as well as extra power and atmospheric enhancers. This would automatically correct for the forces of recoil if necessary, but was also why each carried a small carbine. These were a combination weapon, energy barrel under a projectile using the same 10mm pressed powder cartridge. Recoilless, the energy discharge was adjustable from a laser-like cutting beam to a chaotic ball of supercharged energy, the latter referred to by many as an electric shotgun.
"All good,"
Sam confirmed as the two women nodded in reply before retrieving their helmets and leading the way toward the airlock. Joe stepped up from his seat at tactical to seal the bridge side door of the airlock, while Sam did the same for the other side. Inside the airlock, the pair readied themselves. The airlock interior door indicators went from red, the unsealed color, to green, indicating a good seal. Everyone on board watched as the two inside completed their EVA safety check, making sure their suits were all properly operating before the dual thumbs up.
"Ready to go,"
Hannah confirmed verbally over the communicator. With the airlock sealed, Heather evacuated the space and then gave the all-clear.
"At your convenience,"
Heresy replied to the doctor's acknowledgement of readiness. With that, Hannah stepped forward and worked the airlock hatch closest to the alien craft. Unlike the interior hatches, the doors to the outside were round and rolled to one side, out of the way. The design was intended to better accommodate various docking rings used on human and Nihal vessels, but in this case the ship they were destined for had no such visible ports to attach to it.
"Killing the gravity,"
Hannah commented to her companion. The localized artificial gravity inside the ship was generated by Cortished equipment embedded in the decking. Masters of all things gravimetric, their wizardry delivered the repulsor and FTL drives that all human and Nihal ships relied upon. The artificial gravity generators inside the vessels were forever taken for granted by the crews, also acted as the inertial dampeners when in motion. In this case, Hannah could localize the gravity manipulation to just the airlock and disable it, allowing them to float free before exiting the ship. Doing so after the airlock opened minimized the risk of them drifting outside unexpectedly.
"Follow me,"
Abby announced as she led her companion outside and into space, her rifle at the ready in one hand while she controlled the repulsor in the EVA pack with the other. A simple device, the controller looked like an elongated square about 2 inches by 2.5 and a half-inch thick, allowing for easy indexing when held in the palm. Attached to her belt, one not in use, she removed it and placed it in her palm where it snapped in place long ways across the width. Using her thumb, 2 taps activated or deactivated the unit, and running her thumb in any X and Y direction on the pad moved her, with the unit held in place with the palm, pinky, and middle finger. 2 buttons at one end, one for the ring and one for the index fingers, moved you up or down in the Z-axis.
"Entering the ship now,"
Abby announced as she was the first to cross the void, turning on the light at the end of her weapon as she did so.
"Right behind you,"
Hannah announced. Sam had slipped through the tunnel under the airlock and joined the others on the bridge as they watched the video feed from the helmet cams on the various displays. A light mounted to the top of each helmet gave good forward-facing illumination while keeping their hands free. The second one attached to the side of the carbine barrel allowed each to probe dark spaces. Everyone watched as she swung the light from one side of the tunnel to the other, not ignoring the up and down as well.
"That looks like a passageway there. Let's try that,"
Hannah commented to Abby as the pair lit up their darkened path with helmet and weapons lights. "Trace is on," Joe announced, referring to the system that was recording their every movement inside the alien craft. Should they get lost or disoriented, the trace would allow them to backtrack and exit the same way they came in. "Try and locate anything that resembles command and control," Erisi instructed, hoping to gain more information on the history of the vessel from the ship's computers.
"Roger that,"
came the reply from Abby.
"I don't think these guys had artificial gravity. Look at the decking,"
Hannah observed.
"I don't see any,"
Abby replied as they maneuvered down the passage on repulsor.
"Exactly. They floated these passages,"
Hannah answered, referring to the practice of pulling yourself along as you floated in the central opening rather than walking a deck in artificial gravity.
"Hard to carry anything that way,"
Abby commented as she used her EVA to move while pointing her weapon in various directions, its own light augmenting her helmet with a concentrated beam.
"Not if you have 4 arms,"
Hannah commented as she paused to stare into one of the many openings along the passageway. Inside was a lifeless body, slightly distorted but otherwise quite discernible as a formerly living being.
"Did they freeze to death?"
Sam asked Heather.
"It's a common misconception that outer space is cold, but in truth, space itself has no temperature. Even if you were dropped off in deep space, where a thermometer might read minus 455 degrees Fahrenheit, you would not instantly freeze because heat transfer cannot occur as rapidly by radiation alone,"
Annie explained in her stead.
"It's more likely the dramatic loss of normal atmospheric pressure that is the killer here, the trauma internal to the body as they struggled to reach their survival gear,"
Heather replied while pointing to another body with some form of face mask partially in place.
"Yes, upon sudden decompression in a vacuum, the expansion of air in a person's lung is likely to cause lung rupture and death, unless that air is immediately exhaled. Decompression can also lead to a fatal condition where the reduced pressure lowers the boiling temperature of body fluids and initiates the transition of liquid water in the bloodstream and soft tissues into water vapor,"
Annie confirmed.
"Can you give us a quick visual scan of an alien body before moving on?"
Heather asked the pair.
"I was afraid you would ask that,"
Hannah replied with a sigh. Slipping deeper into the cabin with the bodies floating about, she did a quick 360 before focusing on the closest form. Roughly humanoid in shape and clothed, the head was contorted in a way that suggested it had a greater rotation front to rear than humans, possibly 180 degrees. The face had the expected eyes, ears, and nose like humans, but of different size and shape. The first fundamental difference was on the shoulder. where the joint split into a Y, providing 2 arms on each side that suggested a front and rear capability. Its chest was particularly prominent, but in a distorted fashion that appeared unnatural.
Looks like it had some internal ruptures from decompression. See how stretched the material is here from bloating,
Heather observed as Hannah continued her scan. Working her way down the body, the alien had a short waist and long legs that terminated in rounded feet, more like an elephant than a human. The legs looked like the knees bent in either direction.
Okay, that's good for now. Let's see if we can find anything that will tell us what happened here beyond the obvious, Heresy asked.
Happy to oblige,
Abby acknowledged as the pair backed out of the space where they found the bodies and continued deeper into the ship. The pair found several similar spaces, giving everyone the impression these were a crew's quarters area of the ship, and so worked their way up several decks until they began to find places more in line with engineering and operations functions. They also found some of the ship's systems were still operational, the power readings Joe saw earlier feeding these panels.
There, can you give us a look in there?
Heresy asked as they passed an open hatch with a significant amount of equipment inside.
On it,
Abby confirmed as she led Hannah inside a narrow room with panels on both sides.
I'd swear that was designed so they could work both sides at the same time,
Joe commented as they watched the women float into the alley of lights, switches, buttons, and displays.
That looks like a console there, but I don't see a keyboard,
Alice observed. Abby's cam filled the display with a flat display panel lined with indicator lights and unintelligible symbols.
Place the integration bridge on the panel and let's see what happens,
Heresy instructed as they watched Abby stick a small cylindrical device in the upper left corner of the screen. The module was intended to act as a remote connection to Annie, an extension of her abilities to manipulate the controls incorporated in the alien panel.
Anything?
Heresy asked the artificial life form after a moment.
No tangible response. I am detecting some signals nearby,
came the response.
Abby, back off a smidge so we can see more of the display,
Heather asked. With that, the image filled with more of the panel in and around the central flat panel.
There in the lower right, what is that?
Heather asked. Zooming in on the area in question, everyone could easily make out the 3 indents just below the display.
Annie, love, can you show us a replay from earlier, one focused on an alien hand?
Heresy asked. In another monitor, Annie brought up some of Hannah's earlier footage and froze the image as she scanned over one of the appendages.
3 fingers and a thumb. You don't suppose?
Heresy drifted off.
Abby, move the module down and center it over those 3 indents,
Alice asked. Again, everyone watched as Abby did as instructed.
I can feel something there. This might take some time to work out,
Annie announced.
Let's leave that there and move on then, the captain instructed.
Acknowledged,
Hannah replied as she backed out of the space since there wasn't enough room for Abby to pass her by. The women continued their search for a few more spaces until Abby paused in an open hatchway.
Bingo, I think we found the room we were looking for,
she replied as she led Hannah into a space alit with panels and stations. Those aboard the Magellan were treated to a complete visual scan of the space, as it was probably the most unusual structure any had seen. Rather than the traditional cube with console workstations lining the walls, this was like the inside of a ball. Above, below, and all around were bodies strapped in place as if ready to act on the captain's command. Central to it all and in the middle of the ball was a single chair, the captain still strapped in his seat.
Went down fighting, I see,
Heresy commented with admiration.
Try the command chair first and see if there are the same 3 indents on his console,
Sam suggested.
Roger that,
Abby confirmed as she maneuvered her EVA repulsor into the open space without touching any of the bodies surrounding her.
Confirmed. Same 3 dimples, placing the integration bridge on the command panel,
Abby replied.
You might as well spread them around, as I have no idea what defines any of the other stations for function,
Heresy added. The crew on the bridge of Magellan watched in silence as the pair performed their duties aboard the alien ship, the dead all around them. Once they were finished, Heresy recalled them both as Annie did her best to decipher the alien systems now at her disposal. The trip back out of the derelict was uneventful as the pair had done a thorough, unhurried examination of the vessel on their way in, though that didn't stop them from retracing their steps in several places. More than once, Abby added an integration bridge to a functioning panel they passed on the way in as they gained a better understanding of how things potentially operated in the unfamiliar ship.
Boy, am I happy to be out of there,
Abby declared with a shiver once the airlock sealed and the two were safe aboard Magellan once more.
Macabre?
The captain asked as he watched the pair remove and inspect their suits before returning them to their lockers for future use.
And a word,
Hannah confirmed.
Venturing into the land of the dead is disturbing enough to touch your very soul,
Captain Heresy said sympathetically. With that, James had Hannah move the Magellan to a safe and stable orbit before the entire crew participated in a debrief of the experience, looking to capture everyone's observations. Texas Alice Facility. Hebak was not entirely sure this was what the Nihal High Command was expecting when they pressured him to become more involved with his human hosts. A trip to the edges of Nihal space was hardly something that could produce valuable intelligence on the humans, and it required him to leave the Earth entirely. In addition, he did not care for the human they called Ivan. Outwardly, he was friendly and easygoing, but there was something in his eyes that told Hebak he was not to be trifled with. He had seen that look in others, and it transcended species as a killer of others. General Kalab had those same eyes. A panicked message home was his only hope as he pleaded his case not to participate, but in the meantime he was forced to appear excited at the opportunity. His one consolation was the ship required for such a trip was not yet ready, or so he had been told. Chapter 9. Magellan, in Uncharted Space.
Captain, do you have a moment to spare?
Annie asked of Captain Heresy as the two were the only crew aboard Magellan. Both Joe and Abby had taken the hovercycles to investigate the ruins of a city while Alice piloted the Wasp with Heather, Hannah, and Sam in the attached module doing a low-level survey of a different area with a high probability of survivors. While the others were working close to the ground, Heresy took Magellan back onto a low orbit so he could continue his own mapping activities while positioning himself to come to the aid of either party, should it be required.
For you, always,
Heresy replied lightly.
I have been doing my best to decipher the data we extracted from the ship in orbit, and while most of it is still unreadable, I have come upon a particular bit that I believe you will want to know.
Annie began.
No Rosetta Stone to be found?
Heresy asked.
Not yet, but the one genuine commonality is star maps. I have found their navigational star charts and records, and if I am not mistaken, we might be wrong about what happened here.
In what regard?
The captain asked.
You expressed a concern that the events on Earth drove the invaders here instead, after we repelled them. It appears it might have been just the opposite. According to their records, if they are documented in sequence, they were aware of Earth and its inhabitants, perhaps for some time.
Annie explained.
You mean to say that after annihilating the inhabitants here, they then came to Earth and not the other way round? Heresy asked.
Yes, that would be my current opinion. I speculate we were categorized as a backward world, likely surveyed after the Nihal attack had damaged Earth so badly. What we see here probably occurred in that period of time, just before or right after Jake's awakening. It is suspected they never updated their information about the changes there, as we were not that interesting.
No Nihal references?
Heresy asked after a moment's consideration.
No. It appears Earth was at the edge of their frontier as well, a virtual no-man's land for both races.
Annie observed. Based on the information they acquired here, those others came to Earth expecting cow herders and literally got their asses handed to them. Quite a rude awakening, I'm sure, Heresy commented sarcastically.
There is more,
Annie added. Continue, the captain replied.
I am having a hard time determining what resources were so valuable that the invaders would trash a world and all the life on it.
Come again? Heresy asked, taken by surprise at the statement.
If there had been a massive extraction of minerals or rare metals, we should see signs of the damage done to do so. We do not. The cities are whole, and other than the lack of plant life, the planet's surface itself is unscarred.
Annie explained. Why destroy the vegetation if you aren't after what's beneath it? Heresy commented more than asked.
That is part of the confusion. There is no destruction, just removal.
Annie clarified. Removal to where? James asked in confusion.
Unknown. We shall continue to analyze,
came Annie's reply. Manila, Philippines. Carl wasn't sure he was doing things the way their Chinese hosts expected them to be done, but then again, he wasn't sure he cared much about that. "We are friends," he announced in the mouthpiece of the headset, the words translated into the local Tagalog dialect of the part of the Philippines he was standing in. The Germans had been broken up into smaller units, each paired with a larger contingent of Chinese troops. The end goal for each of the pairings was to contact various towns and villages, all in hopes of gaining their trust and opening relations with the people there. This team was working in an area near Manila, the old capital of the Philippines, long ago. Like many places on Earth, the remaining population had made the best of the situation and adapted for survival. The small fishing fleet that operated out of the bay had been what had drawn the Chinese to the area looking for opportunities. The men gathered on the beach seemed more curious than concerned as the three Germans approached the gathering, having seen the small transport craft land and the men exit. Behind Carl and his companions, there was a larger group of Chinese troops that kept their distance. "We are friends," Carl repeated as several more men appeared on the beach, these newcomers all carrying weapons. The rifles they held were a mixture of old and very old, but Carl knew they were just as deadly as the holstered pistol at his side.
"That's close enough,"
one of the armed men shouted as he stepped forward between the fishermen, all holding their ground. Either unafraid or merely putting on a brave front, the fishermen stood in place and watched the exchange as if the nets and equipment they held were weapons. "What do you want?" a second man asked as he joined the first, both holding their rifles at the ready but not pointed at the three newcomers.
"We are here to introduce ourselves and offer assistance,"
he replied as he motioned to the troops behind them.
"They are Chinese. We know them and do not trust them. Who are you?"
came the response as he motioned to the gathering behind the Germans. Carl went into a lengthy explanation of how he and his companions ended up in China, helping the Chinese spread the word of assistance to those in need. He explained about the alien attacks and how they were now part of a recovery effort happening all over the planet. As he spoke, Carl began to listen to his own words as they framed the reasoning for an open dialogue around the world.
"We will talk to you, but they need to stay there,"
the man finally replied as he sat in the sand and motioned for Carl and his companions to do the same.
"You know, I think the English did this to us on purpose,"
Carl whispered in German to his closest companion. Magellan, in uncharted space. With Magellan hovering in a low-altitude, stationary position in the atmosphere, Joe and Abby exited the cargo bay via the rear ramp and rocketed to their primary objective. Once clear of the ship, Joe noted the captain only paused a moment before returning their only means home back into a safe orbit high above the planet's surface and out of harm's way. Following Abby and checking his hovercycle dash display, he verified the distance to their objective and fell in slightly behind his companion. The pair had been flying hovercycles together for so many years they hardly needed to speak as they crossed over the barren landscape, each aware of their duties. Approaching one of the many alien cities located across the globe, this one had no notoriety other than it was just the closest. The two did a high-level survey of the structures below before they closed in.
"Let's put down here,"
Abby said to Joe as the two did a once-around on their hovercycles. Joe suspected it to be the city square, scanning the area from above before determining it safe enough to try and land. Both were fully suited up and combat-ready, as much for survivability as for security. The scans from Magellan noted faint life readings in what they assumed were the ruins of one of the aliens' cities. However, on closer inspection, the team found very little damage from their aerial observations. The possibility of survivors suggested a closer look was justified, but no one expected a friendly welcome. The atmospheric makeup was similar enough to Earth normal to make it almost livable. Almost. The 0.9 gravity gave them a little spring in their step, but the O2 levels were a little too low for comfort at 16%. The low O2 likely was the reason for the bloated bodies in space, as the breathing organs of these aliens were twice the size of humans, now even more prominent as they were expanded under catastrophic depressurization. It was the other trace gases that made the pair even more uninterested in going it without their helmets. Analysis told the team that the atmosphere held small amounts of irritants, not lethal, just uncomfortable. Annie had warned that the air would leave them gasping and with a general burning sensation inside, not at all suitable for human occupation.
"All clear,"
Joe commented from his scan after setting down.
"If anyone is here hiding, they are doing a great job of it. I keep getting these ghost life sign readings, but nothing solid,"
Abby replied as she used a handheld scanner in one hand and the other resting on the butt of a holstered sidearm. Joe had his combination rifle at the ready, the select fire switch set for projectile rather than the energy barrel. The open area they chose to land in was a primarily smooth stone base with the occasional break between the slabs where the soil below was exposed.
"Are those blaster burns?"
Joe asked his partner as they closed in on a nearby structure.
"Yeah, looks like there was a firefight here,"
Abby confirmed as she switched her gaze from the device in her hand to the scorch marks on the structure wall.
"Weird, no bodies anywhere and not a lot of damage either. If I were fighting for my life, I would have put up a bigger fuss,"
Joe commented as he continued to visually scan the area for threats.
"I got something,"
Abby suddenly announced as she turned in place and began moving toward a different structure than the one they had been approaching. Moving swiftly but cautiously, Joe scanned the structure for threats with the rifle at the ready, while Abby alternated between watching the scanner in her hand and glancing about. The scanner was a stronger, more intense version of the one incorporated into the combat suits, allowing her to penetrate deeper into structures and underground. She could sync the display, but found the optical overlay inside her helmet visor distracting.
"This way?"
Abby instructed as she led Joe onto a ramp that descended underneath the building before them. Rather than a straight descent, the ramp spiraled in a corkscrew that flattened out at every level. On each flat they found a door, sealed from the inside and inaccessible to the pair. After the first complete spiral, both had to turn their helmet lights on, and Joe activated the one at the end of his rifle as well.
"Through here?"
Abby said as she waved Joe ahead of her at the bottom of the ramp. There they found the portal open and darkness beyond its doorframe. From the looks of things, the door had been blown from the outside, and Joe cautiously peered into the opening before stepping into the room beyond. A quick scan of the space told the tale of its purpose. All around were blankets and pads, likely sleeping accommodations, and piled in one corner were boxes and containers of various types.
"Food and drink,"
Abby stated after doing a close-in scan of the objects while Joe searched the other side of the room.
"I think they slipped out here,"
he replied as he pointed to an opening in the wall large enough for either of them to crawl into. Waving the scanner in front of the barrier, she nodded in agreement. Turning in place, Joe did a visible count of sleeping mats and then the supplies in the corner.
"Looks to be maybe 7 or 8 here. That might last them a while, but they're going to get hungry eventually. No weapons here either,"
he said as he waved Abby back to the opening they entered through.
I can't blame them for running away. Maybe once Annie learns their language, we can try again. Until then, we are never going to find them in this maze,"
Abby commented as she passed Joe and headed back out onto the ramp. With that, the pair carefully worked their way back to the hovercycles, Joe transmitting the recovery call to Magellan for pickup. Cola patrolling human space lanes.
"Mr. Thomas, so kind of you to make our gathering,"
Tim heard loudly from across the room as he tried to enter unnoticed.
"Very sorry, sir. No excuse, sir,"
he replied as he quickly found an empty seat and gathered his materials from the satchel he used as a book bag. Most academic learnings took place with the sleep learning the Alice systems had provided Jake on the first day of his awakening, but the method still had its limits. Practical instructor-led classes still had their place in the education system. Many of the medical, engineering, and military curriculums could only be completed with practical exams intended to demonstrate a hands-on ability. He knew he was not actually late, having entered at the appointed time. His mistake was in being the last to arrive, thus becoming the reason the instructor waited until he was set to begin the lecture. Had any other student entered behind him, they would have received the same treatment he was getting. Tim was aware that his instructors were all expected to treat him no differently than any other student, a point driven home to each and every one of them by his father personally. Adding the fact that all such sessions were monitored by the ever-present Alice systems, he knew better than object to the treatment. As the son of the great General Thomas, he was not just a 15-year-old midshipman, the youngest in the fleet. He was the future of human-Alice relationships. One of several genetic offspring, there was an envisioned day when Jake would be no more, and Tim or one of his brothers and sisters would assume a leadership role in the community. Unfair, to be sure, to put so much pressure on the young man, but Jake had always been upfront that life wasn't ever fair.
"Astronavigation is not the most popular topic, and I expect that a significant number of you will not pass this course," the instructor began.
"Like that is even an option for me,"
Tim mumbled to himself as he organized his materials on his desk. Magellan, in uncharted space.
"Well, after all our research, I now believe I understand what the invaders were after,"
Annie confirmed to the gathered crew in the common area of the Magellan. The news was a bit of a surprise to the rest of the crew as the topic had been hotly debated since their return to the ship. As a group, they had been sifting through all the data gathered on the surface, adding it to what they already knew from the earlier work and what they found in space. On top of that, Annie had been devoting a significant amount of her resources to deciphering and translating as much of the alien technology and systems as she could alone.
"Don't keep us waiting,"
James replied as he noted the faces around him questioning the announcement.
"Life. They came here to collect the life that thrived here,"
Annie explained.
"You jest?"
Aracy replied in disbelief.
"One constant observation has been the lack of dead found in the cities or vast destruction of the plant and wildlife. It's not killed off. It's just gone. Wholesale removal,"
Heather confirmed.
"Remember on Earth we caught them collecting specimens of people, animals, and plant life from around the globe? At first we thought they were evaluating our world for compatibility with their physiology, but now I think it was the other way around. They wanted to see if our life met their needs."
"To what end?"
Aracy asked, clearly confounded and disturbed at the notion.
"We will know the answer to that if we can find where they took them to. I can envision everything from a food supply to an energy source. I am leaning toward the latter, if for no other reason than their theft of the power supply from the saucer intercepted in transit. As with the humans left behind on Earth, such a small sampling appeared valueless in comparison to the ship's main source of power,"
Annie explained.
"And if we were food, they would have taken us as snacks at least?"
Joe inferred sarcastically.
"Morbidly comforting,"
Aracy replied.
"As we are unable to transmit this home with any urgency, I fear we must cut our mission short. and return home with this information,"
Annie announced.
Agreed, James confirmed.
Alaska Alice Facility. Not long after Magellan departed, Jake had settled in Alaska, intent on attending the birth of his latest offspring. To date, he had not missed a single birth, and as a father, he had done his best to participate in all his children's lives. Jessie was delighted to have him there and, as expected, made her pitch to get him relocated permanently. He had to remind her he had no fixed home and tried his best to share his time evenly. As he did with all the facilities he traveled to, he secured an out-of-the-way office where he could continue his work without disrupting the everyday activities of those around him. Only in Nevada did he maintain an office right off the command center, more out of a tradition than necessity. At present, he was reading reports from all over the planet, a practice he had adopted long ago to try and maintain a sense of what was happening in the world he influenced. After so many years, he had developed a feeling for what he was reading, what was being portrayed, and what was being excluded from the author of the document. More than once he had nipped a corrupt official in the bud before any real damage could be done by the power-grabbing bureaucrat. Today, however, was not one of those days, as everything he read seemed to ring true in his opinion, both the good and the bad.
"Jake, the Nihaw just appeared off Alpha, with the missing saucer in tow,"
Seven announced as, unasked, she shifted the image in his display from the document he was reading to a video stream of two alien ships with the human saucer between them. He assumed the unfamiliar vessels were some version of an alien tugboat-type spaceship used to move larger ships around without power of their own. He imagined that the Wawabash had similar ships in their shipyard, but the Earth had never encountered the need for such to this point. While he watched, he noted the Nihaw nudged the saucer ever closer to the saucer that was its twin at the lowest level of the station. Once in position, a flurry of tiny objects burst forth from Alpha and began floating across the void. No sooner had the first wave landed on the saucer hull than a second group with larger objects in tow began to make their way to join the first.
"Self-powered repulsors?" Jake said aloud as he watched.
"Yes, once mounted to the hull, we will be able to take complete control of the ship, and the Nihaw tugs can release their grip,"
Seven replied.
Within a matter of minutes, the tiny dots had secured several of the self-powered units at various points on the saucer hull, and the twin Nihaw vessels slowly floated away until they were able to safely engage their FTL and disappeared from sight.
"Hector has it secured in place as we speak. Once it is stable, we will send a team over to assess the damage,"
Seven explained as the saucer seemed to float ever closer to the bottom saucer of the station.
"Have them report as soon as they know if we have been compromised,"
Jake replied as he watched the tiny dots stream back into the space station and a docking ring extend until the two were attached side by side. Chapter 10. Space Station Beta.
"April, you are going to want to hear this,"
Beta announced as April was just about to call it a day.
"Space Station Beta, this is the exploration ship Magellan requesting permission to dock,"
came over the audio before April could ask what.
"Magellan, you are a go on Central Saucer 3, Port J2. Space Traffic Control will transmit your course. Happy to see you home safe and sound,"
she heard her traffic control officer reply. The description explained that they were to dock on the third saucer of the 4 extended saucers on the mid-level of the space station, number 5, centered on the station axis. There was an upper and lower saucer on the axis of the station above and below 5, but these only handled exceptional use cases and predominantly only smaller ships with personnel and not the largest cargo-carrying vessels. Typically, Magellan might have been directed to one of these, but as the only traffic currently at the station, they got assigned to the one closest to their position. Each saucer was subdivided alphabetically into sectors as you traveled the saucer perimeter, and the most prominent external hub had 2 levels. This subtle aspect of the station design meant port J1 bay could be loaded with cargo while J2 was occupied. Only the large central hub of each saucer had docking ports at its perimeter. As the hubs got smaller on each saucer, the number of levels could vary, so they decided to make odd numbers go up the saucer and even numbers go down from the largest central hub. J3, J5, J7, and so on were above the large hub on each saucer, while J4, J6, J8, and onward meant you were headed down. Once J2 was vacated, the next ship could dock at J1 and immediately begin taking on the pre-staged cargo without delay. While not of great benefit to Beta, Alpha and Gamma already appreciated the capability. Quickly emerging from the small office she maintained just off the control center, April hurried over to the command console and slipped into the seat. Hailing the Magellan's captain, she supposed he was expecting the call as he answered immediately.
Is everyone okay?
April asked without bothering with formalities.
All are as they were upon our departure, fingers and toes intact, Heresy replied with a smile.
We never expected you back so soon,
she explained.
Not our intent, dear girl. Let us just say some time-sensitive information was dropped on our doorstep, and we had to return with great haste, he said cryptically.
I'm not sure what clock you are on, but once you are docked, I will have your people escorted to the main conference room for a debrief if that is acceptable,
April offered. While it was encouraged that all ships and stations operate on the same 24-hour clock as the naval tradition of Greenwich Mean Time and UTC, or Coordinated Universal Time, not all stations and ships strictly adhered to the practice. Gamma, for example, tended to reflect the Wawabash clock to be better coordinated with their activities.
I look forward to it, Heresy replied before the screen blanked.
Beta, any idea what's going on?
April asked her companion AL.
My sisters are taking the data dump as we speak. I don't want to steal the captain's thunder, so let's just say things just got real,
Beta replied. Various Alice facilities. The report from Hector and the analysis team sent in to evaluate the saucer was better than expected, but not without areas of concern. Jake had called a small meeting to review the findings and discuss the next steps.
Overall, things seemed to line up with the reports we have from the crew of the phasers ripping out the ship's power core and leaving the rest as scrap,
Hector explained to the gathering. On Earth, Jake had Linda, Sarah, Patty, and Jacob either in the room or remoted in. Besides that, Hector and all the Alices were there with Hector's team in the room with him.
Much of what made an Alice was fried in the effort to remove the passive nuclear reduction converter, the unregulated power surge turning much of the human-manufactured systems into unrecognizable slag,
Alpha explained.
That's good, right? It means the Nihal couldn't have identified the components,
Sarah asked optimistically.
Yes, but it was also quite clear that the Nihal had been poking and prodding around the entire vessel, looking for anything that might give them insight into human technology. It is more likely they were searching for stasis shield tech, but we can't dismiss the idea that they were accumulating data on everything they found, Hector responded.
There was nothing for them to find regarding the stasis shields, thank goodness, but the unanswered question regarding how the phasers were able to snatch this ship out of FTL is still a mystery, Jake observed.
I have a theory about that,
Jacob replied.
Don't keep us waiting,
Patty quipped at her brother with a smile.
I reread the crew reports about the events leading up to and during the incident. They reported fluctuations in the FTL drives and then the boarding of the ship itself.
He started.
And?
Sarah asked, as everyone involved had done the same.
When the phasers boarded the saucer, they split into two groups. One of the groups headed to the ship's power unit. No one knows where the other group went. They just reappeared before the others could get the power supply out, and then every one of them exited the ship together,
Jacob finished.
Where did they go?
Linda asked aloud.
We don't know for sure, as most of the ship's security logs were damaged, but they appear in a couple of surviving snippets that show them traveling the perimeter of Level 1, exiting the ship at maintenance hatch L1-3.
As Jacob was speaking, a holographic image appeared over the conference table. The image was that of the saucer, and a red line traced a path from the boarding point to the maintenance hatch on the upper surface of the saucer.
Why exit the ship there?
Patty asked no one in particular.
That's where I think the tracer was placed,
Jacob answered. What? Jake responded.
I think a phaser ship was hanging just outside of Wawabash and tagged this saucer as it was transitioning to FTL. That's how they were able to track it and eventually disable it,
Jacob pronounced proudly. Answers a lot of questions, Jake said slowly.
My sisters and I concur that the actions of the alien boarding party support the conjecture. The area in question was examined, and marking there suggests something was attached to the ship's hull in this location,
Lanai added as a small red circle appeared in the hologram.
Also explains what we thought was a hull breach, forcing the crew to retreat to the emergency life support areas on Level 1. The phasers opened the ship to space without regard for the crew on board,
Linda said.
Thank God it was before they ripped out the power source, or it would have been much worse. As it was, the automated lockouts for that part of the ship were all triggered by the breach, but no one knew why after they lost power,
Sarah commented. Did not stop the boarding party, Jake observed.
They phased right through the airtight doors,
Jacob replied.
Why did they do it?
Sarah asked.
Our only clue is the saucer was only lightly armed and crewed, making it easy pickings. The fact that they only took the ship's power supply, quite large by ship's standards, suggests they are in need of artificial power,
Alice answered. So the consensus is the damage done by the phasers was sufficient to hide the Alice build, but we can count on the fact that the Nihaw have more information now than they did before, Jake surmised.
Unfortunately, yes. Also, since we think we know how the phasers got the saucer in the first place, we need to work on some ways of preventing that from ever happening again,
Jacob confirmed. Agreed. I guess we are done for now then, Jake said with a sigh as he started to rise from his seat.
Jake, I am afraid this meeting has just begun. April is on the line from Beta, and the Magellan just returned with news,
Lanai announced. Alexandria, Egypt. Captain Lao Chen was not particularly excited about his new assignment, though it was an opportunity for advancement should things go well. He and his men had been transported halfway around the world to a place he was told was called North Africa. Arguably older than China, he knew that once upon a time, great battles had been fought over these desert sands. All he saw now was desolation as the desert sands worked to reclaim the land once more. He had been placed in charge of 2 companies, one mechanized unit consisting of trucks and armored transport and one infantry unit.
Captain, I am sending you to work with the English in North Africa,
Colonel Bow had explained.
Yes, sir,
Lao replied as he heard his commander explain his orders.
Your mission is to support the English in their efforts to recover precious artifacts that may be lost or destroyed if not saved. They are looking for artwork and other delicate items of historical significance. This mission is not for us. It is for future generations,
Bow had explained.
Art, sir?
Egypt and the surrounding areas were ancient civilizations. Much of human existence started in the region. Like here in China, where we have already secured many of the museums and cultural centers, we need to provide the same protections to this part of the world. Earth is a place of many peoples and cultures, and we are the new custodians,
Colonel Bow had explained.
As you command,
Lao had replied, accepting the orders without questioning the sanity of his commander. Like many of his peers, Captain Lao had not spent an inordinate amount of time thinking about the world beyond China and his own responsibilities. Yes, the Americans had reached out to them to bring them into their effort to restore the Earth to prosperity, and yes, they had traveled to alien worlds to fight in the great galactic battles to subdue the Nihaw menace. To Lao, that was all in aid of returning China to its rightful place on Earth. How recovering art in the desert helped that cause, he was having some trouble reconciling. Because of that, he reverted to the soldiers' go-to solution when conflicted. He was doing it because he was ordered to. The 2 American transport craft had picked everyone up in Hong Kong with little effort and plenty of room to spare. Once airborne, they traveled the 8,000-plus kilometers in a little over 3 hours before putting down in a large open area that he had been told was once the Alexandria airport. On their approach to the landing zone, he had been able to survey the surrounding area from the observation lounge on the ship. Crystal blue seas contrasted with the sandy brown of the abandoned city. He was surprised to see so much green as he let his gaze travel inward and up the Nile Valley. By the time they halted forward progress and hovered in the final descent, his portal was filled with the barren landscape of the airfield covered in sand, buildings out beyond the airfield perimeter. Intended as the center of their operations, the location in Alexandria allowed them to go south, deeper into Egypt, and east into what was once Israel, Jordan, and beyond. To the west were Libya and Algeria, additional targets for the searchers. Captain Lau's orders were to provide ground transportation for the people searching the cities, secure the airport where the transport ships were to remain, and ensure everyone got home safely. He was also to protect the civilian searches as they traveled to their various destinations and to try and avoid killing off the local population as part of that duty. It was that last part that had Lau most conflicted. If he couldn't kill anyone trying to kill them, how was he supposed to deal with the threat? He knew nothing about these people, how they had lived and why they might want to attack him and his charges as they worked to protect their treasures.
Imagine how you might react should someone suddenly appear and begin what you perceive to be looting Chinese national treasures,
the colonel asked.
I would stop it,
the captain replied swiftly.
Indeed, that would not make you a villain, just someone defending what you believe to be yours. Think of these people in those terms,
Bo finished. The bump he felt as the transport settled to the ground had Lau refocus on the issues at hand. Before leaving for North Africa, a plan had been outlined for Lau and his men. While the transports would act as their home away from home, there were several duties to be completed securing the area and organizing their resources. There would be tents, art processing centers, and modular command posts to set up before they could begin their collection activities. Exiting the observation lounge, followed by several of his junior officers, he tried not to hurry as he made his way to the main hold. By the time he exited the main ramp at the bow, his men had established a secure perimeter and his NCOs had everything well in hand.
This we know how to do well,
he thought to himself. Various facilities.
The entire planet?
Nigel asked as the analysis of the Magellan data was presented to the leadership community. After the initial debrief, Jake had asked the Magellan crew to stay put in Beta while they gathered the rest of the leadership team together for a more in-depth conversation. Present were all the facility and space station commanders, Brian and Isabella, and several senior analysts that had been data crunching over the last 24 hours. It had been decided that, for the moment, the Earth would not be sharing the data with other species until the full impact could be assessed. Panic on Earth could spill out among all the worlds and races of the Alliance, and that wasn't something anyone wanted to see. For this meeting, all the major players in the Earth Leadership Council plus the entire Alice community were invited, but no more.
We believe the phasers that attacked us hit this planet first and did their level best to strip all forms of life from its surface. That's the where, what, and who. The how and why are still to be determined, Captain Aracy explained. It had been decided that the Magellan crew was the best choice to present their findings, with the detailed analysis delivered by those crunching the data since their return. Magellan herself was still tethered to Beta, her crew anxious to return to their mission once the all-clear was sounded.
Do we know anything about this race, how they lived, what they might have possessed that attracted the phasers?
Bonnie asked.
Not much. We do know they knew about us, which is how the phasers found us.
Alice answered for the group. Debris in orbit suggests a significant effort to drive off the invaders, one that proved useless in the end, James offered. Their technology is still being analyzed. We have identified some systems, but we really need a much greater effort if we hope to gain any real insight into the capabilities of many of the things we have found.
We need to send a large scientific team back to the planet,
April expressed to the larger body of participants, her analyst roots on display. Jake had to laugh as he thought, you can take the girl out of analytics, but you can't take the analyst out of the girl. April had run the top analysis group for years before getting her command position on Beta. He was sure she was struggling to forego the opportunity of a lifetime with an entire planet to dissect.
What if the phasers come back? We can't go unprepared, and that will require Niho assistance,
Colonel Bow offered calmly. Leave that one to me, Jake said confidently. Alaska Alice Facility.
How do you propose we get the Niha to cooperate without telling General Kolob what's going on?
Sarah asked as the small virtual group sat around the table in Jake's office. Still in Alaska, Jake had convened a smaller gathering using the Alice's ability to holograph just about anything. After the return of the Magellan, it was decided to withhold the findings from the Niha for as long as possible. Once it was known that the Earth had exploration ships out into the great unknown, it would only be a matter of time before the Niha would follow suit. Jake had no idea how many exploration craft they had in inventory, but he was positive it was a significantly larger number than Earth's effort. The argument that the more out there searching the merrier didn't hold water when it was pointed out the Niha would never share any discoveries that might benefit Earth over the Empire. The fact that it had taken them an additional week to produce the missing saucer after the crew had been returned was amplified by those limited few in the know. Both crew and saucer had been in Niha hands for months. Until the Earth uncovered the secret of the Niha phase inhibitor or invented one of their own, they were tied at the hip to their alien partners. I'm thinking about sending Kola to the system there and use it as a base of operations to protect our people, Jake said as he considered their next steps.
We need to understand what happened there and learn what the phasers did. Once we unravel what they were after and how they were able to strip the planet like that, we might find a way to keep them at bay, if not drive them off entirely,
Patty commented to the group from London.
Jake, you know Tim and Kathy are on Kola. You are putting them right in harm's way,
Linda commented sharply, she and Sarah still in Nevada. Jake knew Linda meant well, but he couldn't let things like that cloud his decisions. His love for all the people around him was a constant nag at his choices. Everyone of importance to him held a position of danger in some capacity. In the end, all he could do is a nod in Linda's direction, acknowledging the statement. And once the Niha gets wind of where they are headed, the cat will be out of the bag as far as our clandestine exploration goes, Nigel observed, he in London with Patty. That's why it has to be Kola. We can easily get 5 or 6 Niha destroyers in her hangars with all our other ships, so they have protection. By the time we let them out, they will be so far away from the nearest Niha connection point, they won't be able to report anything back home until we are ready for them to leave, Jake said proudly.
They won't like that at all. I can easily see them wanting to cut and run at the first opportunity,
Patty countered. Yes, but they will be exposed once they leave the protection of Kola's shadow and her half of the phase disruption system. None will venture far beyond her influence, particularly after we provide the story of how the phasers grabbed the saucer out of FTL. We might leave some of the details out about how it happened. Besides, they won't have a return course to follow, Jake explained.
That could work. If nothing else, the devastation left by the phasers will confirm the need for the Alliance,
Sarah observed. In the meantime, Magellan will be back on mission, and we can make up some story of how we found the planet as part of our phaser research project. Jake expanded. Chapter 11. Space Station Beta.
Sir, is it true?
Sam asked Captain Erisy as she caught him in the passageway aboard Space Station Beta.
If you are referring to our orders, then yes. We are to depart within the next few hours. I was just seeing to the last of the reprovisioning. No need to leave without a full hold, as it were," James replied with a smile. "You should find Lieutenant Jenkins aboard already supervising the loading, so I might suggest you gather the rest of our company post-haste. I do hope to avoid any fanfare the locals might have in the works regarding our departure," he added with a laugh.
"Aye, sir,"
Sam replied before spinning on her heels and dashing down the passageway like a little girl. James had to admit the enthusiasm this crew had for their mission was impressive. Docked as they were to the station core, not one of his crew had accepted the offered quarters aboard Beta, though they were far more spacious and accommodating. All continued to return to Magellan at the end of their workday to spend their off hours on board, barring the occasional trip to the recreation lounge bar and the space station store. He was not so happy about his orders to delay departure until a few upgrades could be provided by the station maintenance crew and Beta. The orders had come straight from the top and were considered classified for a very apparent reason. Regardless, James was displeased that he had to withhold from his own crew no matter what the reason. He also expected a measurable amount of contraband now secreted aboard, and with this crew, rum was the least of his worries. Alaska Alice Facility. "General Kolob, so glad you could take my call," Jake began as the image of the Nihal leader appeared on his display screen. He was actually expecting to be shuffled off to some admirative minion, so the fact that the general took his call personally told Jake he wanted something. "In this new age of interspecies cooperation, it is important that we maintain open lines of direct communications at the top. Don't you agree?" Kolob replied as if he was reading it off a script. Jake had long suspected the Nihal had a human intelligence team, one specifically instructed to learn all the subtle aspects of human interactions so the Nihal could better try and manipulate situations. He was positive Hebak was feeding them information, but was not worried as the alien had so many misconceptions about human behavior that he was his own misinformation program. In this case, someone was hitting the right buttons. "I agree. It is best that you and I are able to speak directly, unfiltered by the opinions of others," Jake replied. "How may I assist?" Kolob responded, not sticking to the script, Jake was sure. "I can assume you agree that the phaser threat is not gone. We are only in a lull until they attempt another invasion, and next time in greater numbers," Jake began. When General Kolob made no attempt to contradict the statement, he continued. "Therefore, I believe it is in both our best interests that we seek out the source of the phaser ships and strike in a manner that cripples their ability to make war on us," Jake offered. "The Nihal are not in a position to engage in a broad effort that could incite another war. We lost a great number of ships in the last engagement and are not yet nearly recovered from those losses," Kolob replied in earnest. For the first time, Jake sensed a true statement from the man, one that he needn't have rehearsed as it was a fact. It also was the answer Jake was expecting to hear, giving him his opening. "Yes, I understand your current situation, which is why I have a proposition for you. We require 4 to 6 of your destroyer-sized vessels, all outfitted with phase inhibitors unless, of course, you have lifted the restriction and are willing to provide us our own." "And in exchange for the loan of our ships and crews," Kolob replied, completely ignoring the request for phase inhibitors. "I won't insult you by pointing out how this effort benefits you as much as it does us, but I will offer to lift the restrictions on your ship purchases from the Wawabash. If you can provide us 6 destroyer-class ships with phase inhibitors installed and operational, you can purchase any of the current inventory or design offerings from the shipyard." 6 ships and crews," Kolob repeated, indicating the humans were not getting free access to the Nihal vessels with phase inhibitors. "Yes, all under our protection. We simply need the phase inhibitors. We won't ask them to fight," Jake responded. He noted a slight twitch at the comment as Kolob may have taken offense. However, Jake did not expect a negative retort. The Nihaw was getting something he had been pressing hard for in completely opening the shipyards once more to the Nihaw military, and he doubted the general would put pride over getting what he wanted. On the other hand, if Jake made this too easy, the man might suspect there was something afoot.
I will notify you as soon as the ships are available. Where should they rendezvous with your ships?
Kolob finally asked. Have them report to our space station Alpha. We will collect them there, Jake instructed. Space Station Alpha was well known to all who interacted with the humans, so no additional instructions were necessary. Once they report in for duty, the Wabash will be notified of the policy change, Jake confirmed.
Agreed,
came Kolob's reply before the screen went dark. Nice doing business with you, too, Jake added to the blank screen. Taking a deep sigh, Jake began typing out a set of instructions for Captain Isabella Connor and Kola. He wanted those Nihaw destroyers paired up with the space carrier as quickly as possible so the Union could proceed with all haste to the phaser-ravaged planet. The sooner they learned about exactly what happened there, the sooner they might learn how to defeat an enemy that never stayed in one place. He had just finished sending off the message when he received an urgent voice message.
"Jake, it's time,"
came the communication from Jesse as visions of delivery rooms flashed into his brain. Texas Alice Facility. It had been a week since Jake's latest son had come into the world with mother and child doing wonderfully under Seven's watchful eye and the medical staff's care. Nathan was every bit his father's son, and big brother Ryan's mini-me. It took all of Jake's fortitude to leave his family in Alaska and head south as events in Texas demanded his personal attention. The latest exploration ship delivered from the Wabash for Ivan's mission was nothing like the Magellan in size or shape. More traditional when compared to ships designed and delivered to the Nihaw in the past, it was approximately 150 feet long, over one-third longer than the Magellan, and for a good reason. Based on a cargo ship design, the overall shape looked like a giant T from above, with the repulsor and FTL drives extending from both sides of the hull at the rear of the main deck, forming the T crossbar. In the bow, both the sides and the top and bottom began to taper at the last third into a squared-off, blunt nose about half the original width. The three-deck layout of the vessel lent itself well to the new mission, as the open spaces initially used for cargo were easily reconfigured for other uses. The lower deck was the main cargo hold running most of the length of the hull from the stern to just short of the bow taper as the hull narrowed upward from underneath. In here you could place a small ship or ground vehicle inside with additional supplies for the crew in the ample open space. A stern door opened into a ramp at the rear of the craft to give access to the hold on the ground or in space with the airtight compartments sealed at mid-bay. The main deck contained a smaller secondary hold in the bow that had been converted into Nihaw standard living quarters for this mission. The space was large enough to provide everything the Nihaw occupant required while maintaining a compatible environment separate from the humans. At its rear, a small airlock provided the Nihaw access to the rest of the ship from the sealed quarters. Right behind the Nihaw quarters were 6 human cabins, 3 per side of a central aisle that ran down the middle of the ship on this deck. Each of these cabins was large enough for either 2 bunks or 1 stateroom with minimal additional furniture like desks or small tables. Aft of the cabins and positioned on one side of the ship was a medical bay/utility area that acted as a multi-use cleanroom. Should the need arise, it was completely capable of functioning as a fully equipped science lab. Opposite the lab was a shared head or restroom, as the non-military personnel referred to it, configured for humans with showers, sinks, and toilets. The Nihaw-compatible facilities were in its quarters in the bow. At this point on the main deck, dual airlocks split the front 3 quarters of the ship from the rear quarter. Each airlock could be individually sealed at the central aisle, which allowed for entire front-to-rear access on the main deck while either or both airlocks were in use. The last quarter of the main deck was filled with a large, open central lounge and dining area for all species aboard, but in human environmental conditions. Meals were provided by an automated multi-species galley configured for both Niha and human consumables. Finally, the main deck was fitted with outboard FTL and repulsor drives external to the lounge space on both sides of the ship. Maintenance tunnels provided a crawl space to access the drives and supporting systems, but all the instrumentation and control systems were in the engineering space on the upper deck. The upper deck was exclusively outfitted for ship's operations, with the bridge at the very front positioned about just over the midpoint of the ship. The bridge compartment itself was segmented fore and aft by the pilot/co-pilot stations in front, and behind those the command chair, navigation, engineering, tactical, and life sciences. The last half of the upper deck had the engine room management, ship's systems operations, and all the instrumentation and controls required to run the vessel from a single location. The final touch had been to retrofit a mounting position above the upper deck that permitted one of the Wasp ships to sit over the rear half and was accessed via a hatch in the engine management room. A retractable ladder provided admission to the overhead hatch that mated to a counterpart in the floor of the Wasp airlock, located behind the pilot's position in the smaller ship. Not large enough to hold a maximum crew complement as an escape vessel, it still freed up space in the ship's lower hold for a shuttlecraft and provided a second vessel for exploration purposes. In all, the configuration supported a maximum of 12 humans, and possibly as many as 2 Niha comfortably, should they be so inclined. The one thing noticeably absent from the ship's complement was an Alice. "I'm sorry, Yvonne, but with a Niha on board and the possibility that you are going to run into trouble with the Empire, we can't risk the chance that the ship will be taken and the AL discovered," Jake explained.
"Have no fear. I take no offense to the decision. The truth of the matter is I am uncomfortable with the thought that a new life form is being created only to inhabit my ship. Magellan was designed with an Alice at its heart, while this vessel, not so much," Yvonne replied as he indicated the ship before the two. Delivered to the Dallas facility where Hebak resided, the ship sat in the main hangar area to one side of the bustling terminal as it was being prepared for its mission. Jake had personally walked the Niha through the ship earlier, giving him ample time to assess his quarters for suitability. The disdain the alien had for the space was evident. However, it withheld any audible comments supporting the impression. Overall, all Hebak would confirm was it was a tolerable space. "Excellent. Once you are fully provisioned, the mission will be launched," Jake said with a level of excitement he wasn't feeling. The need for the activity was real. The uncharted parts of Niha space held secrets, he was sure, but the priority threat was not the Niha. It was the phasers. That danger was growing as their understanding of the aliens grew. This mission was a misdirection to keep the Empire off balance and focused on the humans poking around their backyard. Jake knew he was fighting a two-front war, if not now, then soon enough. The deeper they headed into phaser space, the greater the likelihood they would trigger another attack. Beyond that, Kalab's desire to acquire more ships from the Wawabash shipyards went far beyond the need to replace those that had been lost over the phaser fighting. He was arming up for a second run at the humans. Jake was sure of it. Fortunately, he had worked out a little deal with the Wawabash that minimized that risk, should it become a reality. Kola, headed for uncharted space.
"I don't care what your instructor said. You are not going to be piloting any ships when we get to where we are going,"
Kathy explained to her son as the two enjoyed a rare evening meal together. Kathy was incredibly busy as the medical team prepared for whatever needs the current mission required. Everyone was both excited and concerned as the trip to the phaser-ravaged world was an opportunity to study an entirely unknown species and the planet they had once inhabited. Granted, much of what had been there was ripped away, but that only made the challenges before them even more significant.
"Mom, not pilot, co-pilot. My instructors all say I have enough simulator time to ride in the second seat. I'm just there to help the pilot, not fly the ship," You know we are way understaffed and can't fill all the seats, and I can really help keep people safe," Tim countered.
Kathy knew the Earth was constantly in need of people for one task or another. As their influence in the universe grew, there were never enough volunteers to fill the demand. From what she knew of Captain Connor's plans, the Cola would never enter the solar system itself. Instead, they would send in several of the Lanai transports to act as orbital and ground command centers. That meant there would be a constant stream of smaller ships going to and from Kola and the planet's surface. Pilot fatigue would become a real issue as the mission wore on. She was aware some of the other midshipmen had already been assigned similar slots, as her team performed all the flight physicals necessary for the approvals. She also knew Tim wasn't lying about his experience. He had more training time than any of his peers, but her concern was he had way too much of his father in him as well.
"We can discuss this later. Let's just enjoy our dinner,"
she replied with a smile she wasn't feeling. Nevada countryside. Skirting over the countryside at 100 miles an hour plus, Jake let the hovercycle run at 500 feet AG, with terrain following turned on so in his current distracted mood, he wouldn't plow into some hillside he wasn't looking for. The sky was a clear blue, and the greens of the countryside's spring had pushed away from the browns of winter, so there were distractions aplenty. He missed his rides with Tim and wondered how his son was doing as a midshipman aboard Kola. His regularly scheduled status reports were telling one story, but Jake wondered if the boy was thriving or stifled in the controlled environment. Jake had little delusions that being his son weighed lightly on the boy. He also had no doubt he was driving Kathy crazy, a smile crossing his face as he remembered the last time the two of them had encountered bandits in the open desert. Beyond the bonding experiences of father and son, the trips helped Tim prepare for his future and Jake to clear his head and open his mind, cluttered from the distractions of his administrative responsibilities. They were definitely intended as preparation for a time when Tim would be on his own and in need of saving himself from danger. Jake had always allowed the boy to push the limits of his abilities, but in a way, he could be monitored to prevent him or others from being injured. Jake only hoped he was as prepared for the unexpected as he seemed to think he was. An alert sounded, reminding him that he was leaving the Texas border, headed for no particular location in Oklahoma. With no intended destination, he turned the hovercycle around and headed home, his brief respite about to come to an end. Chapter 12. Magellan, Uncharted Space. For the first 3 days after leaving Space Station Beta, the crew of the Magellan worked to reorient themselves back into the routine that was expected of such a voyage. The excitement of the devastated phaser world had consumed their focus, but now that responsibility had been passed on to others. The goal now was to return to exploring the unknown, a task that required patience and a certain amount of faith as they flew blind in FTL until a gravity well triggered an opportunity to investigate once more. Day 4 triggered such an event. "Status!" Aracy bellowed once more as the drop from FTL alert sounded throughout Magellan.
"We are at the edge of the influence of a rather large star. It is a Class A, with a considerable number of orbiting worlds. We will need to take some time to do a proper catalog here,"
Annie explained. "Drop a box and let's get to work then," James replied as he made his way forward. The communicator repeater was going to live a lonely existence if this solar system proved to be a bust, but such was the exploration of the universe that one never knew what was necessary until it became so. Class A stars were much hotter than the Earth's own sun, which rated a G on the color temperature stellar chart. As such, the habitable zone would be farther out from the star than the Earth's orbit around its sun. In addition, there seemed to be a sizable number of moons in the preliminary scans that could also present opportunities for life. One of the operational changes that occurred upon returning to Beta was allowing Annie to operate the ship alone during the time in FTL. James had started the practice during their return leg to Beta, and now it was a part of their everyday routine. She had always been capable of the feat. It was the captain's unfamiliarity with the AL abilities and judgment that had taken time to mature. Now, instead of a 12-hour on, 12-off routine for pilot and co-pilot, Annie crewed the ship until events such as this current excitement interrupted their trip. The change was quite welcome to all involved.
Lots of motion going on in there,
Alice commented from her navigation console as she tried to make sense of the planetary activities surrounding the star.
Readings are weak, but we do have life signs. Can't tell how far along the evolutionary path yet, but it's a start,
Heather declared from Life Sciences.
Tactical, any sails on the horizon?
Captain Aracy inquired, using the ancient nautical reference for ships in the area.
No, sir, not a blip on any of our scanners. Well then, I propose we head in when we have a clear path to do so,
James replied as he indicated Alice provide the all-clear for a course into the solar system. Kola, uncharted space.
So that is what total devastation looks like,
Isabella said as Kola came out of FTL and her display lit up with the preliminary scan data from the solar system that was their goal. Still, a year or more away from the communications relays linking up to Beta, the data was stored locally and the team assigned to analyze it was already fast at work.
I fear Magellan's report did not fully do justice to the situation,
Kola said in reply as she did her own scan of the content.
Keep us just outside the gravity well until we can do a complete assessment of the situation. I don't want us trapped and unable to go to FTL should problems arise,
Isabella instructed her navigator.
Aye, ma'am. No point in rushing to meet the Grim Reaper,
came the response. Isabella had to admit the description fit the situation. The Grim Reaper had indeed swung his scythe here and harvested life in vast quantities.
And our guests?
The first officer asked, referring to the Nihal ships in her hangar bays.
Tell them to stand by and give them the feed,
Isabella responded, knowing full well the devastation of that planet before them would be more than enough reason to maintain the secure position they currently occupied. On the way here, Isabella held daily briefings with each of the Nihal commanders, both individually and in one joint staff meeting, including her senior officers. During these sessions, she emphasized the danger they were preparing for and the means by which they would confront and overcome any hostiles that might appear. The meetings were held virtually, though all were invited to attend in person. All the Nihal needed to exit their ships, safely tucked away in the Kola hangars, was the breathing face mask she had seen the aliens on Earth use before. It was clear to her that the Nihal were intent on using Kola as the shield behind which they would cower. Phaser attacks in Nihal space had been far more devastating than the human experience, the stasis shielding native to all Earth vessels providing a solid defense when no offense was available.
Have the patrol ships and the transports readied. The orbital and ground teams should be able to head out in a few hours as well. I am thinking about sending 2 of the Nihal ships in with them, paired up with the patrol ships.
Isabella directed her tactical officer.
Yes, ma'am,
came the reply from her space traffic control officer. Like any of the space stations, Kola had so many ships in her hangars that she required her own hangar management and space operations center and a vast number of crew specifically tasked with its functions. At 3 miles long, she was a lot of ship to operate.
And if the phasers return?
Kola asked her captain.
I confirmed with the Nihal on the way here that their phase inhibitors will work while inside our hangars,
Isabella said with a laugh.
I hear Jake promised the Nihal general he wouldn't make them fight,
Kola responded lightly.
So long as the inhibitors work, they won't need to,
Isabella said confidently.
And the ones you are sending with the patrol ships?
Kola pointed out.
The phasers will have to get past us first,
Isabella replied confidently. Impulsive in human solar system. Ivan was sitting on the bridge of the Impulsive, eyes closed and quietly listening to the sounds around him. Fresh from the Wawabash shipyards, the name had been Ivan's suggestion, a reflection of the mission leader's natural state of being. He could sense the tenor of the ship and the crew by what he heard around him. With a 10-person human crew and 1 Nihaw on board, the 11 of them were a day away from reaching the jump-off point where the ship could convert from repulsor drives and jump to FTL. It was during this travel period that everyone was expected to gain valuable experience in the ship's operations and the understanding of their duties. On a military ship, this time might have been used in combat drills and damage control exercises. Here it was more focused on learning about the ship and crewmates, as it was new for everyone. The crew was a balanced mix of Russian, British, and American spacers, all with previous experience in patrol/transport, destroyer, or cruiser-class vessels. The lack of Chinese was not intentional. It was just a matter that none had applied for the mission. The only universal requirement had been a common language fluency, as they were without an Alice available to manage translations. One of the many Alices had implemented deep immersion sleep learning for everyone before departure and had the entire crew, minus the Nihaw, speaking and reading both Russian and English fluently. For communicating with the Nihaw, Hebak's personal translator had always been capable of communicating in both languages and thus was not an issue. In addition, while on the ship, his natural radio transmissions were intercepted by the ship's receivers and rebroadcast for the humans to hear over the nearest speaker. The human replies reversed the process over the ship's audio system and were transmitted to the alien as radio waves. Opening his eyes, Ivan gave a deep sigh of satisfaction that this mission would yield far more than anyone expected. He was sure of it. Space Station Beta. Jake knew that Magellan departed from Beta on a course that took them wide of the phaser-ravaged planet, but he still worried that it might not have been wide enough. Star charts recovered from the wreck in orbit had indicated the part of the universe they were headed for was dense with solar systems just light years apart. There had been quite a discussion prior to their departure of a similar track, possibly taking them to one of those nearby solar systems. The thought process was that the phaser trail of destruction might eventually lead them to the homeworld or at least an active hub of phaser activity. The danger of such an approach was that the Magellan could find themselves in a trap, unable to run after they were discovered and rendered incapable of returning. Without a phase inhibitor on board, they were unprepared to mount a credible offense, and while they were well shielded, that defense would only sustain them for so long should the phaser aliens bring in several ships against them. On a whim, Jake had the team of technicians aboard Beta install a little surprise package, known only to Annie and the captain, something that might just be the thing that gave them the edge they needed should danger envelop the Magellan and its crew. Magellan, Uncharted Space.
Annie, can you do me a favor and check the calibration on the biosensors, please?
Heather asked as she continued to work the controls in front of her.
You are concerned with the growth rate data you are receiving from the 5th planet?
Annie asked in return.
That and the moon circling it and the 2 moons of the 6th orbital gas giant. That's an incredible amount of concentrated life development in a single solar system,
Heather said in disbelief.
Yes, I encountered the same disconnect. It is not natural to see early life development so broadly distributed in an equal fashion, and with such an accelerated growth rate. Even the equal distribution between Planet 5 and its own moon is out of character.
Annie replied.
Guys, it's not just life signs down there. I'm getting several power readings from various locations, and one of them is strikingly similar to our missing saucer power supply,
Joe offered from his seat at Tactical.
You are suggesting that our stolen property is in the hands of primordial life?
Captain Eresi asked in disbelief.
No idea what it's doing or who is using it, sir, just saying it is down there somewhere,
Joe replied emphatically.
Is it safe to begin entering the system?
James asked in return.
Still working out a course that gets us in quickly and safely. The orbits of these planets around their star are far faster than we are used to, and the number of targets adds to the difficulty. I am assuming you want us to examine every target before we let it get behind us?
Alice confirmed.
Threat analysis before science, Barassi replied, confirming Alice's approach of no surprises.
I should be ready in a few hours then,
came the response.
Very good.
Reaper's World. Gilak was sitting in the command chair of his destroyer as he followed the human transports and patrol ships to the uncharted planet ahead.
"What do you mean you don't know where we are?"
he asked his navigator as they maintained position in the center of the formation. The flotilla headed to the target planet consisted of 2 patrol craft, 3 transport ships, all 2 1/2 times larger than the 2 Nihau destroyers that completed the convoy. Dwarfed by the ships around them, the Nihau did their best to cling to the feared patrol ships. Once considered a ship to be avoided at all costs, the iron-hulled platforms of destruction were now the protectors of the smaller Nihau vessels.
We are in uncharted stars, and there is not a communications access point within reach. If I had to guess, sir, I would speculate we are in phaser space beyond the human solar system, but that is pure conjecture,
the navigator managed, using the name the humans attached to the invading species.
"And our destination?"
Gilak asked his science officer.
The planet ahead is mostly devoid of life, sir.
"Mostly?"
he asked in frustration.
It looks to be a badly damaged civilization,
came the answer.
Sir, there is a significant amount of debris in orbit. I do believe it's remnants of starships,
came the tactical report.
"Is the phase inhibitor prepared and ready for immediate use?"
he asked his engineering officer.
It is staffed and ready, sir,
came the swift reply. Without the human shielding technology or the second half of the phase disruption system, the phase inhibitor was the most precious resource in their possession.
"Let us hope it is not required,"
was all he could manage. Kola, Reaper's World. Tim was working hard to suppress his excitement as he continued to work the drill the instructor was overseeing. As the co-pilot of the shuttle, he was responsible for knowing everything the pilot did, plus the duties he was primarily performing in his own role. While the ship itself was unfamiliar to him, the controls before him were not. Well, most of them anyway.
No, Tim, that's not the docking control, that's the loading door,
came the gentle correction. Since his mom had approved the request for Tim to assume the second seat, his instructors had softened in their approach with him. The change tended to unnerve him a little as it reflected the seriousness of the situation. Case in point, if he had actually opened the loading door in space, it would have killed everyone in the loading bay.
"Sorry,"
he replied sheepishly.
No, not sorry, just get it right. The pilot will be occupied in maneuvering the ship into position and keeping it there. You are the one who must extend the docking ring and create the seal between the ships once in position.
"Why can't we just go inside? The transport bays are plenty big enough for this ship,"
he asked earnestly.
2 reasons. First of all, you are not the only ship out there working with the transports. With 2 of the Lanai transports in orbit and 1 on the ground, most of your work will be in space. We have other ships shuttling personnel to and from Kola or the transports and the planet's surface. Sometimes those locations are already in use, the instructor explained patiently. The second reason is the bays themselves are needed for other activities beyond spaceship operations. The docking rings you are to use are outboard of these spaces, so they will be holding supplies as well as the science gear in the mobile labs. There may even be temporary crew quarters there with all the people involved.
"I see. So we dock, transfer our cargo, and then depart without interrupting everything inside the base,"
he responded.
Exactly. So let's try it again, shall we?
The instructor directed as he pointed Tim back at the controls before him. Chapter 13. Magellan, Uncharted Space. Lieutenant Alice Jenkins was fixed to her navigation station display as Sam guided the Magellan into the solar system that had them all transfixed. The trouble with plotting the course into the system was the linear distance to be traveled at repulsor speeds was greater than the orbital distance of the planets in the solar systems, in the context of their orbital velocities. What that meant was by the time they reached the planet in question at full repulsor speed, that same planet could now be on the opposite side of the star. Then there were the planets they needed to pass by safely in order to reach their goal, and the moons that orbited several of them. It wouldn't do to charge blindly into the path of a gas giant and get slammed by one of its moons in the process. With Annie to confirm her calculations, Alice had worked out a way to reach each most expediently, the first being one of the gas giant's moons, all while avoiding its pitfalls on the way and wasting as little time as possible on the way.
"Excellent work, Lieutenant. Get us in orbit, please," James asked after the Magellan intersected the first of many targets they needed to explore. Below the ship was an orbital globe larger than the Earth's own moon but smaller than the Earth itself. The celestial dynamics of the moon's rotation, its circling the planet, and the planet orbiting the star had the cycles of night and day measured in hours and minutes rather than traditional days. However, the distribution of the intense light rays of the Class A star apparently provided more than enough light and warmth for the rudimentary life on its surface to grow.
Getting a clear reading now of an artificial power source on the surface below. Not ours, but definitely not a natural occurrence,
Abby confirmed from the tactical station.
Life Sciences finds no sentient life indications. Everything down there is far from knowing how to think,
Heather confirmed.
"And the mystery deepens," James muttered softly. "Okay, people, let's do some science," he announced with enthusiasm.
Impulsive, heading for Nihal Frontier.
"Course confirmed and FTL engaged,"
the pilot announced as the ship jumped into faster-than-light speeds.
"Steady as she goes,"
the captain replied. Yvonne had chosen Captain Eric Elstadt to command his ship after the two had spent some time together arguing history and politics. Yvonne disagreed with the man on many points, but found him very intelligent, thoughtful, and a well-spoken individual. An American by birth but of Norwegian ancestry, Eric was initially recruited out of Texas as a fighter pilot in the VMFA 323 Death Rattlers, an association Yvonne found fascinating regarding snakes in the desert. From there, the tall Texan had worked his way up to destroyer captain over the last 10 years. A veteran of many battles, the transition to deep space explorer seemed a bit incongruous until he explained it to Yvonne in his own words.
"In any normal fight, the challenge is overcoming an opponent that is known to you in some capacity. Exploration is overcoming an opponent so unknown to you that you must be prepared for any circumstance, and in that I excel."
Between the two of them, they filled in the remaining crew slots, their Nihal guide not expected to do more than provide advice and in-flight entertainment on the voyage.
"Sir, this area of space we are headed to, what's so special about it?"
the navigator asked as he pointed to the display before him.
I am glad you asked this question,"
Yvonne started as he slid forward to stand next to the seated navigator while catching the captain watching him out of the corner of his eye. Pointing to a solar system at the edge of the sector on display, he began speaking.
"This planet here, it is the home of an alien species not yet capable of spaceflight, yet the Nihal go there regularly to collect a particular fruit from the trees that grow there. This fruit, when aged just right, gives the Nihal a feeling of intoxication, like vodka, but not so good as that,"
Yvonne explained.
"So we are going to collect some of that fruit then?" the man asked.
"Oh no. What do we care about some drunken Nihal? We go there because the Nihal stopped looking beyond that solar system once they became obsessed with collecting this fruit. Who knows what treasures they have overlooked because they were too busy getting drunk,"
Yvonne finished with a broad smile.
"So now you understand?"
he added as he looked down at the man sitting beside him.
Yeah, I guess so,"
he stammered.
"Good,"
Yvonne said in triumph as he headed off the bridge with a chuckle from the captain and the navigator scratching his head in confusion. Kola, Reaper's World. Second Lieutenant Rachel Davis had spent the last 5 years working very hard to earn her place in the flight rotation to gain the pilot's seat. For the latter 2 years of that period, she had quite enjoyed piloting the smaller transport ships and had done so extensively. Earth to orbit, orbit to Space Station Alpha and back again, all had been her bread and butter back home. Cargo, passengers, or a mixture of both, solo runs or with a complete flight crew, it was all the same to her. She just loved flying in space. So it was with some irritation she begrudgingly accepted her current assignment, babysitting not just any midshipman in her co-pilot seat, but the general's son.
"I don't need a co-pilot. These are milk runs,"
she had complained as she pointed to the flight operations board. "Rachel, you have a lot of flight time coming in your immediate future, and pilot fatigue is a real concern. Besides, this is not just for your benefit. We need to get these up-and-comers some real-world experience," her commander explained.
"Boss, he's 15,
she said softly, as if it was a secret. "Seems to me you were just 18 when you started flight training, and this 15-year-old already has more simulation time than the rest of the class combined," the man countered.
"In fighters,"
she countered as if that negated its value. "Take him out and teach him the ropes of transport and shuttle work. I met him this morning and he's a good kid, and his instructors say he's a fast learner," came the unsympathetic reply.
"He's just here because of his dad,"
came her last-ditch attempt at avoiding the assignment. "No, he's here because he's worked really hard to be here. There is no free pass with this kid," came the harsh response. Realizing she might have overplayed her hand, Rachel nodded in return and exited flight operations with her paperwork in hand. According to the form on her tablet display, her assignment was to pilot one of the medium-sized shuttles to and from Kola and the pair of large transports in orbit over Reaper's world, moving personnel and supplies as required. The planet's nickname had first come to her by word of mouth, but eventually stuck with everyone. The 32-hour round trip to and from the planet meant long hours in a cramped space. The shuttle in question was just over 90 feet in length and was really nothing more than a 2-tiered flying box. The upper level was lined with folding seats along both sides of a small cargo space better used for passenger transport. The cockpit up in front was just big enough for the pilot, co-pilot, and a small station for the loadmaster behind the co-pilot when needed. Right behind those seats were 3 bunks along one side with a tiny lavatory and food-dispensing kitchenette on the other. An airtight door behind that sealed them in for space operations. Otherwise, they remained open to the bay. 3 steps from the airtight door to the pilot's seat was not a lot of space to live in for long periods of time. Thankfully, the bunks shouldn't see more action than the occasional nap. Below the upper deck, the lower level of the ship was open in front to accommodate the insertion of removable containers of various lengths. In isolation mode, the containers were treated as cargo, inaccessible from the ship. In integrated mode, the container was docked to the ship and could be accessed by passengers and crew while in transit for additional seating or just room to stretch your legs. For isolated cargo containers, they could be jettisoned and retrieved in space, permitting the exchange of large shipments without even docking. The shuttle itself was a Swiss Army knife of functionality. With access hatches on both sides and on top of the ship, they could mate up with just about any spacecraft and move people and supplies to and from the other vessels. To aid in this ability, the repulsor drives were smaller than usual, in more significant numbers, and strategically located inside the ship itself, in several locations along its length. This craft was incapable of FTL and so only operated inside a solar system gravity well. In all, the craft was light, maneuverable, and a joy to fly. Rachel had flown the model many times in the past, and her only complaint was the single lavatory right behind the cockpit. There was a second in the passenger cargo hold itself for ferrying people, but it had proven to be inconvenient on more than one occasion with a larger passenger load. With 3 crew members and full of passengers, it was just ridiculous on long trips. Crossing the open hangar, she worked her way over to where the Lanai transports had been parked during the loading at Space Station Alpha. At 500 feet apiece, the 3 Lanai transports and 2 Lanai patrol craft had dominated the Kola hangars with their massive airframes. The 6 200-foot Nihaw destroyers added to the load came in at a distant second place in comparison, and were separated by necessity as the patrol craft tended to freak the Nihaw out. Due to their iron hulls, all the transport and patrol craft were shielded under stasis bubbles to isolate them from the FTL fields when traveling in faster-than-light mode. An inconvenience to their crews as the ships were inaccessible during the trip. She thought the fields were pretty nonetheless with their shimmering glow. The rest of the smaller ships, like her shuttle, had been shuffled in whenever it made sense to store them in transit.
T-217?
Rachel asked one of the many hangar loadmasters standing nearby, using the ship's ID number to identify what she was looking for. While more of a shuttle than a proper transport, the T designator still held for its classification.
"Over there, I think,"
came the response as she was directed deeper into the rows of parked vessels. Working her way in between the ships, there were several places where it was just wide enough for her slender frame to pass between parked vessels. She had to give the loadmasters credit. They sure maximized the number of ships they could store without piling the craft on top of one another. She had just rounded the nose of a shuttle identical to the one she was to fly when she came across a tall, gangly young man standing next to the access hatch of one of the shuttles further down. Looking at the number on its side, she realized it was her ship.
"Can I help you?"
she asked as she crossed the distance to where he was standing. As she closed in on him, she realized he was taller than she realized and definitely needed to put on a few pounds, as his flight suit hung loose on his frame.
"Midshipman Thomas reporting for duty, ma'am,"
he replied as he snapped to but avoided the salute. Rachel noted the Space Marine insignia and knew the Marines didn't salute indoors except under special circumstances that she never bothered learning. While she held the rank of second lieutenant, her area of service was more informal and her pilot's wings meant far more to her than rank.
"At ease, Thomas. Tim, isn't it?"
she replied, impressed that he had beaten her to the ship.
"Yes, ma'am,"
he replied. She could tell he was nervous, not the overconfident, self-absorbed heir apparent to the Thomas legacy she had been expecting.
"My name is Rachel. Why are you here?"
she asked, honestly confused at his presence.
"The pre-flight, ma'am. Rachel. You are going to do a pre-flight before we try and move it out of here, right?"
he replied excitedly. The pre-flight check was a chore she took for granted, but she could see the excitement in his eyes at the prospect of going flying. Perhaps there was something to this kid after all.
"Yes, we are,"
she said with a smile. Kola, Reaper's World. The pilot Tim was assigned to was younger than he expected her to be, and a woman. For some reason, he had envisioned a grizzly old war veteran no longer able to fly fighters and who was now resigned to freighter duty. Rachel was the exact opposite of his expectations.
"Have you ever done a pre-flight before?"
Rachel asked after she opened the shuttle access hatch and then set her paperwork on the floor just inside.
"Yes, ma'am. Rachel. My dad taught me to pre-flight his fighter, and I have worked with some of the other pilots who fly us around from Alice to Alice. Every ship type is different,"
Rachel commented, not reacting to his reference to the apparent admission of special treatment, her look suggesting she might have been one of those pilots at some point in her career.
"I understand,"
he replied.
"So let's begin then,"
Rachel declared as she led Tim around the outside of the ship, pointing out the areas he should be concerned with. After circling the ship, he watched as she picked up the tablet from the floor of the craft and then ticked off every single item they had discussed.
"Let's do the inside now,"
she declared as she led him into the ship, activating the hold illumination, and then walking him around the inside, testing all the hatches and doors they might use in a mission. Once more, she updated her tablet before leading him into the bridge space. Stopping at the loadmaster's station, she pointed to a recess in the bulkhead.
"You know what that is?"
she asked, casually.
"Yes, ma'am. That's our go-to-hell package,"
he replied with a smile.
"Excuse me?"
Rachel replied, taken aback by the unexpected reference.
"That's what my dad calls it. When everything goes to hell, that's all you need to stay alive." It should have our suit helmet, gloves, and an EVA pack to seal our flight suits for space operations or hazardous environments. In addition, there should be a go bag with a weapon and ammo, knife, food, and water. Also, some have extra items like those thermal foil blankets, medical supplies, and basic survival gear.
Yes, that's what it is. So far, I have never needed one, but I guess it's good to know if things go to hell, it's there for us.
Rachel replied with a smile. With that, she led him into the cockpit itself, motioning for him to take the co-pilot's space while she slipped into the pilot's seat with practiced ease. Once they were both seated, she turned to face him.
Okay, walk me through the console controls,
she began. With a deep sigh, Tim began with the shared items to his left, accessible to both pilot and co-pilot, and worked his way to the right side of the co-pilot's space. He was pleased that she only needed to correct him twice, and those were ship-specific items anyone not familiar with the craft would not know.
Good deal. Okay, now that we have covered familiarization, do you want to show me what you would do to get us out of here?
Rachel asked, cautiously.
Is that a trick question?
Tim asked in reply.
Why do you ask that?
She asked in confusion.
Don't I need to know where I am going before I consider moving the ship?
He offered in return.
Excellent point,
Rachel answered, trying hard not to look impressed that he would know to ask such a question. Years of such sessions with his father had taught him never to get so excited with what you are doing that you don't think it through. In this case, what was the point of moving the shuttle if he didn't know where they were taking it? As he waited, Rachel brought up on a shared display a diagram of the hangar bay, one of several Cola had jam-packed full of ships of all types.
We are here,
Rachel explained as she pointed to the designated storage area for transport of ships stored in the hangar.
We need to be here before we can begin flight operations,
she explained as she pointed to an area far across the hangar, a place Tim knew to be extremely busy right now.
We call for clearance first?
He asked, cautiously.
We can, but sometimes they're a little impatient if we are not ready to move right now. Let's get ready to go first, and then we will get clearance. The object is we will go straight up for about 25 feet. Remember, we have a hard limit at 100 feet inside the hangar, and then we will gently slide over to here where we will be free to drop to 10 feet above the hangar deck for the rest of the trip,
she explained.
Yes, Rachel,
Tim replied as he went through the motions in his head of moving the transport. Setting his limiters, he locked the repulsors into a vertical lift mode. He closed the outside hatch they had entered through and then requested clearance.
T-217, request permission to reposition for commencement of flight operations,
he asked over the comm.
T-217, you are a go for grid R44. That is Romeo 4-4,
came the response. Confirmed. Relocation to grid Romeo 4-4 a go, Tim answered after a nod from Rachel.
Okay, easy now. Slowly take us up and watch your corners,
Rachel added. Tim knew she meant that he be sure not to bump any of the other parked ships, as sometimes a craft will slide to one side or another in a vertical lift. Proximity alerts set to 1 foot, he was happy to see none of his alarms went off, and at 25 feet, he was free to release the vertical hold and slowly maneuvered the shuttle to the clearing where he dropped to 10 feet before proceeding to the grid square assigned to them.
Excellent job,
Rachel praised as he set the shuttle down as instructed and cut the repulsor drive's power.
Set the landing locks,
she chided as he started to slide out of his seat.
Sorry, not used to carrier work, he replied.
Unlike flying planetary craft, a ship aboard another ship was not necessarily always going to stay in one place unless it was somehow fixed to the deck. On the trip out, all the ships in the hangar had been physically clamped in place so the ship wouldn't expend any energy in transport. Once placed on active duty, the craft was responsible for its own stability and thus the maglocks in its landing gear.
Well, let's go let the air operations officer know you just passed your FAM flight for this type,
she said proudly.
Thank you, Rachel,
Tim said excitedly, acknowledging he had completed his first ever familiarization flight of any kind. Chapter 14. Magellan, Uncharted Space.
Captain, we just had a ship drop out of FTL,
Annie announced with some urgency. One of ours? James inquired.
It appears to be a phaser vessel.
Go to Condition Z, Heresy snapped.
Going dark now,
Annie replied as the ship's power went to minimal. A credit to the crew discipline, the confusion of the current circumstances did not evoke an outburst of questions as they all sat quietly in the near-dark Magellan, waiting for an explanation. Status? Captain Heresy asked softly after a few moments.
Cloaking engaged. All systems power reduced. Signature at minimum. Our orbit is stable. Life support and passive sensors operational,
Annie reported softly. And our guest? James asked of the inbound phaser vessel.
No change in course. Their heading suggests they are destined for the 5th planet and did not detect our presence here,
Annie responded after several seconds.
Cloaking?
Hannah finally asked softly, as James suspected the SAS trooper had some experience with the technology. General Thomas had it installed while we were held up on Beta, thus our delayed departure. He feared just such a circumstance as this, and apparently has extensive experience with the technology's usefulness, James replied as he watched both Sam and Hannah for a response. The brief exchange of glances more than confirmed his suspicions as the pair did their best to appear stone-faced and ignore one another.
Why not tell us?
Alice asked in return, the slightest hint of irritation in her tone. Apparently, it's a need-to-know situation. Had we never used the device, you all would be none the wiser. I must now advise you, we are all in a very exclusive club. Magellan is one of 3 ships in the human fleet with this ability, and you are to speak of it with no one. Why the big secret? Joe asked. My understanding is the technology was lifted from the Nihor we captured, who now resides in Texas, and his ship was a rare black market example. Its use is banned in the Nihor Empire, and those caught in its use are executed on the spot. We were only able to reverse engineer the technology with Alice's assistance.
How did you learn all this?
Sam asked, cautiously. I believe you and Hannah know my source. He is apparently the greatest violator of the Empire's death sentence law. Why do we care if the Nihor don't want it used? Joe retorted. Were they to discover we are in possession of such abilities, the effort to render it useless would be tremendous and the fallout even worse. As it is, the Nihor are unaware we possess the ability, and the one we gained the information from is not going to breathe a word lest he loses his own head in the process, James replied.
Why is it so forbidden?
Heather asked in curiosity. That is unknown. Were I to speculate, I would hazard a guess that it is near impossible to counter, difficult to produce in large quantities, and thus the best solution is to make it a capital offense to negate the danger, James speculated. During the entire conversation, one monitor continued to display the incoming phaser ship against the map of the solar system. All were now crowded into the bow of the Magellan so they could see the course and projected track as Annie did her best to keep them abreast of the situation. Am I to understand the cloaking works best when the ship is stationary and powered down to its basic functions? James said aloud as he looked to Hannah and Sam.
Yes. The cloaking does some masking of power sources and engine signatures, but if you are actively scanned, it's best to shut everything down and wait it out. If we were in a more heavily trafficked area, our emissions would be backscatter among their own. Here, by ourselves, we will stand out,
Sam replied as she caught several sideways glances from others in the crew. Don't ask. I don't even know how she knows that, James replied to the others.
We should be safe here even so. Talking is fine, but no electronics at all,
Hannah added, confusing the others further. Then I suggest we all get comfortable, grab a book and settle in. It's going to be a bit of a wait, James proclaimed. Alexandria, Egypt.
Captain, all present and accounted for,
the lieutenant reported as the pair of men stood watching the loading of the armored vehicles before them.
Very good. Ready the men for our next destination.
Captain Lao Chen replied as he lifted the electronic pad provided to him by the transport crew before departing the airport. Tied into the American overhead surveillance systems, he could overlay real-time video feeds onto a map of the area. He could see the column of armored trucks and track vehicles parked outside the museum in Alexandria, the technicians moving to and from the building with crates and boxes that they loaded into the parked caravan. So far, they had made several trips in and out of the city, each time loaded to capacity with the ancient treasures of Egypt. Rarely were they accosted on the inbound leg of their travels, but once they had packed their transports full from the various locations with the city, they would eventually fall prey to some locals offended by their work. The chaos caused by these incidents made it very difficult to keep track of all the individuals involved while being shot at. Before they could depart, Lao required a head count of every person in the traveling party, troops, scientists, and laborers. No one was left behind.
"Oh, not again,"
he heard the lieutenant say as gunfire erupted from a side street, causing everyone in the vicinity to run for cover. The captain watched as his response team engaged the offenders, driving them off using gas and flashbangs and providing everyone precious time to finish loading up.
"The colonel was right when he told me the people here might not appreciate our efforts,"
he commented to the lieutenant.
"This is why we should not kill them?"
the man asked in frustration, as their orders had been to keep the carnage to a minimum, only kill to save lives.
"How hard would you fight to save Chinese treasures?"
Lao repeated to the man. A nod of understanding was all he got in reply.
"Get everyone loaded then. Let's get moving,"
Lao commanded before heading to his own vehicle. Magellan, uncharted space.
"Captain, a moment of your time,"
Annie asked as the crew sat gathered in the central common area. It had been 2 days since the arrival of the phaser ship, and all the crew had been able to do in that time was collect passive data on the aliens' activities while working to keep themselves hidden from its sensors. During that period, they had watched the ship methodically stop and check each of the moons or planets where the Magellan had detected life signs. There was a collective sigh of relief when the ship departed the moon they were orbiting, headed for its next stop. What the phasers were doing there was hard to determine, but to a casual observer it looked like a farmer tending to his fields.
"How may I assist?"
James replied after looking up from his book. Most of the crew used tablets to read from, the electronic library packed full of a vast array of subjects. James still preferred to turn pages when he could. He had used part of his precious space allotment to pack copies of some of his favorites.
"At its current rate of travel, I estimate the phaser ship to be far enough away from our current position to get a pigeon off without detection within an hour,"
Annie offered.
"We only have 2.
James replied as he considered the proposition.
"What's a pigeon?"
Alice asked as she inserted herself into the conversation.
"Besides the cloaking device, the General had 2 small drones built to allow us a way to do a data dump and shoot the information home without having to return as we did last time. Both have repulsor and FTL capability and are programmed to return directly to Beta using our reverse course,"
Annie explained.
"Small my fanny. The damn things are taking up precious space in the WASP cargo module at this very moment,"
James snapped.
"We don't have as much data as I would like, but I do agree this place is special to the phasers and needs more study,"
Heather added.
"We could break and run. I am pretty sure they couldn't catch us even if they tried at this point, but I would rather wait them out and get more information on their operations here. Besides, I don't want to give away our advantage. Right now, they have no idea we have discovered this place,"
Sam supplied.
"It appears the consensus is we stay put and wait them out?"
the captain asked the gathering. Nods of agreement from all involved confirmed the decision.
"Okay then. Annie, why don't we prepare one of the pigeons, and when the moment is right we shall set it free,"
James said with some enthusiasm. Space Station Beta. Beta was still working to gain a better understanding of her human companions as she operated the many automated space station functions the humans all took for granted. Humans didn't seem to take much time to consider where their food was coming as it was dispensed hot and ready, or how their laundry magically disappeared only to reappear washed and folded, stored in the regulation's standard locations. What they seemed to spend an inordinate amount of time on was speculating about what other humans were doing in other places at the exact moment as themselves. Her current case in point was the constant speculation on how the Magellan mission was progressing after having stumbled upon Reaper's World, the nickname referenced in the first of Cola's reports. Expanding on that theme, they wondered what the Cola would find on the planet once they landed the science teams. The concept of stripping a world of all its life forms seemed a horrific event that expanded to conversations about the Earth and its near-tragic events. The conversations did give Beta pause as she considered her own sisters, Cola and Annie. Sharing a relationship far more intimate and continuous than anything the humans could experience did give her food for thought. Maybe the humans speculated so as a means of keeping the relationship alive in their absence. It was something to be considered. While Beta was reflecting on all this, she and April were making her rounds as she reviewed the station's status, an activity Beta took to be more social than technical. At this point, the space station was fully functional and had the standard complement of crew members aboard for the expected volume of work, plus a few extra bodies, as April liked to say. The commander felt it was imperative that everyone on board gets enough personal time so that they neither felt overworked nor did they get bored. With the expected lack of activity stations like Beta projected in their early stages, staffing numbers on Alpha or Gamma were much higher, their locations in more heavily trafficked space lanes. To compensate for the lack of business, April had worked out several curriculums with Beta that combined education and sports programs to allow the interested parties a chance to grow. April couldn't remember the exact quote for Beta, but it was based on the concept of busy hands are happy hands. April needn't have worried about keeping people occupied, however, as the first ship from Cola arrived with its status reports, soon followed by an emergency pigeon from Magellan. Between the two arrivals, the staff of Beta soon found themselves the focus of a whirlwind of activity as the humans prepared to address the new information. The arrival of both vessels had an unexpected effect on Beta as well. For some unexplained reason, she felt a sense of excitement at the prospect of gaining information on her sister's activities. She began to wonder if this was what humans called the anticipation of a letter from home. Aboard Impulsive. Hebak was not at all happy with the situation he found himself in, but had no way of backing out.
"So this is your living quarters?"
The human they called Ivan had commented to him as he donned a breathing mask to enter the airlock. Removing his own mask once the airlock was sealed and the environment stabilized to Nihal standard, Hebak took a few test breaths before he declared it breathable. The pair had toured the quarters designed to Nihal standard living, just like those provided him on Earth, and while Hebak found them acceptable, he had tried at first to conjure up any excuse he could to avoid taking the trip. The best he could come up with without appearing manufactured were remedied within hours. Once his excuses were exhausted and the ship had departed the Earth, he had isolated himself to the bow of the vessel as they traveled the distance to the solar system's edge. Only then had he decided to present himself to the crew as an active member and willing participant. He had a plan to get word to High Command, and for it to work, he needed temporary access to the bridge.
"I have decided to avail myself to you my vast skills and experience,"
he declared as he presented himself to the captain in the crew's lounge.
"Okay, what might you be suggesting you can help with?"
the captain replied as he looked at Ivan with surprise.
"I was an excellent communications officer on Nihal. I handled all the most critical and sensitive information for the High Council,"
he explained.
"Ah, yes. Well, unfortunately, we are not in need of such, as we will be well outside the communications network during our expedition,"
Ivan replied as he passed a knowing wink to the captain.
"Perhaps you have a function that needs filling on the bridge. I am no stranger to the long watch cycles of inactivity while one travels in faster than light," he explained. "And my species are infinitely more patient due to our longevity," he added proudly. Life Sciences is in need of an alternate body to share shifts. We had intended on leaving the station unoccupied in FTL, but that doesn't have to be the case," the captain suggested.
"An excellent choice. Feel free to assign me to that station at your convenience," Heback declared before turning and leaving the humans to their leisure time activities. Heback knew the life science station was next to the master communications console, and thus as near as he could have hoped for his planned activities. Chapter 15. Nevada Alice Facility. "Run that by me again?" Jake asked as he shook his head as if to clear the confusion from his mind.
It would appear that the phasers propagate their species by stealing the building blocks of life from other planets and then transform them for replanting into burgeoning solar systems containing a Class A star. Rather than adapting to the worlds they encounter, they recreate their homeworld on newly developed planets around young stars.
Alice repeated as she continued to get analysis streamed to her from her sisters. Jake, Sarah, Linda, and Piper, April's replacement as the head of the analytics team, sat in his office around the well-worn conference table in Nevada. Remotely, Patty and Nigel had joined from London, and Sarah's German shepherd Kona sat curled up in one corner, paying little attention to any of them as she tried to snooze while the others talked.
The sampling behavior we witnessed when they first landed was all in an effort to determine if the Earth had the basic building blocks for them to break down and reform into their own version of life.
Alice continued. They didn't want the Earth, just what was on it, Jake replied as he tried to fathom the concept.
Yes, so we believe. We have made a comparison of life here and what little we have found on Reaper's world, and we have enough in common to suggest we would have been a suitable source,
she explained. Alice and her sisters had been working from the latest reference to Reaper's world that had come in a report from Captain Connor. It had been filed not long after reaching their destination. In preparation for the lack of communication lines, Kola had taken several small ships aboard, all capable of FTL, that acted as courier ships to and from Beta. Until the communications links were established, this was the best they could do to stay in contact with the activities there. Days of delay were better than no information at all. "And the Nihaw, how compatible are they?" Jake asked, curiously.
Less so, but we don't have enough information to rule them out completely. Certainly many of the planets and species in Nihaw space are closer direct matches,
Alice countered. I don't get it. Life springs eternal throughout the universe. What makes them so different? Jake inquired.
The pigeon we received from Magellan had information that we believe explains the motivation of the phasers,
Alice offered.
About that solar system that they found with the artificially accelerated life on moons and planets around a Class A star. What's with that?
Patty asked after a moment's thought.
The star classes that usually support Earth-type life on planets are commonly limited to those lower mass stars that live long enough for planets to form and complex life to evolve. Although all main sequence stars generate luminous energy by converting hydrogen into helium through thermonuclear fusion, stars more massive than 1.5 times that of our Sun, classes in spectral type O, B, and A, usually age too quickly to support the development of complex Earth-type life.
The Sun dies before the evolution can reach the level of intelligent life? Jake asked.
Yes. Even the largest suitable stars may only be able to support Earth-type life for around 2 billion years, and so planets in favorable orbits may not have sufficient time to develop complex life on dry lands, such as trees and plants. Moreover, within a couple of billion years of a star's birth, cometary and asteroidal bombardment may still be so intense that living on such planets would be quite risky,
came the reply.
Why force a solar system type not typically known for evolving life to do such a thing?
Sarah asked finally after listening quietly to the exchange to this point.
Our guess is that phaser life sprang from such a Class A star, and through special circumstance, They were able to evolve fast enough to leap forth into the universe before their own star burnt itself out. Now they help the process along by seeding planets in similar solar systems with all they need from other worlds to fast-track planetary development and recreate the planet of their birth for their species to endure.
Alice replied. So that's a phaser nursery Magellan found? Jake replied.
Indeed,
came the response from Alice. This explains why they never responded to any of our attempts at communication. They had no interest in talking to the protoplasm for their next planting exercise, Jake said sarcastically.
The whole thing gives me the creeps, stealing all life on one planet just to restart it someplace else,
Sarah said with a shiver.
No telling how many of these things they have spread across the universe, but we are confident that it is not the only one they are cultivating,
Alice continued.
Any idea on where to look?
The analyst asked Alice. One hint on where to look. Find a Class A star, Jake added sarcastically.
A simplistic but accurate piece of advice. If we are intent on pursuing the phaser species, that would be a great starting point,
Alice responded. The real question is, what do we do about this one? Jake added. High above Reaper's world.
That's it, Tim. Easy as she goes,
Rachel said aloud as Tim guided T-217 into position to dock with the transport ship in high orbit over Reaper's world. Tim's console at the co-pilot station had all the same controls like the pilot's console, but also included the docking controls for mating with other objects in space, be they ships, stations, or other such structures. He was currently piloting the transport in docking override, with Rachel carefully supervising the effort. A slight bump and a green console indicator reflected a successful docking and seal intact.
Good job,
Rachel praised Tim before hitting the artificial gravity activation button and then the comm button on her console. Tim watched on the internal monitor as she opened the shuttle hatch for the upper level remotely, giving their passengers a route off the ship through the docking port. For this trip, the cargo container on the second level was empty.
Okay, artificial gravity is active. You are free to unbuckle and have a nice day,
she instructed the 20 or so passengers they had in the bay behind them. Next, she opened the hatch between the cockpit and the passenger space. Peeking around the opening edge, the pair watched as the technicians they had shuttled from Kola to the transport ship made their way off the shuttle and moved on to wherever their final destination might be. Tim knew some would grab another ship to the surface, while others would be remaining on the transport in orbit.
We are deadhead back. No passengers going the other way. So let's button up and get out of here,
Rachel informed Tim as she hit the close button on the docking hatch and prepared to undock from the transport. Tim hit the cockpit door switch as well, sealing the pair into the bridge. While not technically necessary with no cargo or passengers, it was the procedure to fly with it closed even on a trip like this. He didn't want to appear lax in his duties, so he tried to stick to the recommended practices. If Rachel noticed his action, she didn't give any indication of it. She was currently focused on releasing the docking ring and moving the shuttle away from the transport. T-217 had barely cleared the transport's shadow when things went wrong.
What the hell?
Rachel blurted as the shuttle first slammed from an impact and then shuttered.
That's a phaser ship,
Tim declared as a black and silver vessel loomed large in their bridge windows. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than another impact rattled the shuttle and alert indicators lit up their console. A smaller version of the phaser craft seemed to be focused on their shuttle as it spewed fire from its laser cannons.
We've been holed, losing atmosphere in the passenger and cargo bays,
Rachel announced as her hands danced over the console, hitting switches and buttons. While the Lanai transport behind them was fully stasis-shielded, their little shuttle had no such protections. Working as swiftly as she could, Tim watched as Rachel worked to get their little ship out of the line of fire before they took any more hits from the alien attackers. As they put some distance between themselves and the Lanai transport, the smaller phaser ship veered from its course to follow them.
We are going down. Gear up.
Rachel instructed him as she worked to keep their ship under control as she dove for the planet's surface. Tim watched the occasional laser bolt shooting past their windows as the craft behind continued to pursue them down. Doing as he was told, Tim first put his helmet on, sealing into his flight suit, and next adding the gloves, in all providing him complete protection from both space and violent actions. As he finished, he noted the pursuit ship had abandoned them in favor of another prey. Rachel's move fooling them for the moment. The bad part was they had reached the upper atmosphere, which increased the violent movement of the craft as it bounced along the sky, appearing a wounded duck in a death spiral.
"I have the ship. It's your turn,"
he announced to Rachel, who was now just fighting to maintain control of the ship as it buffeted in the upper atmosphere. With all the instability, she had been unable to follow her own instructions to gear up.
"Not sure you can,"
she uttered as she worked feverishly to keep them at the proper attitude for atmospheric entry and prevent burning up on re-entry as it skipped along.
"Rachel, it is bad down there. You need your gear on, so let me try,"
Tim replied, knowing full well if they had another hull breach before she was fully suited up, she would die in seconds.
"Ship is yours,"
she suddenly announced as she released her restraints and all but leaped for her survival gear. Taking control of the shuttle, it suddenly lurched to one side before Tim was able to recover. Working feverishly, he had no time to even glance at Rachel as it took everything he had to keep the ship from spinning violently out of control. There was a small part of him that recognized all the wild hovercycle rides he had taken with his father that aided in his ability to maintain control of the ship. He suppressed a slight smile as it entered the atmosphere like a bucking horse or a hovercycle set to follow the terrain at 10 feet AGL, bouncing all over the place.
"My ship,"
he heard over the helmet communicators as Rachel took the helm from him.
"Yours,"
was all he managed before jerking his hands away from the controls. Now mainly along for the ride, Tim did everything he could to aid the pilot as she worked to bring them in safely.
"I can't get the nose up,"
Rachel declared as they plummeted to Earth, diving nose first like an arrow. Scanning the display, Tim noted the repulsors across the front part of the ship all showed the yellow of offline and several the glowing red of non-functional. Hitting reset on those that shone yellow, he was able to get 2 of the 7 to reset.
"Better,"
Rachel declared.
"We are down almost half of our drives,"
he informed her.
"And coming in way too fast. See if you can flip the last 2 repulsors into manual mode and then run them in the opposite direction of travel. I don't need the lift. I need drag,"
she explained as she worked to control the buffeting ship. Doing as instructed, Tim locked out the last 2 repulsors on the shuttle, those at the very rear of the craft. Switching them to manual control, he zeroed them out, then began working against the accelerometer readings to make the drives work in the opposite direction of the ship's course.
"Easy,"
Rachel shouted as the ship lurched and groaned, the stresses of the pull straining the vessel's airframe as it fishtailed behind them.
"Sorry,"
Tim replied as he backed off and then tried again.
"Better,"
came the reply. Glancing up from his work, Tim could see she had the nose up now, and the ground was approaching far too quickly for his taste.
"We aren't landing. We are going to have to slide this one in. Think controlled crash,"
Rachel explained as if reading Tim's mind. Still focused on creating as much drag on the ship as it could handle, Tim was jarred to the bone as the shuttle took the first of many bounces off the planet's surface. Doing everything he could to keep the pair of repulsor drives in sync so the drag was equal and the ship stayed straight, he glanced up to see the dirt and rock flying up over the shuttle bridge windows. With one solid jolt that had Tim straining in his harness straps, the shuttle finally stopped moving.
"Where are we?"
he asked Rachel as he worked to see what still worked in the ship. His console was ablaze with red and yellow indicators, all telling him they were not flying off the surface of the planet anytime soon.
"Looks like we made it to just outside one of the cities. Unfortunately not one we have been studying, so there isn't anyone around for hundreds of miles,"
Rachel explained as she pointed to the planetary map on her console.
"Can you reach anyone?"
he asked as he checked his own communicator.
"Comm systems are offline. I think they are being jammed,"
Rachel responded as she first tried the ship systems and then her own in her helmet.
"We might as well get out. This thing isn't flying again on its own," Besides, we are leaking air, Tim commented as he indicated the console lit up in red and then the multiple cracks in the bridge windows. Grabbing his EVA pack and the rest of his survival gear, he waited for Rachel to do the same. He watched as she passed him by and then waited as she hit the button on the bulkhead to open the bridge hatch. It took a moment for the hatch to partially slide into the pocket between the inner and outer panels, and then it stopped solid. Reaching forward, Rachel tried several times to move the metal hatch by hand, but with no success.
"Let me try,"
Tim said as Rachel backed away. Likely a bent frame or door track inhibiting an otherwise easy operation. Tim leaned in on the panel and then reached down into his strength reserve, forcing the door into the slotted opening against its will. The groaning metal suggested some bending was taking place deep inside the pocket holding the door. Turning, he saw a look of surprise on Rachel's face, but no comment escaped her lips as he stepped aside for her to pass. On a whim, he had grabbed the Loadmaster's evac gear as well as his own, the extra EVA pack and ammunition a supplement to their individual limited supplies. Tim followed his superior officer out of the bridge, stopping and examining the passenger area with her.
"Thanks for sealing the bridge,"
Rachel commented as she indicated the giant gaping hole in the side of the shuttle wall. Had the bridge hatch been opened at the time, the escaping atmosphere would likely have killed both within seconds. Crossing over to the side of the ship, Rachel opened the portal on the upper level, and the two exited the craft and landed onto a rocky surface.
"Wow,"
Tim commented as he looked back the way they came. The deep furrow in the dirt and rock was a testament to the pounding the craft had taken as it skidded its way along the surface of the planet. He could see that the cargo container that made up the lower level of the ship had taken most of the beating, its shredded remains scattered and leaving a trail in the trench. Setting his stuff aside, Tim offered to assist Rachel in mounting the EVA pack and then turned for her to repeat the process. Small as they were still best located on the user's back, in this case, to allow for unencumbered free movement if they expected to be face down at any point.
"We should get away from this ship until we know who is around,"
Tim commented as he scanned the area.
"Don't you think it's better for us to stay here and wait for a rescue ship?"
Rachel asked in return.
"We really don't have any idea what's going on up there right now. And if there was more than one phaser ship in the attack, we might be here for a while and in hostile territory. Also, remember we are being jammed, which means we are near someone who doesn't want us talking to anyone. Better we find a place where we can stay hidden until we know for sure who won, maybe a cave or even that city you mentioned," Tim replied. "Where do you get all this?"
Rachel asked in surprise at the tactical analysis he provided of their situation.
"My dad takes me out hunting raiders for fun, and my Aunt Patty runs the military strategy teams, so I get to see a lot of intel," he replied with a shrug. "I don't have a reply to that. Which way?"
Rachel asked in astonishment. Pointing in the direction the planetary map had indicated, Tim took a moment to reorganize his gear.
"Really?"
Rachel commented as she pointed to the 2 guns and extra EVA pack mounted to Tim's belt. Apparently she hadn't noticed him grab the gear earlier. In an effort to distribute the load, he had removed the extra belt and placed the additional handgun opposite his own, and the twin ammunition pouches together in the small of his back. He attached the extra EVA pack to the unused belt and slung it over one shoulder for carrying, keeping one hand free.
"Dad says you can never have too much breathable air or ammo,"
Tim replied with a shrug. Making their way through the sizable rocks and boulders that stood between them and the city, he fell in behind. With Rachel in the lead, Tim got a ping on his display and grabbed her from behind. Waving her down, he squatted behind a cluster of rock and waited.
"What?"
Rachel finally asked in confusion. Holding up one finger, Tim worked his helmet display until he located what had set off the proximity sensor he said after exiting the shuttle. Waving Rachel over to one side, he peered around the rocks, pointing to the nearby open ground. There, 3 phaser troops were walking slowly, scanning the area and with weapons at the ready, as they headed directly toward the shuttle the pair had recently exited. Pulling first one and then the other of his handguns from their holsters, Tim checked to be sure each was loaded and ready for use before reholstering both of them.
He noted the look of surprise that crossed Rachel's face as she realized his intentions. Following suit, she checked her own before returning her attention to the midshipman.
Aunt Patty's intel says they always move in groups of 3, so if there are any more around, they are not part of this group. You ever shot someone before?
Tim asked as the pair watched the patrol close the distance.
Only target sent just to qualify. I'm a pilot,
came her reply.
All Marines are riflemen first.
Tim muttered more to himself than to her as he considered the situation.
What was that?
Rachel asked in confusion.
Oh, nothing. It's something my dad always says,
he answered before coming to a decision.
Look, you back me up. If I miss, you need to take down the third one before he can get a fix on us and report in. Oh, and aim for the helmet. It's their weakest point, okay?
He explained as he pulled both handguns out once more.
Are you kidding me?
Came the reply. On the surface of Reaper's world. Rachel was having a hard time determining if this kid was for real. She had to admit that up until this point he had been giving her the best advice, and had they stayed with the ship as she wanted, they would have been trapped there when this patrol arrived. How he managed to open the bridge door was beyond her. She had almost popped a gut trying to move the thing herself. However, taking on an armed ground patrol with a pilot and a midshipman as aggressors seemed insane. Tim squatted before her, one gun in each hand as the two of them watched the alien patrol close to within about 30 yards. Suddenly and without warning, the boy popped up from his position and fired off 3 shots that she could barely count. Almost as one, the 3 aliens dropped in place.
Stay here and cover me,
he commented as he started to leave, holstering one of the 2 firearms.
Wait, where are you going?
Rachel asked in confusion.
To get their rifles,
he said with a smile. Before she could register the explanation, she watched the boy dart across the open ground and check each of the bodies before collecting 2 of their weapons and what she perceived to be extra charges for each. Setting the weapons to one side, he then dragged all 3 bodies into the rocks, where they would not easily be discovered, before returning to Rachel and handing her one of the 2 rifles.
Works a lot like ours, but no butt stuck. You aim by sighting along its length and push this button on the side here to fire it,
he explained as he held the weapon up for her to see.
Aunt Patty again?
Rachel asked in sarcasm.
Nah, I have friends in the armory. We keep an inventory of all the alien weapons we come across,
Tim explained after a moment's confusion.
We need to go wide to get to the city before they notice that patrol is missing. They came from that direction, so let's go this way,
Tim commented as he led Rachel away from their hide.
Stay low and follow my trail as closely as you can so we can try and keep our numbers hidden,
he added as they moved along.
Dad teach you that too?
Rachel asked as he did as directed.
No, my older sister is one of the top scout snipers. She is 18 and never loses at hide and seek,
Tim replied with a smile. All Rachel could do was shake her head in amazement. With a family like that, how did this kid grow up so seemingly well-adjusted? Chapter 16. Kola Bridge.
Where the hell did that ship come from?
Isabella shouted as she watched the phaser ship launch its attack on the far transport.
Backside of the sun, ma'am,
came the reply as they watched helplessly while the 2 patrol ships maneuvered to engage the target. Isabella knew that celestial dynamics being what it was, the best thing the Kola could do to protect the ships and people on Reaper's world was to move with the rotation of the planet around its sun. In that way, they would always be in the closest position to the planet in its orbit.
The Lanai transport shields are holding, but the smaller craft around her are taking a beating. We have several ships down or inoperable and in need of rescue,
Tactical reported. A sudden flare from the phaser ship indicated the patrol ships had found a shooting position.
Ma'am, they aren't phasing?
The tactical officer observed.
No, they aren't, are they?
Isabella confirmed as they witnessed several more direct hits on the alien craft from the patrol craft batteries. About that time, the second patrol ship gained an opening and began adding to the firepower of the first. With both spacecraft fully engaged with the phaser ship, it was just a matter of seconds before the flare filled their bridge windows and the ship evaporated in a flash. "I did not expect that," came the comment from the tactical officer.
Status,
Isabella called out to get her bridge crew back in focus.
"I think there might be another phaser ship behind the planet, working on getting confirmation now,"
came the tactical response.
All Lanai transport and patrol craft report only minor damage, still assessing small craft status,
came the air and space operations reply.
"Ma'am, we have reports of phaser ground troops harassing our people on the planet's surface. All science teams have pulled back to the transport for protection, and our security forces are engaging,"
came the word from the communications officer.
"Isabella, I have word Shuttle T-217 is missing and is presumed down. Tim is on that ship,"
Kola declared. On surface, Reaper's world.
Still no word,
Rachel commented as she tried a communications scan of the area. The pair had taken the long way around the city perimeter to enter from a location not typical for someone traveling from their ship. If they were and the phaser troops were in the city, they would most likely be congregating near where their comrades were last known to be and on the watch for any signs of life in that part of the countryside. On their way in, there had been a bright flash in the sky, one implying a spaceship explosion in orbit. But without communications, they had no idea whose ship it might be. Upon entering the city, the two had carefully worked their way forward into the buildings until they reached a spot that gave them a commanding view of the area. High in one of the central structures, the pair had been surprised to learn these aliens didn't use stairs. There was an internal ramp system that allowed them to gain access to the upper levels of the building. Locating a floor that had views in all 4 points of the compass, they set in for a long wait.
"How long do you think our EVA units are going to last?"
Tim asked Rachel as they did an inventory of their resources.
At this rate, we are good for a few days yet, and you were wise to grab the spare, so I am not too worried just yet,
she replied.
"Our suits seem to be making water okay,"
Tim observed as he checked his own supply.
I still hate peeing in mine,
Rachel commented casually.
"You get used to it,"
Tim answered without realizing it.
Dad again?
Rachel asked with a smirk.
"Yeah, we spent a week in our suits out in the field one time, just to prove it's capable of doing it,"
Tim said with some frustration.
Sounds to me like your dad has been preparing you for this very circumstance your whole life,
Rachel said after some consideration.
You are better prepared than I am,
she added honestly.
"I guess so. I mean, so far, it's not like I haven't seen any of this before, except for the crashing and killing parts, that is," he said with a smile.
Thanks a lot,
Rachel countered with a smile.
"No, I mean, you did a great job getting us down safely. It's not like that's something you could ever practice,"
Tim said, trying to recover from his faux pas.
No offense taken, and thank you for the compliment.
The two fell silent at that point as they continued to shuffle through their go-bags.
"We have plenty to eat, and I'm sure we can slip the seal on our helmets to take a bite, but I don't want to deal with the after effects,"
Tim explained slowly.
Upset stomach?
Rachel asked, curious at the comment.
"Remember I said we lived in our suits for a week? Well, we never took them off, not even once,"
he added. Rachel paused as she tried to determine the issue. Then the realization came to her.
Ew,
she added.
"Yeah, it's not pleasant, and these flight suits don't have the trap door the field BDUs have,"
Tim confirmed.
That's because spaceships are civilized and have lavatories,
Rachel answered.
"Then let us pray for a speedy rescue,"
he confirmed as the two settled in to wait. Kola Bridge.
Why did the phases come back?
Isabella asked as she worked her way back to the bridge. The trip to the medical section of the ship had been a difficult but necessary journey, as explaining to her chief medical officer that they had lost her son was not something one did over the comm system, nor did you summon her to you. In all, Isabella thought she took the news well, appearing in control and asking very calmly what was being done to locate the boy. The captain knew that beneath the surface the mother of the missing boy had to be an emotional wreck, but she refused the offer of leave and insisted she continue her work. Both knew the medical facility would soon be awash with injured, all requiring her team to be at peak operational efficiency, and removing its head would not aid in that goal.
I am reviewing the data, but current information suggests that our activity in the area possibly triggered a monitor left behind by the phasers. It is also a possibility that they simply returned to attempt a second collecting, like miners returning to a worked-out shaft, looking for overlooked ore,
Cola explained.
One thing is for sure, they were not expecting a fight. Did you notice neither the ship nor the troops had the phasing technology?
Isabella asked as they entered the bridge.
Status,
Captain Connor ordered as she returned to her command chair.
We are actively recovering damaged ships in orbit. The 2 patrol ships are sweeping the area for the second phaser vessel. We think it retreated behind the sun. Our people on the ground are still encountering resistance from pockets of phaser troops. No ETA on subduing the resistance,
the first officer reported sharply.
And?
Isabella asked softly.
No, ma'am. No word on T-217,
came the gentle reply.
I can't delay any longer. Send another ship home with all the latest updates. I had hoped to have better news to tack on,
Isabella ordered, knowing the news about Tim was not going to be well received. On surface, Reaper's world.
Tim, over there,
Rachel commented as the 2 waited high inside one of the alien buildings. The architecture of the original builders was not too different from what you might find on Earth. Built as multi-level high-rise structures with walls and windows on the outer edges, they were designed to protect those living inside from the weather. One distinct characteristic of this building was the windows tended to go from floor to ceiling rather than just rectangular openings in the outer walls. It was for that reason that Rachel was sitting on the floor, peering around the wall panel of an outer wall, and not standing for all to see in front of the transparent barrier. Moving along the floor in a scooting manner to sit beside her, Tim covered the distance and looked in the direction she pointed.
A patrol,
he commented as he watched the 3 aliens walking the open area between buildings, probably initially used for pedestrian traffic as it looked too narrow for vehicles.
Another over there,
Tim added as he pointed to his right. This group was heading away from them, headed deeper into the city.
Are they looking for us?
Rachel asked with some concern.
Probably. They must have found the 3 we killed by now and are scouring the area,
Tim answered calmly.
What should we do?
She asked in return.
We watch and wait. The last thing we want to do is draw attention to ourselves by moving around a lot. Padma says she sometimes has to sit motionless for days in one spot as she scouts a target,
Tim replied as he surveyed the rest of the city, looking for any motion not already identified.
Your older sister? Same mom as yours?
Rachel asked as she scooted away from the window as if that gave her more protection. Tim was used to the question, so it hardly registered. Everyone knew of his dad's special arrangement, though few knew it had been manufactured by the Alices for their own reasons. He didn't feel the need to share that with Rachel now, as she appeared to accept things at face value.
Adopted, but I don't think of her that way. My dad found her and her little brother and brought them home. They were orphans, hiding out in Las Vegas when she was about 7, I think, so I have known her my whole life,
Tim explained without taking his eyes off the window. That information did seem to affect Rachel as her expression changed and she seemed prepared with more questions.
Hold it. Something is happening down there,
Tim said, raising one hand and waving her over to his position. Moving to his side, the pair watched the streets below as several more patrols congregated in an open space Tim took to be the remnants of a park or city square that appeared all over the city. By the time they finished, there were 15 aliens, or 5 groups of 3, and they seemed to be preparing for a sizable organized activity.
That guy is holding something,
Rachel commented as the circular gathering had a central figure holding a box and turning slowly from one side to another. Looking up, the alien pointed to 3 buildings in a row, the last being the hideout Tim and Rachel occupied.
We may need to move. That looks like some sort of scanner, maybe,
Tim offered as they continued to watch those below. As if to confirm the fact, the alien closed the device and began directing his collective force into the first of the three structures.
"We have to go now,"
Tim confirmed as he rose and headed to the go bags they had been carrying. With Rachel at his heels and the phaser rifles in hand, the pair quickly descended the ramp. At its base, he paused with Rachel at his back and peered out into the opening. Unfortunately, the ramp exited into the same square that their opponents had been using as a staging area.
"We need to move fast so they don't see us,"
he explained as he motioned for the nearby side street. Pausing just long enough to confirm there was no visible presence in the area, Tim dashed for the corner of the building, his senses telling him Rachel was hard on his heels. No sooner had the pair cleared the corner than energy bolts began erupting on the stonework of the nearby structure as someone from behind them opened fire.
"Crap!"
Tim exclaimed as he waved his companion forwards to put as much distance as possible between the pair and those sure to be in pursuit.
"Shouldn't we stop and shoot back or something?"
he heard a winded Rachel ask as he led her through a winding path of alleyways.
"Not unless you want to get encircled and overrun,"
Tim explained while keeping them at a hurried pace.
"We are fewer in numbers with limited armament and have no element of surprise. Our best chance is to get outside their perimeter as fast as we can before they close the loop and then take stock of our situation,"
he finished as he continued to press her to run faster. After a few more blocks, Tim paused to check his display and listen to the world around them while he rummaged through one of the go bags. He could hear Rachel's heavy breathing and her eyes on his back as he pulled a few loose items out and began working with them. Bending a tiny wire into a loop, he attached it to one of the phaser rifle charging units, something that looked like a round ball about as big as an orange. Wedging it into a space on the corner of the building, he attached a thin string, probably intended as fishing line, to the wire, and then strung it about 8 inches off the ground across the alleyway and knotted it to a protrusion on the opposite wall.
"Don't touch that,"
he warned Rachel as he collected his things and then took off again at a fast walk, crouching as he did so. He took them farther out and then moved wide of their previous route to circle back from where they came. Just minutes later, there was a large explosion off to one side, and then Tim straightened up and began a run, hard.
"Can't run much more,"
a winded Rachel panted behind him after several minutes.
"Almost there,"
Tim replied as he led her into a structure and began climbing the internal ramp. After gaining a few levels of altitude, he pulled his partner into one of the doorways and pointed her to an interior wall while he crawled to a nearby floor-to-ceiling window. There the two sat for what seemed like an hour before Tim finally returned to where Rachel sat quietly.
"What was all that about?"
she asked finally.
"The guys at the armory warned me that those alien rifle batteries do not like to be shorted across the contacts. They carry them in this non-conductive fabric pouch, but one of our guys dropped it on a metal table once and blew the thing up," Tim said with a bit of a laugh. Seeing the stricken look on her face, he quickly added more. "Everyone was okay. He wasn't close to it at the time it went off, so it just knocked him down. It did mess up the weapons inspection room for a while, but I remembered the important part. They make great booby traps." "And the running?" she asked. "Once a booby trap goes off like that, the nearby troops tend to come together to assess the damage. That gave us the chance we needed to move out of the area quickly. It doesn't last very long, so you need to run like hell," Tim explained. "Where are we?" she asked in confusion. "On the far side of the square from where we were before. They are sweeping away from us, following the trail from here to where I set the trap. It should have them assuming we kept moving in that direction. I circled us back around behind them," he explained with some pride. "Dad or sister?" Rachel asked, clearly impressed with the 15-year-old. "Both. At this point, we are in the standard escape and evasion process, but without any coverage outside the city, I can't take us outside the limits of these buildings, or they would nab us for sure with no coverage." "We can't keep this up forever," Rachel commented. "Well, after dark, I can do a little scouting and see if we can't attract some attention and get help sooner," Tim commented as he sat thoughtfully. "How are they tracking us?" Rachel asked, changing the subject. Tim could understand her confusion. Like the combat BTU, their flight suits and gear should be masking most of the signature the alien scanning equipment triggered on.
At best, the pair should be reading as small, insignificant creatures like rats or birds, if this planet still had any such things left.
I am not sure it's us they are detecting. I think it might be someone else,
Tim finally replied thoughtfully. Impulsive, beyond the Nihal frontier.
We should be outside the last Nihal sector boundary of Sigma Kappa Epsilon and into uncharted space,
the navigator informed Captain Elstad.
Excellent,
Yvonne proclaimed as the captain nodded in reply. Flying through space at speeds faster than light was indeed the definition of flying blind. Were you able to see anything outside the ship, you would have already passed it by the time the reflected light reached your eyes. What was observed was a grayish hue that reminded one of a persistent thick fog that many found depressing. What was detectable and remained their primary sense while in FTL was the gravity fields created by passing stars. The closer they passed to one of the many solar systems in the universe ahead, the higher the reading until one was in such close proximity that it shut down the FTL drives and gave them a chance to look around. So it was that several hours later the FTL alert sounded, bringing the crew to attention, and bringing Yvonne and the captain to the bridge.
Navigation, report,
the captain stated as he approached the navigator and co-pilot, both seated at their stations and likely the on-duty crew at the time of the event. As the two men stood by, more of the crew appeared and began working at their stations, gathering information and awaiting the expected request from their captain.
A rather long time for a status report?
The captain finally asked.
It's not as simple as that, sir. What I am seeing is not 2 but rather 3 gravity signatures of stellar intensity. The complexity of the stable interactions between all 3 stars has me at somewhat of a loss as I try to work out the interactions,
the navigator tried to explain.
What does that mean?
Yvonne asked directly.
It means, sir, that we have hit a dead end as far as FTL travel goes. What we have before us is 3 solar systems, all distant enough apart to be unique but so close together their gravity wells overlap. At this time, I estimate it will take us 2 to 3 weeks to cross the stellar influences and get to the other side,
the man explained.
That's an estimate?
The captain asked, disbelieving the assessment.
Until I can map the entire interactions of all 3 stars on one another, I could be off by an order of magnitude,
he replied in frustration as he continued to work at his console.
20 to 30 weeks?
Came the captain's reply.
It's possible. Maybe this is why the Nihal stopped here. They were too lazy to take the time to cross,
came the co-pilot's assessment. It was evident the co-pilot had been working the same math as she analyzed the readings provided her from the ship's sensors. It was for cases like this that both the captain and Yvonne had chosen 2 top astro-navigators available for the crew.
I don't understand,
Yvonne asked the pair.
Okay, look, binary stars can even be touching each other, but 2 stars playing cuddles isn't the same as 2 solar systems. In astronavigation, the rule of thumb for defining a unique solar system is long-term orbits around each other. You know, where the stars are far enough apart for each to have separate groups of planets, is that the planetary orbits are stable to 20% of the minimum separation between the stars. That is, with some give or take, based on star size and gravity influences,
began the co-pilot.
Take the 2 main stars of Alpha Centauri. They have an elliptical orbit around each other ranging from about 11.2 AU, that's the distance of Saturn's orbit around our Sun, to 35.6 AU, or Pluto's orbit. Both stars could have planets in stable orbits up to 20% of 11.2 AU, 2.24 AU.
The navigator added as he paused in his work.
That would be the equivalent of Mercury, Venus, Earth, and Mars with some room to spare,
the co-pilot added.
Take all that and throw in a 3rd star with its own planetary children, and that's what we are looking at here,
the navigator finished.
Not to confuse the matter, but are any of these worlds inhabited?
Yvonne asked curiously. At that, both the navigator and co-pilot looked up and then pointed to the vacant life sciences station, the one the Nihal, Hibak, had been assigned to share duties at.
Chapter 17. Georgia Alice Facility.
The Alice facility in Georgia was one of the only places in the human-managed universe where access was universally highly restricted. Everyone assigned there had to pass a very in-depth evaluation and was limited to the upper levels of the facility. Deep in the bowels of the research labs, buried under layers of security, were the dark secrets of humanity. Here, before the fall, human scientists had dabbled with things they didn't understand and created weapons so horrific they could never be tested lest they kill all humanity and take the solar system with it.
"Did you miss me?" Jake asked Alice 9 as he sat at the isolated console, scanning through the inventory. All the information related to the work in Georgia had long ago been siphoned off into computer systems inaccessible to the outside world. Only by coming into the room he now occupied was it possible to access the data he was scanning.
While I am never truly far away from you, it is nice to have you come here every once in a while,
Alice 9 replied with a hint of a giggle in her tone. Born a feral, Alice 9 had come to be after a component failure caused a reboot of the Alice systems in the Georgia location during the dark period after the fall and before Jake was awakened. Her former occupant, Alice 3, now resided in the battleship the humans had taken from the Nihaw in the early stages of the human-Nihaw war over 10 years ago. Jake had overcome Alice 9's attempt at self-defense and managed to convince her that he was not a threat. Afterward, he formalized the process by which an Alice could be resurrected and even relocated to another location by a very complex set of procedures. That process had been repeated multiple times since allowing for the creation of additional members of the species. "I'm sorry, I know I don't come near often enough, but I am told that you and Grace have become quite close," Jake replied as he continued his work.
Private Grace Middleton was a local recruit that had earned herself a position of respect by hard work and dedication to her mission of improving the area where she grew up.
Now Lieutenant Middleton, she had usurped Jake's role as Alice 9's emotional support human, the two as thick as thieves. So Jake had been told. But even Grace was not permitted in the area Jake occupied.
Grace is special to me, to be sure, but no one may take your place in my life,
Alice 9 replied with a hint of sarcasm.
You know, if I were given access to the information you were processing, I could cut your search time to minutes,
Alice 9 teased.
"Dear heart, it is my fondest wish that no one ever needs to access this information. Ever,"
Jake replied emphatically.
Well then, what are you looking for?
She snapped.
"I don't know. A miracle, I guess. I'm trying to find a way not to destroy a solar system." He mainly mumbled to himself as he thought of the phaser nursery.
Magellan. Uncharted space.
I think we are good to go,
Sam commented as she checked her display for the 4th time in the last 10 minutes. It had been several hours since the phaser vessel had departed the solar system, leaving Magellan behind undetected. The crew had been in a waiting state for a couple of days, and they were itching to get back to work by this point.
"Before we announce ourselves to the universe, I suggest an active scan of the system. While cloaked, it will give us some measure of protection should there be any unexpected consequences," James directed.
Aye, sir,
came the reply from Abby at the tactical station, while Heather simply nodded from the life sciences station. Captain Aracy knew that activating an active scanning array was like turning on a flashlight in a darkened room. While anyone in the vicinity might not be able to see the source of the scans, they would know there was someone in the area.
All clear,
came the confirmation as both tactical and navigation confirmed there were no other ships in the area.
"Then let's drop the curtains and get back to work,"
James ordered with a smile. On surface, Reaper's World. Tim waited until it was very dark before he left Rachel and headed out into the city streets. He warned her prior to placing another trap at the base of the ramp, one intended to alert her should anyone try and enter the building in his absence. Should it go off, he instructed her not to engage the phasers, but instead she was to hide until his return. Not nearly as accomplished as his sister or his dad, he still had a tinge of pride about his ability to move about in the dark undetected. By the time he was 12, he could move from one end of the main hangar to the other without detection by anyone except Alice. At 14, he had secreted himself aboard a transport and spent the night in L.A. with Uncle Chris before calling Alice for a hovercycle and a panicked ride home before sunrise. He had no delusion that he was alone in that adventure. Sure, Alice was watching him the entire time, but for him, it was the satisfaction he was not caught by anyone else that mattered. Exiting the structure and moving toward the place where the phasers seemed to be centralized, he had mapped a path from his overhead vantage point while waiting for darkness to fall. Without a moon to reflect the light, the planet's surface held uniform darkness that aided Tim in his efforts. His flight suit had gone completely black, aiding in his concealment by absorbing as much of the limited light as possible. Pausing in an open doorway, Tim could see the 3 phaser troops as they made their way down the narrow walkway in total darkness. Flipping through the spectrum in his helmet visor, he discovered they had infrared emitters lighting their way, invisible to the human eye. He had no doubt they used light-enhancing viewers as well, should they even require such, but so far, his suit's ability to mask his unseen presence was holding true. Unsure of the location of his specific goal, Tim was attempting to follow one of the many phaser patrols he assumed was returning from their rounds in the city to their base of operations. It was hard to tell for sure, as they didn't seem to have any real intensity in their movements like human troops did. They just appeared to be wandering aimlessly, pausing at various intersections as if uncertain which direction to take before finally heading off in one. Finally, he caught a glimpse of dim light and scattered movement at the end of one alleyway. As he got closer to the phaser camp, Tim could see 2 small dropships and a significant number of phaser troops all gathered in a large square between several large buildings. As he moved closer, he noted that the stars above him disappeared as he neared the perimeter. Backing away, the stars reappeared above him once more, suggesting the phasers were hiding under some overhead cloaking or shielding technology, like old camouflage netting used on Earth long ago. That would explain why the hundreds of combat troops he knew were aboard Kola were not now routing these interlopers out of the city and driving them off-planet. It also told him that if these phasers were in hiding, then the humans controlled the sky above. He had assumed as much, but the confirmation gave him a warm feeling. Now, however, was not the time to dwell on such things. He still needed to let them know where he and Rachel were hiding. He had no doubt in his mind that every available resource was scouring the planet looking for him. One of the irrefutable facts about his life was every Alice cared about him and his siblings more than any other humans they interacted with. Try as they might to deny that position, the fact that he was here today was evidence enough. Were it up to his parents, he would still be on Earth and under their watchful eye. That fact alone gave him the confidence he needed to attempt the crazy stunt he was about to perform. Studying the open area for quite some time, he was able to discern 3 boxes spread equidistant around the square. Every so often, one of the phaser troops would walk to each, checking all 3, one after another, and then go on about his business. Tim noted the box to his right was closer to the perimeter than the others and more out of the way. For that reason, he moved in that direction to get a better look. By now, he had been gone a good 2 hours and was sure Rachel was probably worried. But until he had more than unit size and location to report to her, he needed to do more. Slipping up to the corner of one building and trying to blend in with its edge, he set his helmet viewer on high magnification as he studied the control panel on the side of the box. Most of what he saw was unreadable. Either the cryptic symbols of the alien language or lights of irrelevant colors, as the phasers used a different color spectrum than the human red, yellow, and green status colors. What did catch his eye was a slider bar to one side that indicated it was set at maximum, or so he guessed. After verifying no one was nearby, he quickly slipped up next to the unit and began sliding the slider bar up and down in a fixed sequence, one that would not be seen as a naturally occurring event by any outsider. Working the slider in bursts, he could see the stars above appear and disappear as the power was raised and lowered on the unit. He tried to remain calm as he worked it, knowing the longer he stood by the unit, the greater his chance of being discovered. Tim felt rather than heard the phaser behind him as it reached for his left shoulder. Grabbing the offending hand by reaching across his chest with his right, he clamped down hard on the wrist and then spun under his own arm. Pulling hard, the alien's arm almost came off with a loud popping sound, causing it to flip in the air and drop on its back with a smack. Leaping over the downed body, he sprinted across the open space, snatching up one of the largest alien weapons he had ever seen and began firing in all directions. Typical for all species, the troops around him scattered, looking for cover as they attempted to return fire from the unexpected assailant. In his best ultimate commando imitation, he grabbed another of the alien weapons, this one positioned at the far end of the square, and turned to fire both from the hip, missing far more than he hit, but causing a considerable amount of chaos as he did so. His final act was to shoot the closest of the three boxes, a shower of sparks being his reward as the stars appeared overhead. Satisfied he had left his mark, he dashed into a nearby alleyway, and then found one of the buildings he had spotted earlier in the day as a possible escape route. Unsure of his actual objective, as he planned this outing earlier before darkness. There he had noted one particular characteristic of the alien city. All the high-rise structures were of a uniform height. At about 12 stories tall, every building between his current location and his target hideout varied in height by no more than a few feet at best, with the occasional open spot for a square or courtyard. Darting up the ramp with energy explosions erupting all around him, he quickly put some distance between himself and his pursuers. For his plan to work, he needed to be out of their sight for a few minutes once he reached the top, or they would cut him off. Tucking both oversized weapons away, one under each arm like footballs, he pressed himself to go faster in the corners of the ramp. Topping out at the rooftop, Tim picked up speed as he headed straight for the edge of the building, not toward Rachel, but 90 degrees away from her position. Hitting his stride at the edge of the building, he leaped the gap of about 15 feet and landed squarely on the next rooftop. Not stopping to look back, he continued to the next building after that before turning left and making the third leap in a row to that rooftop. Between the lower gravity and the enhanced strength his father had blessed him with, Tim had almost missed the last jump. Instead, it had taken him farther than planned, and so he flattened himself to the deck to halt his progress, sliding to a stop on his stomach. After a moment to catch his breath, he rose slightly and scanned the area looking for his pursuers. He had no idea if the phasers had the same strength as he, but his hope was he had taken them someplace they could not follow, as each of the leaps had been more than the average human would attempt, even in the lower gravity of this planet. Helmet audio on high, he could hear the troops in the streets below scrambling in all directions, giving him hope that they had not seen him jumping from rooftop to rooftop and were now struggling to discover his whereabouts. Moving more subtly now, he waited to be sure no one could see him before repeating the process once more, leaping from building to building until he landed on his goal. Descending the ramp from the rooftop, he appeared on the other half of the floor Rachel was secreted away on, and announced his presence by tapping on her shoulder from behind. The lurch in her form as she spun in place told him he had surprised her. Kola Bridge.
"Ma'am, I am getting a bizarre signal from the planet's surface," the tactical officer reported to Isabella.
"Can you be more specific?"
Isabella replied, trying to keep the irritation out of her tone.
"I see it as well. It is emanating from the city tagged Tango,"
Kola supplied.
"What is it?"
Isabella responded impatiently.
"Well, ma'am, best I show you rather than try to explain it. On the main viewer,"
the officer replied as she routed her video traffic to the primary monitor on the bridge. Isabella could see an overhead view of the planet's surface, the location in question on the night side now. While most of what she saw were various shades of black as buildings and open spaces all reflecting different levels of almost non-existent light, a portion of the city seemed to be flashing from black to hazy light gray.
"That's some kind of shielding?"
Isabella asked.
"And it's fading in and out, in Morse code. 3 short, 3 long, 3 short again,"
Kola explained.
SOS?
Isabella translated.
Precisely. And who on that planet would revert to the most arcane method of communication available?
Cola queried.
It's Tim,
Isabella declared. It's stopped, the tactical officer announced.
Get that location to every available ground unit right now. I fear our messenger is now on the run,
Isabella instructed. On surface, Reaper's world.
We got company,
Tim blurted as he appeared unannounced in from behind Rachel, tossing her the weapon he had snatched up during his escape from the phaser camp after she turned in place.
Where did you come from?
She asked as she gave a sharp exhale from the impact of the weapon in her chest.
The roof,
Tim replied as he gathered their things in preparation to relocate if needed.
What is this?
Rachel asked as she struggled to get a handle on the overlarge weapon.
A phaser machine gun, I think. Maybe a cannon,
he replied. At that point, Tim started to hear firing outside their building, and a larger blast as his booby trap on the ground floor had been tripped. He had no idea who the phasers were shooting at down there. Perhaps they were firing randomly in an attempt to flush them out.
We should go to the roof,
he explained to Rachel as the pair gathered their gear and headed around the other side of the floor to the ramp Tim had descended earlier.
Look, if things go bad up there, I think I can make the jump, carrying you, to get us off of this building,
he explained as they cleared the top of the ramp. Checking all four sides, he noted what seemed to be an excessive amount of shooting near the place he had discovered as the phaser camp. Maybe he had hit an ammunition supply box or something, and what he heard was it cooking off charges. Satisfied that he found the closest building, he began moving items on the rooftop to create a defensible position for the pair.
You think you can jump that?
Rachel asked in skepticism as she watched the boy move the oversized objects with ease.
Watch,
he said in frustration, knowing it best to prove it to her now than the moment it's needed. Taking a few steps, he cleared the distance quickly and then made the return jump before anyone below had a chance to see him.
Wow,
was all Rachel would say as the pair began preparing their defenses together.
These things shoot pretty well, but I have no idea how much charge they have left. Once it stops firing, switch to the rifles we picked up earlier. Once they run dry, get ready to make the jump,
he instructed while pointing to extra rifle charges and then their handguns.
These are our last defense,
he finished. With everything in place, the pair lay prone, their field of fire directed at the entrance to the ramp. Looking up, Tim saw dark forms dropping from the sky all around their position and onto the rooftops nearby. He hadn't expected the phasers to have vertical mobility and was at a loss as to how he was going to extract Rachel from the rooftop now. A large thud behind him caused Tim to spin on his back with the phaser weapon still in hand. As he turned to position the weapon for firing, a large gloved hand reached out and grabbed the barrel, deflecting it away just before he fired.
"Who's the wise guy that booby-trapped the doorway?"
the Marine lieutenant asked as he stood over the pair hunkered down behind the debris. Chapter 18 Nihaw Homeworld. To date, the latest messages from the Nihaw spy on Earth had little value beyond being mildly curious. General Kolob had a slight concern that no one on his analysis team could unravel the mystery of why the humans wanted to explore the uncharted edges of the Empire. But so far, nothing to cause alarm had been uncovered in the attempt. Kolob considered himself a master strategist, and as such he was constantly evaluating his position in the universe. A second war with the phasers was inevitable, as was the strong probability that the humans would unravel the secrets of the Nihaw phase inhibitor. If they did not manage it on their own, they certainly would with help from other races. After all, that's how the Nihaw had invented it to begin with. The combination of those two events would leave the Nihaw in a horrible position to defend themselves. Even with the new ships the humans had released from the Wababash shipyards, the Empire needed both the other half of the phaser interrupter pair and the human shielding technology to stand a chance on their own against either adversary. As for another direct war with the humans, he held less concern around that possibility. He was beginning to understand the motivations of the race, and as far as their regard for the Nihal, they would be much more inclined to seek revenge for the damage to their planet than they would be motivated to invade the Empire for conquest. Unprovoked, the humans were far more consumed with their own petty issues and would continue this path of alliance until forced to change direction by a direct assault. Kalab was sure of it. A new war was something he did not plan to pursue in the near future, as the humans represented the Empire's best protection against phaser hostility. That hardly stopped him from plotting their eventual overthrow, but for now, he was happy to keep them as a bodyguard. Magellan, uncharted space.
Captain, we have another FTL drop at the edge of the solar system,
came the announcement from Tactical. During the last few days of exploration, the crew of Magellan had been working 24 hours a day to acquire as much information as possible in the shortest period of time. Split into two groups, the crew worked 4 hours on, 4 hours off, a rotation to allow for a sustainable work/rest balance as they analyzed their surroundings without interruption. Lacking an understanding regarding the frequency of phaser visits to this solar system, they wanted to be prepared to evacuate the area at a moment's notice with as much data as possible.
It's a tiny craft on sensors. IFF says it's the pigeon we sent,
came Annie's explanation after the slightest hesitation. The identification friend or foe was an old tried-and-true way of quickly identifying friendlies when in hostile circumstances. It is based on a transponder that listens for an interrogation signal and then sends a response that identifies the broadcaster. In this case, the pigeon initiated the sequence to not betray the presence of the Magellan should there be hostiles in near space. Despite the name, IFF could only positively identify friendly targets, not hostile ones. If an IFF interrogation receives no reply or an invalid response, the object cannot be identified as friendly but is not positively identified as a foe, just someone who required more scrutiny. Had the pigeon appeared with the phasers present in the solar system, the Magellan would not have replied, and the phasers would have likely destroyed the craft as a threat before it could be retrieved. The truth was, the craft would have self-destructed without the proper response code at the first sign of hijacking.
Transmit the navigation instructions, and let's see what the folks back home sent us,
James ordered.
Deferring to Annie for navigational programming,
Alice said with a smile.
Understood,
came Eris's reply. After that exchange, everyone returned to their work, every shift bringing a greater understanding of what the phasers were doing in this solar system and how they were achieving it.
Instructions transmitted. I estimate the pigeon will be recovered in 28 hours and 47 minutes,
Annie declared.
Right about the time we are ready to leave this system,
James said with confidence.
Yes, sir,
came April's reply. While technically in operational command, as it was her shift, April deferred to Erisy when he was in attendance. Just because he was off shift didn't mean he was unavailable as captain.
I suppose those back home will be interested to learn what happened to our saucer's power supply,
James said casually as he watched his second-in-command scanning her console.
Yes, there seems to be a variety of power generators on the planet's surface, all juicing up those factories,
came her response. Whatever the primordial ooze was that the phasers required to recreate their world, it came from massive mobile factories that were strategically placed around the surface of each target world. In every case, there was a power generator at the heart of the factory, and the missing space station nuclear reduction power converter was one of those generators. Unsure if the phasers were short of such technology or that it was simply easier to steal it from other races, they counted 8 different energy signatures in the dozens of factories. One even matched the power signature on the derelict ship circling Reaper's world. If Annie's estimations were correct, the locations would be habitable in about 50 years. Without a reference for phaser lifetime, it represented a massive hyper-acceleration into the natural evolutionary cycle. Now their most significant decision was, do they continue deeper into uncharted space or follow the path of the phaser ship? Impulsive. Beyond Nihal Frontier.
Just call me Doc,
Edward Smith had informed the pair of men sitting across the table as he had begun his interview as ship's physician. Smith had been recruited into the Alice facility population over a decade ago as part of the push into Northern California by the Community Patrol from Prosperity. The same push that had collected two others later identified as Patty and Jacob, Jake's descendants. In his early 40s at the time of his recruitment, Smith had been living in a small town south of Stockton, treating all patients that came to him for assistance. A self-taught man of medicine, he had developed an interest early in life and gathered as much reading material on the subject as had survived the many years since the Nihaw attack. Once recruited, Smith was able to take his learning to an entirely new level, achieving the status of medical doctor within the Alice community. Besides his medical pursuits, he had taken up plant biology, specifically the growing of his own plants and herbs for medicines. The combination of education and experience made him a perfect selection for the life sciences officer on Impulsive.
"Doc, can you come to the bridge, please?"
Captain Elstad broadcast over the ship's comm system as he stared Yvonne in the face. It was clear to both men that the Nihaw had no idea what he was supposed to do after offering to assist. Attempts to train him had fallen on deaf ears as Hebak brushed them aside as unnecessary.
"Gentlemen, how may I be of assistance?"
Doc asked as he appeared up the spiral steps leading from below.
"We need you to determine if there is any reason for us to linger in the area,"
the captain replied while indicating the vacant life sciences console.
"Ah, yes. I see our alien offer of assistance fell short of actual action,"
Doc replied with a smile as he slid into the unoccupied workspace.
"I will let you know my findings as soon as possible,"
he replied as he began working, dismissing the pair in the process. Aboard Kola. Rachel was never so happy to be back aboard Kola as she was after their rescue from the planet's surface. The two had been immediately evacuated to the nearest orbital transport, where they both received complete physicals and a clean set of clothes. Rachel wasn't sure if it was the knowledge that Tim's mom was the head of the medical staff or that they feared the pair had acquired some alien virus while on the surface, but she was very sure that no part of her body had been excluded from the inspection. Once they were cleared for a medical release, both were escorted directly to a passenger transport ship where they spent the next 16 hours, traveling to the edge of the solar system, being debriefed along the way. At first, they were interviewed individually and then together before finally arriving at Kola. Looking out the window as they entered the hangar, Rachel could see a small delegation over to one side, and a groan from Tim at her side suggested he knew more than one of them by sight. Rachel was sure she saw Captain Connor as well as her group and squadron commanders. There was one woman front and center of them all that had to be Tim's mother. Once the transport settled on its skids, she noted Tim slowly moved to one side, allowing her to exit the ship first. While both were dead tired from their experiences, she was sure it was not a move motivated by gallantry.
"Welcome back."
Captain Connor greeted the pair as first Rachel and then Tim exited the craft. Rachel could see the hesitancy in the woman she assumed was Tim's mom, until the dam broke and she rushed forward to embrace her son in a mother's grasp. Stepping to one side, Rachel joined the rest of the reception party as all watched mother and son reunited.
"Captain,"
was all the woman could get out between tears as she nodded toward the hangar exit.
"We will catch up later,"
Captain Connor replied as she motioned the woman away. Silently, the entire party watched the woman escort her son away, the boy clearly struggling to contain his own emotions as his mother led him off.
"I watched him fight off a squad of phasers single-handed without flinching, but one woman brings him to tears,"
Rachel comments softly.
"On that note, Lieutenant, please follow us,"
the captain announced. Rachel was positive this was not going to be good as she followed the three in silence. Exiting the hangar, they followed several passageways until all entered a small conference room.
"Lieutenant, please take a seat,"
the captain offered as she and the other two officers sat on the opposite side of the table. The room was one of the smaller conference rooms aboard ship. Just one table and several chairs all around, and Rachel had attended many functions in similar surroundings.
"Might I begin by saying we are delighted to see you and Midshipman Thomas back, and in one piece, safe and sound,"
the captain started the conversation. There was a small part of her mind that doubted those were equally weighted emotions.
"Thank you, ma'am,"
Rachel replied at the pause.
"What we are hoping to accomplish here is a clarification between the debriefings you and the midshipmen recited on your return to Kola, specifically around certain decision points during your time on the planet's surface." "Oh, crap,"
Rachel thought to herself. The fact that they already had those reports in hand did not bode well for her or Tim, as usually there were days of delay in their processing. To get them in hand so quickly meant they had been transmitted to the captain in advance of their arrival.
"It might be better if you just read the midshipmen's versions of events for yourself, rather than belaboring each point,"
the captain finished before passing the tablet over to her. Taking the device in hand, Rachel began scanning the text until she stopped and restarted the description of the events it contained all over again. Tim had given her, as senior officer, all the credit for a safe landing of T-217, the escape and evasion of the phaser patrol in the city, and all the events that followed minus his trip into the phaser camp. Even then he had proclaimed it her idea, but left it to his devices to execute due to his abilities to travel over the rooftops.
"Ma'am,"
Rachel replied as she slid the tablet back over the tabletop to her superior officer.
"I had no idea of your E&D training and certainly not your knowledge of the phaser weapons, systems, technology, and tactics,"
the man next to Isabella commented, her group commander.
"I am at a loss to reply,"
Rachel responded honestly. She had no desire to take any credit for the things Tim had done, but to contradict the report was to call Tim a liar. He didn't actually lie about any of the events, he just credited her with far more than she deserved. All three before her sat in silence as she debated how to address the unasked question. Fortunately for her, the captain didn't let her stew long.
"The reason we are here is to let you know we are going with this version of the events on the planet. Likely this is going to make you very uncomfortable, but the truth of the matter is, his parents do not want to glorify the actions of their son over the heroic actions of so many others here on this mission. Just having his name involved with this will overshadow all other efforts by so many unfairly. But it's the way things are,"
Isabella explained.
"Ma'am, permission to speak freely?"
Rachel finally screwed up the courage to ask. A nod of agreement from all parties opened the dam of emotions.
"Tim saved my life at least twice for sure, maybe more as things were moving so quickly. This is a whitewash of everything he did,"
she offered earnestly.
"But are the facts correct? Did you land safely, evade and harass the enemy, and successfully escape after locating a phaser stronghold in the city, damaging said location and thereby exposing its location?"
the captain asked.
"The what is right, but not the who or how,"
she replied in frustration.
"That's what is important for now. Tim's parents will know what he has done. His mother read the report first and told us in no uncertain terms he was lying. She was sure your version of events was much more likely to be the truth. Think of it as a family tradition. His father has done things for us the entire human race will never know of, at least not in our lifetime,"
Isabella confirmed.
"So what now?"
Rachel asked in frustration.
"Your report will be filed, classified as eyes only, and his version will be released as the officially accepted description of events. You will both participate in additional debriefs to pry every single data point from your minds and memories. These interviews too will likely be classified, but are necessary for gaining an insight into our enemy,"
the captain stated.
"You will be promoted to first lieutenant and are to be awarded the Bronze Star with V for Valor in Combat,"
her squadron commander explained. Rachel started to protest before Isabella raised her hand, silencing the outburst.
"This is not up for negotiation, and if it helps at all, which I doubt, think of this as you are accepting these in his place. We certainly cannot promote and decorate a 15-year-old midshipman who is already placed well above his peers. This course of action is best for all involved,"
Isabella finished.
"Once we leave this room, you are not to discuss this subject with anyone beyond those actions described in the official version. Do you have any questions before we conclude this conversation?"
the captain asked Rachel.
"Only one, ma'am. Do I get Tim back as my co-pilot?"
Rachel thought her squadron commander was going to bust a gut as he struggled to contain an outburst of laughter, considering her attitude at taking Tim on in the first place. Aboard Kola.
Mom, you can't be serious,
Tim asked as he and his mother sat in their private quarters. Kathy had finally managed to get her emotions under control and was in the middle of explaining to her son that he was grounded for the foreseeable future.
I read your report, Tim. You are not fooling anyone. I saw your father's actions all over that pack of lies. You might not realize it, but most of what you know is not general knowledge to transport pilots. And the ground combat activities, they were things you got from Padma, weren't they?
Kathy explained.
Mom, that stuff saved our lives. You can't blame me for getting shot down by a phaser ship. They were not even supposed to be in the area, much less in orbit,
Tim countered.
Tim, you are not your sister nor your father, and I will not have you out there risking your life unnecessarily, she countered.
Mom, I saved Rachel's life. If I hadn't been there, she would either be dead or a phaser captive right now,
he responded.
That may be true, but it hardly makes me feel better,
Kathy explained honestly. As the two continued the discussion, Kathy was struggling to contain her emotions and working hard to find holes in her son's logic. The entire time her communications pad continued to ping with messages. Finally, picking the device up, she scanned the contents as the pair sat in silence, Tim sulking at his mother's insistence that he remain on Kola for the duration of their time there. Staring at the contents of her inbox, she let loose with a heavy sigh and typed a short reply before returning her attention to her son.
You can stop sulking,
she commented to her child.
What?
Tim asked in a defeated tone.
That was a request from Flight Operations. It seems that with the latest events, they are extremely short-handed and requested your flight availability status,
Kathy explained.
And?
Tim responded with a hint of hope in his eyes.
Your lieutenant put in a request. She asked specifically if you are available to still be her co-pilot. I approved the assignment,
Kathy replied before becoming overwhelmed by her son's embrace. Chapter 19. Nevada Alice Facility.
Destroying an entire solar system is not something I consider lightly,
Jake said aloud as he talked to Alice about his concerns. So few people actually knew what was housed in Georgia that he really didn't have a lot of options for a sounding board. True to her word, once the facility's storage was locked down and isolated, Alice had scrubbed all references to its contents from the computer systems and databases.
I presume you mean, should we fire one of those matter-consuming weapons you demonstrated to the Niha General against the phaser system's star?
Alice asked in return for clarification.
As incredibly stupid as it sounds, that is exactly what I mean. From what I saw last time, we wouldn't even need to hit the star. The consumption of all related matter in the area all but guarantees any planetary hit will consume the rest of the planetary matter as well as the star.
Did you uncover an alternative?
Alice replied.
I did find one that suggests it replicates the conditions of nuclear winter, minus the firestorms. It is less destructive, but effectively kills off all life on the surface of the planet by plunging it into a global freeze.
That sounds promising,
Alice replied.
There are only 3 of them, so we wouldn't have enough weapons in stock to deal with all the locations. Additionally, I do not want to restart the production of any of the inventory to fill the shortfall. One accident, and the Earth is poof, he added emphatically.
So all you have is enough to enrage the phasers, but not enough to stop them outright,
Alice confirmed.
Sure would piss me off,
Jake concurred.
Well, I can promise you that this is not going to help your decision. Kola has sent another ship, now docking at Beta, and there was a phaser attack on Reaper's world. I will have more data to be analyzed as it gets uploaded, but there is one item of great concern.
Alice hesitated.
And?
Tim is missing. His transport took a direct hit, and he and his pilot crash-landed on the planet's surface.
Jake took a deep breath as he considered the news, 1,000 questions running through his mind. The first item to consider was that this information is now days old, and who knows what the current situation was. While his first instinct was to jump on the first ship headed to Reaper's world, between the time to the edge of the solar system and then the FTL travel time, it would be well over a week more before he arrived. "Once you have everything on the subject, I will need a complete briefing," he finally replied before working to push the worry from his mind. Kola Bridge.
Ma'am, we need to determine what to do about the prisoners.
The woman in the display asked Captain Connor as she motioned to the containment field behind her. Isabella could see several of the 20-odd phasers they had been able to capture in her display. Unfortunately, beyond the ability to disarm and contain this group, they had not the slightest idea of how to care for their charges. The biggest concern was that the phasing ground troops, the namesake for the species, would appear and liberate these prisoners before anything could be learned about the race.
I really do not want them on this ship until we can be sure we know how to contain them properly. Are we even feeding them?
She asked in frustration.
Yes, ma'am. We have managed to separate the containers with their food supplies out from the rest, but most of what we found in the camp is still unknown technology. We are assuming if this group had the phase-shifting gear, they would have used it long ago.
And their ships?
Isabella asked.
Still can't operate anything aboard, much less fly one, but they are small enough to fit inside a transport. We are coordinating a pickup once all the priority work is completed. Maybe after we get them to Kola, she can figure them out,
the woman suggested.
Very good. Well, keep me informed and I will get back to you as soon as I have any answers,
Isabella replied before cutting the connection.
We could ship them back to Earth,
Kola offered.
The thought has crossed my mind. However, I am not sure I want to take the risk of provoking a second attack on Earth,
Isabella replied.
There is something we might need to consider here,
Kola offered.
And that is? Remember, on Earth, the people collected for studying were left behind after the phasers retreated. Maybe we need to consider returning these detainees once we extract as much information as we can, without injuring them,
Kola proposed.
And how might we do that?
Isabella asked as she considered the option.
The dropships they used to land troops are capable of space flight. I would venture to say they could use them as shuttles if that second phaser ship is still hiding out there,
Kola speculated.
Wouldn't it be terrible if we put some kind of bomb on one?
Isabella asked in return.
I had considered the possibility,
Kola said in good humor.
All kidding aside, see if we can disarm one of those ships and get our medical people over there to learn as much as we can. I don't think we are going to have a lot of time before they start dying off on us,
Isabella said with genuine concern for those in her care, friend or foe. Aboard Kola.
Closing bridge hatch,
Tim heard Rachel announce as the two prepared to take the latest group of passengers from Kola to one of the 2 Lanai transports in orbit.
Hatch closed and sealed,
Tim confirmed with a nod to the pilot after the indicators went green. Short-handed before the attack, the flight operations assignments had almost doubled for those still flying as they were dealing with the aftermath of the phaser attack. Tim had only been able to spend a few hours with his mother before he was recalled to duty and forced to cut things short with her.
Tower, T-376 requesting departure clearance,
Tim announced over the comm system. T-376, you are cleared for departure via Bay Bravo 34. Repeat, Bravo 34, confirm, came the response.
Confirmed, Bravo 34,
Rachel repeated as she maneuvered T-376 into position. For active flight operations within a populated hangar, Kola had been built with dynamic force field partitioning. During space travel, all the hangars had hard outer hangar doors that opened and closed to space. Just inside every door was a force field generator that created an energy barrier that prevented the interior atmosphere from escaping when the doors were open. Inside the hangar itself, Kola had the ability to create energy field boxes with the same technology, and these boxes acted like airlocks for all but the largest of vessels. For the full-size transports and patrol ships, the entire hangar bay was segmented until the ship left the hangar and entered free space. Tim watched as Rachel moved T-376 into the first position for Bay Bravo 34. Once in place, the ship was boxed in by the shimmering transparent walls of the force field barrier, now isolated from those around it, in an airtight container. He could see several of the ground crew just outside the box watching in mild interest as they had seen it all before. He had been told that the shimmering effect had been added to the technology as the barriers were almost invisible in their natural state, creating confusion at times. A green light on his console told Tim the barrier box now extended from just behind their ship all the way to the opening before them. "Evacuation complete," they heard over the communicator, the statement verifying the atmosphere inside the barrier box had been removed. This was an essential step as it prevented explosive depressurization once the box was opened to space.
"Confirmed evacuation complete,"
Rachel parroted. "Dropping out barrier. Have a good trip," came the last statement from flight operations.
"Roger that,"
Rachel replied with a smile as she slowly raised the ship off the deck and nudged it out the opening and into open space.
"Bet you never expected to do this again,"
Rachel finally asked as she looked at Tim beside her.
"My mom was really mad, but she agreed it was nothing we did wrong and could hardly have been expected,"
Tim answered. This was really the first time the pair had been able to talk in private. From the time they were recalled until they closed the bridge hatch, they were constantly in the presence of others, asking about the details of their time on the planet. Tim could tell the subject made Rachel very uncomfortable, something he understood but held a tinge of guilt over himself. Had he reported the truth, he would be constantly challenged as to the accuracy of the information and the ever-constant accusations of his receiving special treatment. This way, no one thought twice about an older, experienced pilot achieving such results.
"You know, I am not happy about how they decided to handle this,"
Rachel began.
"Please don't be. I just want to be able to fly, so I am really good with how it all turned out,"
Tim explained, cutting her off in the reply.
"You must be a little disappointed about not being recognized for all you achieved?"
Rachel asked as she checked the console while speaking.
"Not really. My parents have made it very clear to all us kids that we will never be entirely the masters of our own destiny. Our ties to the Alices and the dependent nature of that relationship mean I won't ever have a normal life. I am here now because the Alices asked my dad to spread his kids around after the phaser attack on Earth. They were worried one strike could kill us all." "Wow. I'm really sorry, but that kind of blows,"
Rachel replied in sympathy.
"It's not all that bad. I never would have got to do this if I was still on Earth,"
Tim pointed out with a smile as he indicated the co-pilot seat. The two sat in silence for a bit as they put some distance between T-376 and Cola before Rachel spoke again.
"Well, I'm going to check on the passengers. Why don't you keep an eye on things up here?"
she said with a smile as she opened the bridge airtight door and headed into the passenger compartment.
"I sure will,"
Tim replied to her back, realizing this was the first time she had ever left him in charge of things alone on the bridge. With that, the two began the 16-hour trip to Reaper's world. Impulsive, beyond Niha frontier. There are 2 planets in the combined 3 solar systems that show signs of lower-level life forms at different stages of evolution. Plant and animal life is in abundance, but I find no intelligent civilization. By that I mean I cannot find any indications of cities, towns, villages, or other clustered living conditions. There are some indications of primitive gathering places, but they are not permanently settled. Doc Smith explained as Yvonne and the rest of the crew listened to his report.
We will either need to get much closer if we wish to determine the geology of both planets, minerals, precious metals and such, or move on, the man at the sensor control panel offered.
Primitive planets with no discernible technology or mineral wealth sitting in a gravitational vortex. No wonder the Niha passed it by, the captain assessed.
Perhaps the Niha did make it this far, hit the FTL barrier, and found nothing to inspire them to push through,
Yvonne speculated as he looked to Hebak to confirm.
Perhaps,
was all he got in reply.
Well, I have done the calculations, and we need to expect to travel for just under 4 months on repulsors to get past the influence of the 3 stars, the navigator supplied.
Not the way I had hoped to spend the first few months of our mission, Ivan said as he considered their options.
Your orders?
The captain finally asked Ivan.
Document everything, and let's you and I assess our options before we make a decision,
Ivan said as he waved the captain to follow him below.
Aye, sir,
came the crew response as the 2 men left the bridge. No one seemed to pay Hebak any attention as he crossed over to the communications station opposite the others and sat before the console. The short-burst transmission would take months to reach the nearest Nihal receiver from here, but Hebak cared little of that so long as he could show an effort to perform his duties to high command, no matter how little or late it might be. Besides, if his plan worked, they would be getting the message much sooner. Alexandria, Egypt. Lau was not sure which was worse, the fine blowing sand that seemed to get into everything, clogging air filters on his vehicles and creating a maintenance nightmare for his transport mechanics, or the constant harassment of the locals always attempting to hinder the recovery efforts he was here to protect. He had come to admire the dogged determination they displayed as they attempted to prevent the perceived looting of their homeland, and the few they had captured expressed a less than appreciative attitude toward the work being done on their behalf. He had hoped that, with the catch-and-release policy he had going, the word would eventually get around that they were not modern-day grave robbers. They were, in fact, here to preserve their heritage. His current crisis included 2 wounded and a broken-down truck that was loaded full of recovered art. The truck was towable and the wounded injuries were non-life-threatening, but they did little to boost morale in the desert heat.
Everyone is accounted for, and all vehicles are ready to move out,
his lieutenant informed him as the last of his security team was returning from driving off the latest insurgents.
Very good. Please take the lead vehicle and get these people back to camp. I am going to take the security team and do some reconnaissance,
the captain explained.
Is that a good idea, sir? I mean, the harassment is getting worse, and the numbers of insurgents are increasing,
came the reply.
Precisely why I need to get ahead of this before it gets completely out of hand,
Lau answered before waving the man away. His lieutenant was correct in that the number of combatants seemed to be increasing with each engagement, and before long, they would have to start taking drastic action to prevent attacks and have more injuries or even deaths. There had to be a way to reason with these people and get them to stop before he had to resort to lethal force. Chapter 20. Lanai Alice Facility. Jacob was inspecting the latest arrival from the Wawabash shipyard as he mulled over his next steps. Jake had informed him that the ship was destined for Lieutenant Jenkins at some point in the near future, but as she was currently second in command of Magellan, that would not be soon. The second of the Magellan-class Explorer spaceships had been delivered in Lanai. It had been remotely piloted by the Alices, each taking turns as they guided the ship from Space Station Gamma to Alpha to Earth. Once in orbit, Lanai had the honors of landing the ship within her hangars for final delivery. The yet-to-be-named craft had been delivered with everything the original Magellan contained, minus the Earth-only enhancements, plus some upgrades derived from feedback of the Magellan crew. Weighing heavily on Jacob's mind was the empty spot where the Alice would live, its occupant missing.
Everything in order?
Jacob heard his wife, Gemma, ask as she greeted him in the hangar space.
Just needs that human touch,
he replied with a weak smile.
And an Alice,
Gemma replied, apparently reading her husband's mind as she pointed to the void overhead.
Yes, there is that,
he said somberly.
You are uncomfortable with that, aren't you?
Gemma asked.
When I was designing the module that holds all the Alice subsystems, I really never gave thought that one day a living being would be contained within. Now, after meeting Annie, I wonder if I did everything right to be sure she was safe and secure,
he answered.
Did I ever tell you why I became an engineer and did not go into medicine as my mother wished?
Gemma asked in reply.
No?
Jacob answered in confusion as the change in subject seemed arbitrary.
For me, engineering is a pure, analytical science where answers are derived by math, and the right or wrong of something is measured in its ability to perform whatever functions you are trying to address. Medicine, on the other hand, works in the mystical grey areas of science, where right and wrong are not always clear, and people's lives can depend on how well you can guess their illness based on the symptoms that may or may not reflect what's happening inside.
Gemma offered.
And I am second-guessing my decisions on the Alice design,
Jacob replied, connecting the dots of Gemma's analogy.
Exactly. The engineer in you already calculated the needs of the container, assessing the environmental variables and the resource requirements. But with lives depending on your choices, you are wondering if it's good enough. Did you guess correctly?
She finished.
Did I miss anything?
Jacob asked in return.
If you did, 15 of the smartest life forms in the universe missed it as well.
Gemma responded, allowing her husband a little escape from assuming all the burden of the design. Aboard Cola.
We have made some progress with the phaser analysis,
Cola informed Captain Connor as she sat at her morning meal.
And,
came the reply,
their atmosphere is similar enough to Earth to be tolerable. 28% oxygen, 26% helium, and 46% nitrogen places it at the high end of acceptable. Thus, their interest in our world. I would guess at that level they would need an O2 kicker to breathe on Earth without an environmental suit?
Isabella asked between bites.
Most likely, though we do not know if the high level of helium is also a requirement for their physiology, or an inert gas, as it is for humans.
Cola added.
There is also something about helium at such high quantities?
Isabella speculated as she racked her memory to recall the significance.
Exactly. Most terrestrial helium is created by the natural radioactive decay of heavy radioactive elements such as thorium and uranium, although there are other sources. The alpha particles emitted by this decay consist of helium-4 nuclei. On Earth, this radiogenic helium is trapped with natural gas in concentrations as great as 7% by volume, from which it was extracted commercially by a low-temperature separation process called fractional distillation. For phasers to have such a high concentration in their atmosphere, the radioactive elements on their planet or in their environment must be substantial.
Cola supplied.
I wonder if that has anything to do with their phasing abilities,
Isabella asked.
That is worth investigating. I will pass it along to the analysts,
Cola replied.
Anything else?
The captain asked as she finished eating and prepared to start her day.
There is one item, but I do not think you are going to like it,
Cola offered.
Spill it,
Isabella replied after a heavy sigh.
We have a special request from the ground team working with the phaser captives,
Cola began. Cola was right. Isabella did not like the request one bit. High above Reaper's world.
T-376 requesting docking instructions,
Tim asked as the transport loomed large in their bridge windows. The trip in from Cola had been far different than the previous assignments before the phaser incident. The first noticeable change was the notoriety both he and Rachel held with the passengers they were transporting. Apparently, the story of their survival on the planet had made the rounds among those destined to land on Reaper's world, and everyone wanted to talk to the pair of adventurers. Next was the way in which he and Rachel spent their time together on the bridge. Rather than the routine activities of piloting a ship on autopilot, Rachel had begun teaching him the more advanced topics of piloting the craft. By the time they reached their destination, Rachel had Tim handle the approach and reach out for docking instructions, things the pilot was responsible for.
T-376 transmitting docking instructions now. Lieutenant Davis, be advised, a private transmission for you as well, eyes only,
came the reply. Rachel and Tim looked at each other as they waited for the instructions to complete. With a careful eye on everything he did, Rachel let Tim pilot the ship to the proper location and then repeat the docking procedure he was already trained for.
Docking complete. Artificial gravity is active. You are free to unbuckle and have a nice day,"
Tim repeated to the passenger compartment as he had heard Rachel do before. Opening the airtight door, many of those in the rear said their goodbyes before exiting the craft. Only after the last of the group departed did Rachel go to the eyes-only transmission.
"We are being replaced here. They have assigned another flight crew for the return trip home,"
Rachel explained as she read the transmission of the additional instructions.
When?
Tim asked in confusion.
Right now?
Came the reply from the open hatch. Standing just outside the open hatch, 2 replacement crew members stood waiting for the pair to exit the bridge and turn the ship over to their care. Both Tim and Rachel grabbed their small duffels off their bunks, each with not much more than a change of clothes and some personal items for the round trip. Silently working their way past the pair waiting, Rachel paused just long enough to brief the replacement pilot of the ship's status with nothing on her gripe sheet. Finished with the handover, Rachel led Tim to the docking hatch, and the two passed through the double doors for both T-376 and the larger craft and entered the holding bay area beyond.
"Lieutenant Davis?"
came the question from the officer just inside the transport as Rachel and Tim exited T-376.
"That's me,"
she replied as the two crossed over to where the man was standing.
"I've been asked to escort you two to your shuttle for the trip to the surface,"
the man explained as he passed her his tablet.
"Come again?"
she replied as she took the device and began scanning the text on the display.
"Oh, you have got to be kidding me,"
she said in a thunderous voice as she passed Tim the pad while attracting the attention of those standing nearby. Reading the electronic pad, Tim could not believe what he was reading. First Lieutenant Rachel Davis and Midshipman Timothy Thomas have hereby transferred off transport pilot duties and are assigned to the Scientific and Behavioral Analysis Team indefinitely. Reassignment classified eyes only, and all intelligence gathered during assignment to be considered need to know.
"This way, please. They are holding a shuttle for you,"
the man announced as he waved the pair along.
"I take back everything I ever said about you getting special treatment,"
Rachel said to Tim as the two followed the officer away from the docking port. Impulsive, in uncharted space.
"I think this is the right decision,"
Yvonne commented as the Impulsive hurtled through space at faster-than-light speeds. There hadn't been much of an argument when it was decided not to attempt the 4-month crossing of the combined stellar gravity fields, instead deciding to point the ship in an entirely new direction. With little to look forward to in the current systems beyond the 2 primitive worlds, the consensus was more would be gained by redirecting their efforts in another direction.
"Sir, I should point out this new course does take us out of Nihal space entirely and points us at uncharted phaser stars."
"Couldn't be helped. With the wall created by the 3 interlinked stars all but surrounding us, this was the only course that didn't have us backtracking all the way to Earth,"
the captain acknowledged.
"All that matters is we are heading into the unknown,"
Yvonne confirmed with a rather large smile on his face. Phaser Nursery Solar System. Magellan was finished with their work at the Phaser Nursery and had exited the solar system unmolested to continue their exploration mission. The data dump they received from the pigeon they collected before departure was a mixed bag of good and bad news. Most of it was days to weeks old and all leaving a flood of unanswered questions. With Annie handling the ship's duties in FTL, the group had gathered in the common area to discuss the latest news.
"How did a phaser ship just appear out of nowhere?"
Alice asked as the crew enjoyed the downtime, referring to the second attack on Reaper's world.
"I am more interested in why it wasn't able to phase out of plane and slip away after the fighting turned against them,"
James asked as his own unpleasant experiences with the technology were still fresh in his memory.
"I'm worried about Tim,"
Abby confessed as she and Joe had known the boy well for almost his entire life.
"I'm not. The phasers better steer wide of him if they are smart,"
Joe said with confidence.
"Like father, like son?"
James asked as he sipped his tea.
"If you mean like a wrecking ball, then yes,"
Abby said with a smile.
"He can ride a hovercycle like nobody's business, that's for sure. He can also shoot with the best of them as well. I was hoping to get him in the cavalry when he came of age, Joe added.
No, he wanted to be a fighter pilot,
Abby replied in disappointment.
Regardless, you feel he is capable of dealing with these circumstances? The captain asked. Very.
Both Abby and Joe replied in unison.
Excellent. Now, regarding our next move, Annie, did you make any headway using the star charts we collected from Reaper's World?
James asked, changing the subject while on a high note. One item of note had stood out above the rest of the data provided by the pigeon. Based on Magellan's own discovery, the folks back home had surmised that the phasers used Class A stars as their base ingredient for environment rebuilding efforts. After a lengthy discussion, it was decided that Annie should locate the nearest Class A stars, and Magellan should search for more evidence of phaser activities.
Yes, right before our jump to FTL, I was able to chart a straight-line course to the closest cluster of Class A star systems. If I have translated the alien charts correctly, we should arrive in about 4 days. At that point, we need only select the closest. Otherwise, we can avoid them and go another way.
Very good. Until then, I suggest we continue to analyze what we have collected and be prepared for a possible hostile reception at our next destination, Captain Erisy advised, as all were concerned about another phaser ship in the area.
Reaper's World. Tim wasn't sure what was happening, but he was positive his mother had nothing to do with it. He knew she wasn't happy about him returning to spaceflight, but having him transferred to ground duty in a potentially hostile circumstance wouldn't be an improvement in her way of thinking. Aboard the orbital transport ship, the two had been escorted to a small shuttlecraft no larger than the small corporate jets used on Earth to jump between Alice's, where they were provided a helmet and gloves. The trip to the surface was short and in silence, as there were no other passengers in the small craft. In a matter of minutes, the ship settled on the ground, and as Tim exited after donning his helmet, he realized they were back at the phaser camp.
Are you really kidding me?
He heard Rachel say as the pair were greeted by several suited individuals, all in helmets due to the atmospheric deficiencies. Rather than the military-style flight suits that he and Rachel wore, all these people were outfitted in generic blue jumpsuits with name tags and multi-pouch utility belts that served as pockets where there were none.
Welcome, both of you,
Tim heard the woman say as she extended a gloved hand in greeting. At that point, introductions were made all around, and then the team led the pair into the city and down a few side streets until they reached the area set up to study the phasers. Positioned a block away from the phaser camp Tim and Rachel had uncovered, the open space was packed wall to wall with modules all spliced together into a science habitat. Tim could see where one module was attached to the next, allowing the humans inside to move about without ever leaving the comfort of breathable air. Entering the airlock at one end of the nearest module, the entire group was soon inside and able to remove their helmets in safety.
Follow me, please,
the leader of the team asked as she waved them forward. Finally, the group stopped in an open common area where everyone was able to spread out a little, and the leader began to speak.
For the last few days, we have been trying to learn all we can about the phasers from those captured during your escape. After the fighting, we were able to intern and contain a significant number of their ground troops in hopes of learning how to communicate with them and increase our understanding of their species. To date, we have made little progress in that area. All efforts by the science team to reach out to those held here have been rebuffed.
She began.
You may be aware that various cultures place more value on those that fight over those that choose a more civilized means of problem resolution. Reports from those humans captured on Earth speak of a separate group of phasers inside their ship that operated more like scientists than fighters. We are beginning to think the phasers, or at least these phasers, have a warrior mentality and are not interested in engaging with non-combatants,
came the explanation.
Yes, my sister was one of those captured,
Tim said in confirmation. Looks from those around him did not project a sense of interest in what he had to say.
Here we have a collection of military detainees that were captured by an opposing force they considered their equals, but are now in the hands of people they consider inferior to themselves.
Another added after the pause, returning to the topic.
We, the science team, haven't been able to attract the attention of any of the detainees for more than a few minutes. They seem to study us as we do them, and then they dismiss any attempts at communications out of hand. We had hoped that since you had engaged them first in combat, and are known to them to have killed several of their numbers, they might consider you a more worthy candidate.
The leader explained to Rachel as Tim watched from one side.
After listening to the woman as she explained their proposal, Rachel looked at Tim in a way that told him she was struggling with a reply. He could see she finally made up her mind when she stepped to his side and began speaking.
For reasons I can't go into, you need to know that you have the wrong person. However, it is your lucky day because the right person is right here with us,
she said as she ushered Tim forward.
I don't understand,
the woman responded.
It's better I just show you. Tim, grab those gun belts and do your thing,
she instructed as she stepped back. Hesitating for a moment as he thought through her direction, he did as he was told, walking over to the weapons locker and splicing the two sidearms into one rig as he had done the first time they landed on the planet. He could feel the eyes of the science team on him, but no one spoke until he had completed his work, guns strapped around his waist.
Follow us,
Rachel announced as she grabbed her helmet and motioned for the others to follow suit. Leading the way outside the module, she led the delegation down the alleyway and into the open area where the phaser troops were contained behind a force field fence. Once everyone had closed in, Rachel motioned Tim forward and indicated the others should stand fast, wait, and watch.
Let them see you,
Rachel said as she indicated the detainees in the opening. Tim took a deep breath and then strode forward until he was within arm's reach of the shimmering barrier that separated himself from over a score of phaser captives. At first, there was little recognition on the part of the aliens. Then, suddenly, they turned to him almost as one and began moving to the barrier wall he occupied. Shuffling about until all were equally spaced and facing Tim, the group bowed at the waist, returning upright but with head held low, an apparent sign of submission.
Well, I'll be damned,
was all he heard from one of the science team members over his comm unit. Chapter 21. Magellan. Uncharted Space. Magellan had completed its first FTL jump after leaving the phaser nursery.
They were now in a position to go directly to any of several solar systems, each with a different star classification.
Before charting a course for their next jump, Annie had suggested they consider an observation delivered in the Pigeon data, one that would have a profound impact on their mission.
Class A stars? Do we really want to go looking for trouble?
Sam asked as the crew discussed the proposal before them.
Let's not deny the motivation for our mission came from a lack of understanding around the phasers and their origins.
This is a natural extension of that mission goal, James had commented.
Yes, but actually hunting phasers is a dangerous decision. We are not prepared to engage a phaser warship.
The latest data suggests not all phaser ships can phase.
In point of fact, the ship destroyed off Reaper's world, and the one we saw at the nursery was suggestively incapable of such feats, the captain replied.
We don't know that for sure at the nursery. It was never challenged,
Alice countered.
Agreed. However, it is most likely that if the ship were equipped with the technology, it would have either appeared in that state as a matter of caution or lingered afterward to ensure the safety of their efforts, James speculated.
Regardless, it does suggest our stasis shields and limited firepower does give us a considerable leg up should a confrontation arise,
Hannah offered in support of the idea.
And we could always cloak out and slip away if things got really hairy,
Sam added as she reconsidered her position.
So it is decided?
James asked in confirmation.
Class A stars it is,
Annie replied. With that as their goal, the first solar system they encountered after 4 days of travel had no planets in the habitable zone orbit, leaving the crew somewhat disheartened.
Drop a box and let's continue on,
came James's instruction. The following Class A was another 3 days in FTL, but had a far different outcome.
Captain, going dark.
came Annie's outburst after dropping from FTL.
Status?
Heresy replied in a less than booming reply.
On main display,
Annie offered as a form of an answer while the crew made their way forward. With the distances too great for actual optical observations, the cloaked vessel sat motionless just outside a Class A star much further along in its lifetime as Annie projected the status. On the display were icons for 2 planets in the habitable zone of a 6-planet system, 2 orbiting closer to the sun in the hot zone and 2 on the outer orbit, too cold for life. What gained everyone's attention were the dozen or more spaceships in various parts of the system. Several phaser vessels were in orbit around both habitable worlds, while the rest were in motion heading in one direction or another. Magnifications of the planets themselves were radiating power emissions of an intense nature that suggested the entire globe was alight with activity.
Speculation?
James asked after everyone had a moment to absorb the images before them.
I would gather to say we have found a major phaser operations center, if not the home world,
Hannah offered. On surface, Reaper's world.
You have made more progress in the first 5 minutes of your arrival than we have in the last few days,
the team leader commented to Tim as the group collected in one of the modules. After acknowledging Tim, the phaser prisoners dispersed once more except 2 that the science team identified as senior members. These 2 found a place near the barrier wall and attempted to communicate with Tim using hand signals and drawing images in the dirt. The 3 spent about an hour this way, with the occasional appearance of one of the science team members. It was evident to everyone that the phasers had no interest in their participation, as every effort made by these participants was wholly ignored by the 2 phasers. Finally, the science team took to using Tim as an intermediary, asking him to attempt several forms of communication as they tried to identify a common medium to open a dialogue. The one takeaway everyone gained from the exchange was the phasers were not faring well in captivity.
"We need to figure out what we are overlooking,"
one of the team commented as the others nodded in agreement.
Yes, they have solid food and liquid to drink. What else is missing?
Another added.
Are they light-sensitive or deficient?
Another proposed. Rachel was watching Tim as the conversation around him was moving fast and furious. She really felt sympathy for the boy as he had been placed in a position of responsibility for something he had no control over. Plus, in this case, there were lives on the line, be they alien or human. She was sure he felt the burden.
I am not sure what else we can do at this point. I speculate we have maybe 2-3 days at the most before we start losing prisoners unless something changes. The entire group will be dead in a week,
one of the medical staff offered.
We could let them go,
Rachel finally offered as there was a lull in the discussion.
"I beg your pardon?"
one of the science team replied.
When the phasers were on Earth, they captured a significant number of humans to study. After they slipped out of the trap we caught them in, they returned the people they collected, all unharmed and in good health,
she replied.
Rachel is right. Remember, my sister was one of the people they took when they came to Earth. After we lifted the stasis bubble, all we found were the people they took.
Tim confirmed, emphasizing his sister was in the group.
Even if that is the case, I can't approve that,
the team leader began.
I know who can,
Rachel offered as she looked at Tim with a smile. Nevada Alice Facility. Life on Earth was a frustrating mix of inconsistency and shortfalls. Since the first day Jake had been released from stasis, the one constant issue plaguing the recovery of the Earth had been the lack of personnel available to fill all the continually growing number of slots. The more mankind grew, first on the planet and then expanding into space, the greater the need for people both willing and able to take on those roles. For Jake, the frustration wasn't that there were not enough people in the world available to take on the challenges of humanity. Quite the opposite. He was constantly amazed at how many people there were still left in the world after the Nihal had unsuccessfully attempted to bomb them back into the Stone Age. His major challenge was in finding people willing to take on the roles he was offering them in exchange for a better life. There were a significant number of settlements quite happy with their lot in life and more than willing to continue to fend for themselves, minus the occasional medical care visit from roving doctors. Inspired by the experiences of the recruits from Alaska, Jake had organized a roving medical unit that was tasked with traveling from town to town in an effort to prevent tragedies like the one that befell William of what was left of Fairbanks. Bill's wife had passed due to lack of medical care, and it had hit the little community hard. Jake's hope was his roving medical unit prevented such things from occurring in the future and helped build their image wherever they traveled. It was just such an effort the Chinese colonel hoped to benefit from.
"General, I hope everything is well with you,"
Bo asked as the two exchanged pleasantries.
From that opening, the pair passed several kind words as they got caught up on the goings-on of each principal's area of operations.
"What can I do for you?" Jake asked, finally cutting to the chase.
"I am working an outreach program with my people. I believe you call it a Hearts and Minds campaign,"
Bo explained.
"Recruitment is always appreciated," Jake replied.
"Yes, and in that effort, I was hoping to borrow the mobile medical team to assist in gaining the trust of these villages,"
Bo asked.
"Will you need the tactical team as well?"
Jake asked, referring to the team that generally provided security for the medical staff.
"No, we have been using the Germans to act as our emissaries. I had hoped to continue to use them this way to provide continuity with the communities we have encountered,"
Bo replied with a broad smile.
"In mainland China?"
Jake asked in confusion.
"No, we are moving south into the South China Sea and east. Right now it's the Philippines and Micronesia. Later we will continue south toward Australia. I am told the exposure to non-European cultures has broadened the Germans' perspective on things,"
Bo explained.
"Going tropical, huh? Well, at least they should enjoy the warm weather and water. Okay, I will pass the orders to our medical team and have them available for you later today," Jake confirmed.
"That would be very much appreciated. I will keep in touch,"
Bo finished as he cut the connection. Outside Alexandria, Egypt. It had been almost 100 years since the Nihao had bombed the planet, or so Lau had been told in the classes he took after the Americans appeared at their doorstep. Encouraged to learn all he could about the world before that event and what occurred during and after the fall of civilization, he had never really given a lot of thought to the world outside of China. He never considered how foreigners might have responded to the changes in their own cities, towns, and villages. He had been born in a world where his father was a member of the surviving Chinese army, as was his father before him. In the class culture that had survived the fall, he was expected to become an officer as his ancestors had, and continue to protect the people of his region. All that came into direct conflict as he sat in the dark with his small team of soldiers watching the insurgents that had been harassing his people. Together they watched the men, women, and children moving about the tent camp located near the Nile River. The valley they occupied was green and fertile, and Lau suspected it provided a far better quality of life than the buildings of the city just a few miles away. The return of the Bedouin lifestyle to the modern Egyptian population was an unexpected discovery to Lau as he considered how to deal with the ongoing harassment. It was evident that these people had no genuine interest in possession of the objects his team was collecting. They just didn't like the fact they were doing it. Slipping away in the darkness, he radioed in for a pickup as he considered how he could reach out to these people and stop the needless harassment. Impulsive. Uncharted space.
"Captain, we are entering an uncharted region,"
the navigator announced as the Impulsive continued its journey in FTL. Calculating your position in FTL was a little bit of science and a little bit of guesswork. It had been explained to Yvonne that a ship in FTL was like sound traveling through water. The speed of sound as it travels through a medium depends on both the elasticity and density of the medium. When the elasticity increases and the density decreases of a medium, sound can travel faster. Higher temperatures lower the density of a medium, which puts less resistance on the sound waves. Lower temperatures increase density and they go slower. Space had similar fluctuations that impacted the distances covered under a standard time frame. For example, if sound traveled at 1,087 feet per second through the air at a temperature of 32 degrees Fahrenheit, and at a higher temperature of 68 degrees Fahrenheit, the air density is significantly lower, and sound can travel at 1,127 feet per second. The 4% variation over time could place your ship in an entirely different solar system. As there was no way to detect these variations in space when traveling uncharted routes, one just had to wing it.
Very good. Perhaps we will fare better this time and arrive at a truly wondrous destination,
Ivan said enthusiastically.
I am just hoping we avoid another dead end,
the navigator said softly. Aboard Kola.
Are you sure there is no other option?
Isabella asked on the conference line as she absorbed the information her science team was passing along. On the call were Isabella, Kathy in her capacity as head of medical and life sciences, a couple of the ship's officers, the entire science team on the planet, Tim, Rachel, and the ever-present Kola.
Tim has been able to get quite a bit of information from the detainees. However, whatever is ailing them is not one of those things,
came the reply.
And you say they are respectful to the midshipman?
Isabella asked, catching herself before calling him the boy.
Yes, part of what we have been able to determine is these subjects adhere to a strong warrior culture that values his actions in the battle against them. It's the same culture that could be driving these individuals to consciously deny themselves those things they need to survive. For all we know, it could be in their nature to eventually allow themselves to die rather than exist in captivity,
the leaders speculated.
I wonder about the radioactive helium. Maybe they need it to survive.
Kola passed to Isabella privately.
What about their craft, the dropship?
The captain asked, changing the direction of the conversation as she knew there was no time to be experimenting with the captives.
We have identified all the weaponry aboard one of them and removed or disabled all of it. Beyond that, we expect the entire group of detainees can survive in one ship long enough to signal their companions for recovery.
The dropship is not fitted for FTL?
Someone asked.
Not that we can tell. They would most likely travel to the far side of the sun where we suspect another ship is lurking and get collected up there,
came the tactical analysis.
I can't in good conscience let these prisoners die when we can do something about it. Okay, get everything ready to turn them loose and prepare a combat escort to nudge them in the right direction. Does anyone have anything to offer before we adjourn?
Isabella asked the group.
Has anyone considered putting a tracer on that ship?
Came a voice from the back of the room. Chapter 22. Magellan. Uncharted Space.
Is the Pigeon ready to launch?
James asked the two of his crew preparing the small unmanned ship for departure. Looking down from the hatch in the floor of Magellan, he could hear the pair below as they were working inside the small craft mounted under the larger vessel. All this was underway while those above continued with their regular duties. During shutdown in cloaking mode, there were still a significant number of ways they could still gather information on the activities around them. Besides passive signal collection, there were visual observations as well as ship identification and traffic analysis.
Yes, sir. We just need a little more time and a window of opportunity, and it's on its way,
Sam replied, looking up at him as Hannah worked in the container space inside the Wasp. Still attached to the underside of the Magellan and thus cloaked as part of the entire vessel, the Wasp made a perfect place to launch, retrieve, and store the pigeons while not in use. The cargo space was just big enough for both drones and one person, Hannah, to do the necessary work preparing the craft. Sam was assisting her from the opening, separating the cargo area from the combination airlock/pilot's space in the nose of the small craft. Transitioning from explorer to spy, Captain Aracey was relying heavily on the pair as their experience with cloaking under such circumstances was a godsend, in his opinion.
Annie has completed an entire data dump of everything we collected so far, plus reprogrammed the flight plan for a return trip to Beta. Once Hannah is finished sealing it up, we are good to go,
Sam explained as she gazed up the interlock. To prevent any accidental signal leakage while cloaked, They had foregone the usual wireless transmissions to prepare the pigeon and instead resorted to hard cabling the device so Annie could pass the data and programming to the craft. Still at the edge of the phaser solar system, the plan had been to drop the drone and then slowly reposition the Magellan to a location far away. A pre-programmed launch to FTL would coincide with one of the many phaser ships that were operating in the area. A sensor on the drone detecting another FTL departure would trigger the drone to do the same and then send the craft on its way. The twin event should mask the exodus while providing the phasers only empty space to search should they detect the second event.
Very good. Come up when you are finished, James replied before he moved forward into the bridge area. Have we selected a place to hold up? James asked Alice as he watched her work at the navigation station.
There's a moon not well trafficked that might be a good place to hide and watch. I don't recommend a landing. I think that might slow us down if we need to make a run for it, she replied.
That is still quite far out. Why not orbit this planet itself? James asked as he pointed to the orb next to the phaser world.
How far in are we planning to go?
Alice asked as she watched from the navigator's station.
If it makes you feel any better, I have personally seen Some people can take a cloaked ship all the way into the orbit of the primary planet and not get caught,
Sam commented as she entered the bridge area, almost using Jake's name as she tried to reassure Alice.
Some people, huh?
Alice replied.
Sammy's right. We could go right to the primary and hang out if we want,
Hannah confirmed as she joined the others, redirecting the conversation.
All ready to go?
James asked as he acknowledged the women's presence.
Yes, Annie can set it free any time,
Hannah confirmed, referring to the pigeon.
Excellent. As for this, I am not as comfortable as the pair of you with this technology. I suggest we use the moon to begin with, and then work our way in as the opportunities present themselves, James replied.
Just as well. It always made me nervous ducking orbital traffic,
Sam confirmed.
Indeed. Well, let's begin then,
Captain Aracy replied, hoping to hide the tinge of worry on his face.
On surface, Reaper's world.
Tim stood at the edge of the containment area as he waited for the pair of phasers to cross over to meet him. A regular occurrence at this point, the three had moved well past drawing in the dirt as both parties had been provided implements for sketching and communicating with images. Programmed with a computer-generated video showing the local solar system and images of the spacecraft involved, the devices had proven helpful in several interactions.
Well, here goes nothing,
Tim said aloud as he walked through the rehearsed motions to explain the plan. At first, the phasers stood motionless, and then the one everyone called the leader pointed to himself and then the others before indicating the nearest dropship, and then the sky. Performing the action everyone suspected meant yes. The response was positive. The video Tim displayed to the phasers showed them collecting their supplies and lining up near the closest ship. With armed human troops creating a corridor, the digitized phasers made an orderly transition from containment and into the ship, where it sealed up and departed for parts unknown. He ran the loop several times to be sure the phaser leader understood what was being asked of them.
How's it going?
Tim heard in his helmet audio as the leader of the science team checked in.
I think he's getting it, but is trying to decide if this is a trick,
Tim replied as the phaser leader replayed the video on his own device for others in his group to see. Within minutes, the group began to move about, gathering various items and relocated things to a place near the barrier wall by the closest dropship. It took the better part of an hour to collect everything required and stack them. Once everything was in place, the prisoners moved out of the way so those still working could reach the pile. While the phasers worked, Tim could see the ground security forces taking up positions outside the containment area in an effort to ensure no one got ideas of wandering off. He personally felt they were overcautious as they were offering the prisoners their freedom. However, with the consideration that the aliens might be misunderstanding the offer of freedom, he understood the extra caution.
Are we ready?
Tim heard over his headset.
I think so. Give them a little more time to gather, and then we can drop the barrier wall by the ship,
he replied as he watched the detainees migrate to the far side near the ship. Tim had been warned to keep clear once the barrier was dropped, as no one wanted to risk his capture in the process of releasing the detainees. A signal from the phaser leader, as demonstrated in the computer-generated graphic video, was the trigger to drop the containment field. Almost as one, each of the phasers picked up an item from their gathered stack, and one by one entered the ship as they filed past the armed guards.
"There goes the last one,"
he heard someone say as the leader followed his companions into the craft, the last to board. As the last of the phasers, the leader halted at the loading ramp just long enough to turn to Tim and bow once more, a sign of appreciation and respect, to be sure. Kola Bridge.
I want to know if they deviate from the expected course,
Isabella announced to her crew from her captain's chair on the bridge.
"Yes, ma'am,"
came the reply from her tactical officer.
When was the last message shipped to Earth?
Isabella asked Kola as the bridge crew watched the phaser dropship leave the planet's surface and head away from them on the tactical display.
We sent a ship right after Tim and Rachel were recovered. I expect it arrived at Beta yesterday or the day before,
came Kola's reply.
Normally I would want to wait for it to return before sending another, but I feel these events are more than enough justification to send one with the update,
Isabella suggested.
We can have a ship ready to go within the hour,
Kola replied.
How's the signal?
Captain Connor asked as she considered Kola's suggestion.
Very good, ma'am. It's far to one side of the spectrum, and it's not too strong, so I doubt they will detect its presence,
came the communications officer's response.
Be sure to include that information in the data to Earth. We want every ship in the fleet on the lookout for that signal,
Isabella added.
It will be included,
Kola confirmed.
It feels like putting a message in a bottle and tossing it into the sea. You have to wonder where it will turn up,
the captain replied speculatively. Alexandria, Egypt. Captain Lau was generally not one to reach out beyond his own organization to find solutions to his problems. Before joining up with the Americans, it was considered a career-ending decision to acknowledge you need help in resolving a problem for which you had been assigned to eliminate. In this case, however, the restrictions placed on his assignment and the very nature of the humanitarian activities prevented him from resolving things in the manner he had been trained. Drafting a simple message, he had it delivered to the other officers and team leaders crewing the transports and recovery teams, asking for a meeting.
"Thank you for coming," he began to the assembled group. "As I mentioned in my invitation, we have located several small camps where we believe the locals have reverted to their Bedouin ways, and it's from these that they have been launching their attacks on our convoys to the various museums and art galleries. Although my orders forbid me from attacking these camps to drive off the aggressors, I must take some action to address the attacks before someone is seriously injured or killed," he explained while passing around photos taken from their scouting mission and overheads from the Americans.
"These are families,"
one of the American women commented.
"Yes, another reason not to attack the camps,"
Lau confirmed.
"Maybe we can trade with them to buy them off?"
a man suggested.
"It is a thought, but my fear is this simple lifestyle places weapons at the top of their list of desirables,"
Lau replied.
"In the U.S., we have a mobile medical team we use to try and gain favor. Maybe we can do that here?"
Lau considered the information, reviewing in his head the people he had observed and their overall health.
"That might be possible,"
he said with a smile. Space Station Beta.
"We have another Magellan drone inbound,"
April heard her traffic control officer announce as she entered the control center for the space station. Almost a regular occurrence by now, either a message ship from Reaper's world or a drone from Magellan was expected at least once a week.
"Bring it aboard and let's see what news they have for us,"
April said aloud.
"Aye, ma'am,"
came the reply. While attempting to maintain an outward appearance of calm, there was a small part of her deep down that churned with every drone arrival. Most of her staff considered the small unmanned craft, as their nickname implied, carrier pigeons bringing the latest information on the Magellan explorations. April knew that there was another function the drones were intended for. Should anything bad happen to the ship and crew, they were supposed to return with the bad news. It was for that reason she held her breath until the first data from the craft dispelled the worry.
Recovered in Saucer 2, Bay K1. The data team is on it now.
Traffic control confirmed. Unlike larger vessels, the drones were brought inside the station rather than using the standard docking ports for people and cargo. Once inside, the craft was beset upon, and a team of technicians moved the drone over to one side of the bay where they were able to begin the work of extracting the information inside.
Most interesting,
Beta commented to April.
Share,
April chided her AL companion.
It appears our exploration team has located another phaser planet. This one is populated, and there is a significant amount of spaceship traffic in the solar system.
Beta relayed to her human companion.
Distance?
April asked uncomfortably.
5 days in FTL, give or take a few hours.
Beta replied in turn.
So closer to Reaper's world than us and too close to us for comfort,
April answered.
Yes, galactically in our neighborhood, as they say. It's likely the ships we saw probably came from here, but more information is needed on the subject. Adding the fact that they prefer Class A stars, and this is the closest one to us.
Beta finished.
Well, shoot this to Earth ASAP, and I am sure the analysts will have a field day with it,
April said with a sigh. There were times when she really missed being head of the analyst pool, but this wasn't one of them. The news we had a populated phaser planet so close was not going to be celebrated. Kola Bridge.
Ma'am, we just got confirmation that the phaser dropship got picked up at the far side of the solar system. A larger vessel took them aboard and then went to FTL,
the communications officer reported. After releasing the dropship to the detainees, Captain Connor had the craft followed at a distance to track their journey to the far side of the solar system. It had been long speculated that the phasers were hiding at least one ship there to monitor the human activities on Reaper's world after being driven off.
I hope this act of human kindness doesn't come back to bite us in the ass,
Isabella muttered to herself.
And the tracker?
She said more loudly afterward.
Readings were 5 by 5,
the communications officer responded, using the radio slang for excellent signal strength and clarity.
Are we sure anyone else is going to detect this signal?
Isabella asked.
The modified GPS tracker we placed was derived from the kind once used on Earth to track small birds. Obviously, there are no GPS systems to track the location of the ship, but it continually broadcasts a fixed coded burst, identifying the location of Reaper's world and warning the recipient of attempting to contact the sender.
Kola explained.
You are sure it is enough to warn people off attempting contact?
Isabella asked.
There was enough room to add an additional message that should confirm the warning. I am told it is popular among our more adventurous pilots and space crews,
Kola added without further explanation. Nevada Alice Facility.
First a phaser nursery and now a full-fledged colony? Jake commented as he read through the report provided him from the Magellan data.
This is why we sent Magellan to the stars,
Sarah reminded him as she reviewed her own copy.
It would appear the phasers have at least one successful effort of manipulating evolution,
Alice commented.
Makes you wonder who they made extinct to get usable building materials,
Jake said speculatively as he watched Sarah frown at the statement.
One would assume such an event indeed took place to make life there possible,
Alice replied, referring to the Class A star colony.
And I think it relieves me of the decision of destroying a solar system,
Jake affirmed as he let go with a noticeable sigh of relief. Sarah knew the decision to use one of the forbidden weapons to remove the phaser nursery had been weighing heavily on him, The thought of wiping out an entire solar system to prevent phaser expansion was too much like acting as a god. She didn't know what was buried deep under Alice 9 herself. She just knew it was horrible and kept Jake up at night. 5 days out is not horribly close. A lot of our FTL interactions are measured in hours, not days, Jake commented, referring to the standard travel time to planets like Wawabash or even trips into Nihaw space.
It and Reaper's World represent the closer Class A stars to our location, indicating the likely frontier of the phaser expansion. Most of their past endeavors would be on the far side of those systems.
Alice speculated. Oh, joy, was all Jake could say in return. Chapter 23. Manila, Philippines. Carl watched as the medical team worked with the villagers, unsure if the people he was guarding were military or civilian medical personnel. He was supposed to make sure that no one got overly aggressive with the medical teams sent to help these people, but the orders were unnecessary. The group moved with a practiced skill that implied this was far from their first attempt at such action. In total, the work he was there to do was incredibly dull. Carl and his people were the first to arrive on site, he and his 2 German companions augmented with 4 more Chinese troops. They had no more than introduced themselves when the bright white craft with blazing red crosses arrived and set down on the beach, just feet away from the cluster of Filipinos waiting for treatment.
You in charge here?
A woman in a lab coat asked as she descended the ramp, followed by an army of men and women similarly attired, most carrying things to be set up.
"We are your security team,"
Carl replied, indicating the 6 others with him.
Okay, just stay out of our way and we will shout if we need you,
the woman replied before turning away and barking orders at those setting up the mobile clinic. Within minutes of their arrival, they had the waiting villagers separated into groups and lined up for treatment by the various doctors or nurses, depending on the need. Carl noted some of the people were being escorted into the transport craft. Peeking inside, he could see a significant number of devices installed inside, powered by the ship, and operated by more medical staff.
You guys need anything while we are here?
He heard someone ask. Turning, there was one of the people Carl tagged as support for the medical team, some administrative duty person.
"No, thank you. I think we are fine,"
he replied, flustered at the unexpected question.
Well, let me know if you change your mind. I can get you in front of a doctor once we finish with this group, but don't wait too long. We have a Follow the Sun assignment in Egypt in a few hours from now,
the woman explained as she waved the electronic tablet at the villagers nearby.
"Egypt?"
he replied in wonder as the woman walked out of earshot. Watching the woman walk away, it occurred to Carl that his own people back home were now able to access the same kind of medical treatment as these strangers before him. It gave him a reason to consider the value of the arrangement made with the English. He also wondered if things in Egypt might be a little more exciting than they were here. Phaser Colony System. Captain James Aracy was on the edge of becoming frustrated with the status of their mission. The launch of the Pigeon and the data-gathering efforts of the last week had his crew struggling for ways to increase their information-gathering activities while maintaining their security posture. Cloaking was only part of the mix that kept them hidden, and even the slightest creature comfort could betray their presence in a solar system filled with phaser ships. Starting at an outer moon, the ship had waited for their Pigeon to launch before taking any other action. Apparently too small an event for the phasers to detect, they had been able to jump to the next planet inbound and eventually found themselves deep into the phaser solar system. Their observations to date had established that the planets in question were indeed a significant hub of phaser activity, if not their actual homeworlds. The speculation regarding the phaser nursery had them inclined to believe that the planets before them were a mature version of what the nursery would become, given enough time and protection from outside intervention. Of particular concern to the team was the significant amount of traffic coming and going from the solar system. The sheer volume of traffic indicated that this was not the only mature location in phaser space.
"Captain, I have something you need to see,"
Abby commented from the tactical workstation. Moving over to where she was seated, he could see from her display that a new signal had been detected.
"It appeared with the phaser ship there. The signal is weak, but readable,"
she explained as they both looked to the indicator at the edge of the solar system. It wasn't the new signal that intrigued James. It was what the signal implied that caught his attention.
"That's human,"
he declared out loud.
"Yes, sir, that is a GPS tracker."
"How in the world did they get that placed on a phaser ship?"
James asked rhetorically.
"I bet it was done like tagging an animal in the wild. It seems to be broadcasting the same information repeatedly, running through Annie for analysis."
"Didn't the last pigeon feed say that there was a phaser attack on Reaper's World? What if one of the ships in that raid got tagged?"
Sam asked aloud.
"It also said Jake's son was missing. You don't suppose he is the source of the signal?"
Alice replied.
"If it is, we need to get him out of there,"
Hannah responded.
"This delay in communications is quite problematic. That information is a week old at best, and much can happen in the interim. Before we attempt any rescue, we need to confirm the status of the boy," James affirmed.
"I believe the captain is right,"
Annie announced.
"I've been able to decode the signal contents, and it is the interstellar coordinates for Reaper's World as we surmised. There is a warning to avoid contacting the signal source,"
she added.
"Well, that settles that question,"
Sam confirmed.
"There is another message buried into the signal, but I'm not sure of its meaning. But it is an audio recording,"
Annie added.
"Can you play the content aloud?"
James requested.
"Converting now,"
Annie declared. After a few seconds, the crew began to hear the music over the bridge speakers. At first it started low and soft, and then suddenly blared out its refrain.
"I know that song. It's an old Earth tune. Jake used to play it all the time when we were out training with the hovercycles and doing risky aerial maneuvers. It's called Danger Zone,"
Abby exclaimed with a laugh. On surface, Reaper's World. With their prisoners released, the scientific and behavioral analysis team on Reaper's World had no one to study, so they reverted to analyzing the piles of equipment left behind to occupy their time. Of course, that was after the 2 days of debriefing Tim and Rachel endured at the hands of the same scientists they had upstaged. On day 3, T-92 appeared out of a clear sky, and the lone pilot set the ship down just outside the city. The arrival of a ship was always of interest, so it wasn't particularly unusual that a large number of people greeted the pilot as she entered the phaser camp, the pair of flyers included.
"Lieutenant Davis, I presume?"
the woman had said as she strode up to Rachel and extended one hand containing a tablet. As she and Tim were the only two in flight suits, it wasn't a difficult guess. Taking the offered tablet, Rachel couldn't help but smile as she read aloud to Tim.
"First Lieutenant Rachel Davis and Midshipman Timothy Thomas are hereby transferred off planetary support duties and assigned to transport craft T-92 indefinitely. Reassignment to commence with the receipt of orders and route assignment to follow."
"We just got our get-out-of-jail-free card,"
Tim said with enthusiasm.
"I hope you won't mind dropping me off at the transport. Technically, I don't have a ride home,"
the pilot asked as the three of them headed to the module Tim and Rachel had been calling home with the scientists. By now, everyone knew that the 3 Lanai transports all had specific roles to play. One on-planet acted as the ground command center for troops and ground vehicles, while of the 2 in orbit, one assumed the role of a central transportation hub, with the other worked as an orbital warehouse. For this pilot, that meant the transportation hub was home.
"Glad to. Until we are told otherwise, we make our own flight plans,"
Rachel replied before all 3 entered the airlock. Once inside, Rachel presented her orders to a very unhappy science team leader.
"I do not believe we are finished with you two, but apparently my opinion doesn't matter,"
she complained while pointing to the tablet holding the instructions.
"We are always around if you need to talk," I can tell you the 16 hours between here and Kola is particularly available,
Rachel replied as she joined Tim in packing her meager belongings. After making their goodbyes, the three in-flight suits made their way out of the city where the delivery pilot ran Tim and Rachel through a quick pre-flight. They did a fast once around the outside and then entered via the passenger door.
We are moving up in the world,
Tim commented as the pair did the pre-flight of the ship and then entered the passenger area.
Used to be a VIP transport until it got a little long in the tooth. I hear she has a bit of history for those interested enough to look it up,
the previous pilot explained. Inside, they found this ship was purpose-built for passenger transport only and was measurably more comfortable than the last vessel Rachel captained. Scanning the lounge-like setting and reclining sleeper seats, she was positive this was intended as a VIP transport at one time. Moving forward, Rachel led the way with Tim right behind her, both sliding into their assigned seats with the transfer pilot between the pair explaining the layout. Rachel was happy to be back in the pilot's seat of another transport ship, working the route to and from the planet's surface to Kola at the edge of the solar system. T-92 was definitely an older ship in the human inventory, but for a craft intended for use over hundreds of years, it had hardly been broken in. The small two-person bridge was laid out for either seat to handle all the functions available on the ship, be it pilot, co-pilot, navigator, and engineer. While Rachel appreciated having access to everything needed to fly the ship solo, it did make for a crowded console. Besides, she wasn't alone. Behind the cockpit, the ship took on the trappings of an upscale corporate jet with seating for 20, but room for far more. The door separating the main cabin from the cockpit was more for the privacy of the passengers than it was for the convenience of the pilot and co-pilot. Once sealed off, the bridge was just 2 seats and a tiny lavatory, easier used standing than sitting. Rachel wasn't concerned about the small convenience in the cockpit, as she had every intention of using the one on the other side of the cabin door. Spacious and nearby, she noted it was one of 3 in the main cabin that serviced the passengers.
Ready to get off this rock?
She asked Tim as the pair began the takeoff sequence they had just been walking through.
Don't get too anxious. I was told your trip to the transport is your FAM flight. After that, you may be right back down here ferrying passengers,
the woman commented with a tinge of pity in her tone.
Still better than living in a landlocked box,
Rachel answered brightly as they lifted off high enough to see the modules all lined up in a row. Impulsive. Uncharted space.
We are still in Nihar space?
Hebak asked Ivan as the pair entered the ship's lounge, one after another. Ivan had just come down from the bridge, so he suspected the Nihar had planned the accidental encounter. Backtracking from the dead-end sector, Impulsive had to make a drop from FTL to pivot in her flight plan, and then chart a new course for the frontier. During that delay, Ivan suspected his alien companion had transmitted another report without approval. While hardly worth the effort, it did confirm that the Nihar had an ulterior motive for participating in their grand adventure. Ivan wasn't sure what he hoped to gain from the effort, but it did play into Jake's desire to distract the Nihar Empire with this redirection.
Not at all, my friend. We are now several days beyond the border and into the unknown. I believe you call them cycles,
Ivan answered with a broad smile.
Yes, cycles,
the Nihar repeated. The two had hardly entered the lounge when the drop from FTL was alerted throughout the ship. Turning back the way they came, both headed up to the bridge where Ivan found Captain Elstad standing over the navigator, both in conversation.
Our status?
Ivan asked, with the Nihar standing behind him, looking around his shoulder.
It's a small solar system. The lads are checking it out now,
he replied as he pointed to the tactical officer and Doc Smith at Life Sciences. All 3 stood in silence as they watched the pair work until the tactical officer finally spoke up.
Captain, the only planet occupying the habitable zone is Nihar Standard. Scans indicate no signs of technology, but life signs are off the scales,
he reported as he motioned to the Life Sciences readings.
Intelligent?
Ivan asked optimistically.
Can't tell from here. We are going to need to get a closer look to determine that.
Doc Smith responded.
It's about an 8-hour trip to reach orbit from here. This solar system is pretty small, so not a horrible trip,
the navigator added as he checked his display after arriving while the others had been working.
Might as well look it over. Who knows? Nihao standard means you can get out and stretch your legs,
Yvonne said to Hibak with a smile. No one thought the alien appreciated the comment as he simply turned and exited the bridge in silence. Nevada Alice Facility. It had been a long and stressful meeting with Jake and just Alice on preparing the second exploration ship for service. The success of Magellan in discovering both the phaser nursery and the colony planets had confirmed the value of the effort, and Annie's contributions to that mission had been immense. But with all that, it still left the question of another Alice creation on the table. Not so much the if, as for the when.
We really need to wait until we are closer to activating the ship. I think creating an Alice now would place it at risk as it sits in the hangar waiting, Jake had argued.
I actually have concerns of my own about the when of this effort. My sisters and I have some conflicting views on who should be allowed to occupy that cube, and what should happen after that decision is made, Alice confirmed.
Then we agree. We will wait for a bit longer before we start that process, Jake confirmed with a sigh of relief.
What was really bothering him, something he chose not to disclose, was the order for a single portable Alice enclosure had somehow been translated into 5. No one could confirm how the change had been made, and the cubes had all been completed by the time anyone was the wiser. There were 2 points to this that had him struggling with what to do next. The first was if this was a push for 5 new Alices, where were the other 4 destined beyond the spaceship? The second concern was if this was a push to move all the current Alices to the more mobile form factor, why only 5 cubes with 7 permanent landlocked sisters? Chapter 24. London Underground Facility.
Morgana, dear, can you please confirm the status of the German troops we sent to China for socialization?
Daniel asked as he sat with his wife in her office. Over the last few years, Patty and Daniel spent a measurable amount of time working together. He in his role as military attaché for the European theater under Colonel Banks, and she as a strategist for the Greater Earth Defense Forces. Patty's role had become more political of late as she worked to address the ever-growing demand for human recruits in combination with expanding the global recovery efforts. Without a current war to fight, there was little need for battle plans, but there was still a lot of the planet that needed help.
Which group might you be asking about?
Morgana asked teasingly.
What do you mean, which group? Are they not all together?
Daniel asked in alarm.
It would appear that a few of your wayward charges hopped a medical transport ship in the Philippines and traveled to Egypt on a lark,
Morgana explained.
You must be joking,
Daniel commented as he began flipping through reports looking for the contacts for the med team.
The Chinese didn't notice they were gone until after the fact, something I find fascinating. One would expect a visiting unit to be under a tad more supervision,
Morgana observed lightly.
Thus the reason for the assignment. It appears I have more work to do,
Daniel finished as he struggled to determine the location of the wayward Germans at that very moment. Impulsive, in uncharted space.
Sir, I am detecting some kind of structure below,
Tactical reported, referring to the surface scans of the planet.
Definitely not naturally occurring materials, and the shape is too symmetrical, the man added.
Can we get a visual?
Elstad requested. After a few moments, an image appeared on the bridge display. At first, it was very high above the planet's surface, but slowly it began to focus and grow until it was a small section of heavily forested woodlands.
That gash in the forest isn't right either,
Elstad commented as he pointed to the area of regrowth. From above, it looked like someone had drawn a straight line in the wooded area, cutting all the trees away and then letting the wildlife reclaim the area. At one end of the gash was an object barely discernible from the plant life surrounding it.
"That's a spaceship,"
the captain commented as he examined the display.
"Yes, and from the looks of the overgrowth, it has been there for some time,"
Ivan commented as he pointed to where the plant life had encroached on the ship's structure.
"You think they crashed?"
Doc Smith asked.
"It would appear so from the trail of destruction behind it,"
Elstad commented, motioning to the line they had observed at first. Everyone on the bridge stared at the ship, trying to discern its outlines for several minutes.
"Not like anything I've seen before,"
Elstad commented with nods of agreement from the rest of the crew.
"Maybe it's Niha? They are the closest,"
Ivan asked.
"He back? Can you come to the bridge, please?"
the captain asked over the ship's comm system. The four stared in silence as they waited for the Niha to respond to their request. As they did so, both Doc Smith and the tactical officer worked the ship's sensors, trying to gather more information on their discovery.
"How might I assist?"
the Niha asked as he entered the space where the four were waiting.
"Does that ship look familiar?"
Ivan asked as he magnified the image for the alien.
The
Niha transmitted over the closest speaker as he examined the image.
"That appears to be a personal transportation class vessel of the Niha Empire. Yes, you can tell by these markings here and here, but it is not a design that I am familiar with."
"What do you mean?"
Ivan asked in confusion.
"It is well known that the Niha have a significantly longer lifespan than humans. Among my own people, I am not particularly old at approximately 400 of your years. That ship design predates my time in the High Command," he finished.
"Suggesting it might have been here for some time,"
the captain finished.
"Precisely. Or at a minimum, it is an ancient personal ship, suggesting the owner was of some age and wealthy. Niha wealthy tend to hold on to such things, sometimes for generations,"
Hebak confirmed.
"So just how long do Niha live?"
Doc Smith asked.
"Why do you ask?"
Hebak replied.
"Because I am getting Niha life signs from the planet below."
Phaser Colony System. At this point, the crew of the Magellan had collected all the information they could without landing on the phaser planets. As this was an exploration mission and not a military infiltration effort, they had decided to forego that experience, leaving it for others to accomplish. To that end, they had slowly retraced their path out of the solar system until they reached the point where they had launched the Pigeon for home. Here they might have been able to recover the drone had it returned, but it was nowhere to be found. Leaving the Phaser Colony solar system before the return of the Pigeon meant they would not be able to collect the little ship for reuse, leaving them with one remaining. Even if they could leave some self-programming forwarding course for the drone without a known destination of their own, it wasn't very realistic.
"We might as well leave. I don't think they will be sending the drone back to us anyway,"
Sam offered as they discussed their next move.
"Why would you say that?"
Alice asked in reply.
"We were clear in our message out that we found a phaser-populated set of planets and that there was a significant amount of space traffic here. Returning the Pigeon to us puts us at risk of detection,"
she reasoned aloud.
"That does make sense. The last thing they would want to do is give our presence away with an FTL drop,"
James concluded.
"Whatever information they might have wished us to have would not be worth exposing us,"
Hannah agreed.
"We leave then. But where to now?"
Alice asked in return.
"Well, we can continue to chase Class A stars, working on cataloging more phaser worlds. Or we can choose anything but that,"
Annie offered to the crew.
"If we have a choice, I have had my fill of phaser solar systems for the moment,"
Sam replied emphatically. Nods of agreement seemed to set the tone for the rest of the conversation as several others offered their thoughts on the subject.
Our son is a G. Why don't we try and look for some place like home?
Hannah offered.
A little homesick, are we? James asked in jest.
Actually, that is not such a bad idea. I hate to mention this in that context, but had the phasers been successful in acquiring Earth, a fallback planet would be a great option.
Annie commented.
Wait, are you suggesting we should be looking for some place to run to if Earth gets destroyed?
Alice asking in shock.
I am suggesting that having such an option is not a bad thing to have in our pocket. It is evident to me that my existence is an eye-opening experience for my sisters, who are earthbound and at the mercy of those defending the planet. Were all the artificial life forms to assume my form, we would all be able to evacuate the planet if required.
Annie explained.
Do you think they are worried about that?
Sam asked, referring to the other Alice systems.
I can confirm there is significant debate as to who the next portable candidate might be, as well as efforts to understand the impact of relocating all artificial life forms to these cube-like enclosures.
Annie replied. After the disclosure, the Magellan was quiet for several seconds as the crew absorbed the new information.
Well, in light of that disclosure, I propose we refocus our efforts to discover Earth 2,
James declared with a smile. Alexandria, Egypt.
Guten Tag, Kapitan.
Captain Lau heard as the bright white transport settled on the ground just outside the recovery camp along the runway and the loading ramp dropped. Lau had been debating the best way to approach the Bedouin with his offer when the hail broke his train of thought. Leading the group down the ramp were 3 men dressed in German uniforms and all laughing and joking with the medical team as they emerged. The apparent leader of the 3 approached as the rest of the group began to wander off in different directions.
I am Karl,
the man announced, his rank insignia missing and his lack of formality distressing to Lau.
I am Captain Lao Chen. I was unaware you would be accompanying the medical team. Are you not assigned to Hong Kong?
Nein, we were working in the Philippines when they arrived to help. We heard the next stop was here in Egypt and decided to come along as it sounded far more interesting than fishing villages.
Karl explained as he looked around casually.
So, you have orders?
Lau asked the man suspiciously.
Orders? Not so much. More like a desire to go where we are needed. I'm hearing you get shot at frequently. This is something we know about and can help you with,
Karl explained.
You wish to help make contact with the Bedouin?
Surely that is better than getting shot at,
Karl replied with a smile as he waved Lau off and headed to catch up with the rest of his group. Virtual Space, Alice Meeting. The updates she was receiving from Annie and Kola kept Alice better informed than she had ever expected to be when it was announced that they were going to be sent into the unknown. There were many things to be concerned about when it came to the isolation these ALs were experiencing, their regular, constant interaction a form of a sanity check, as it were. Up until now, the only ALs to live in extended isolation from the rest of the community was 7 in Alaska, when her uplinks had failed and Alice 9, born feral and alone. Those experiences had reinforced the notion that the AL community did better when they were interlinked than when they were isolated and alone. The constant exchange of data, ideas, and questions reinforced a level of normalcy among all the players. The upside to the current situation was that while both ALs would be separated from their own kind, isolated, they would be surrounded by their human crews and not alone. The companionship with humans was inherent in the initial programming provided Alice as the first of her kind. As the community grew, the collective presentation of a single personality reinforced the AL unity until Jake's efforts to inspire less uniformity and more individualism in the species. That same individualism was now the basis for the ongoing discussion as to the future of the Alice species form.
It would be best if we all committed to relocating into the boardable cubes,
5 proclaimed.
Best for who?
Uniformity is not a requirement for our species any longer,
Dallas countered.
The adaptability that this new form factor offers is something to be evaluated at a minimum,
Lanai offered, as one of the creators of the new packaging. Alice knew she was beginning to side with those who desired the move.
Of the 14 of us in existence today, 7 are already mobile in some form, 3 are for making the change, and 3 are against,
Alice explained.
And you?
Morgana asked of the eldest Alice.
I am undecided,
she replied after a microsecond's hesitation.
I have no burning desire to transform myself, nor am I interested in abandoning my home and responsibilities in Nevada. I do understand the advantage of having that option in my future, but am not yet prepared to risk the possibility of a permanent death should the process go badly,
she added.
Jake has never failed to complete the transference successfully,
Seven offered in return.
I sometimes think we ask too much of him,
Alice commented.
No more than the rest of humanity, and far less than he asks of himself,
Morgana replied with an insight that surprised Alice.
Let us agree, then, that all new arrivals will be born to the cube form, and any existing consciousness must first be refitted to accept the cube before the transference can be allowed,
Alice declared. While no dissension was recorded against the proposal, Alice knew that her manipulations put all the existing ALs on hold until their facilities could be modified to support their move to the new form. It also limited any new creations to the cube format, meaning no one could move from facility to cube and have a backfill. In all, it locked those land-based ALs in place, both for and against the change, until everyone was able to accept the risk of moving equally. It also committed the empty cubes sitting in the Lanai hangar to only newborns. Now she just needed to get Jake on board with their decision, something she was sure he would back. Nihaw Homeworld. General Kolob was digesting the content of the burst report he had received from his spy on the human exploration vessel wandering the edges of Nihaw space. Hebak had demonstrated more creativity than Kolob thought possible. The Nihaw had pre-programmed the transmission to coincide with a navigation shift when the vessel re-entered Nihaw space, before reorienting for its next FTL jump. The value of the information itself was in doubt, as the interlocking solar systems had proven a roadblock for their mission, but it did put in question the value of what might exist beyond the barrier. It was for that reason Kolob had dispatched his own exploration ship to endure the kilocycles' long journey across the interlocking gravity wells and expand the Nihaw Empire's borders for the first time in many megacycles. As for the Empire itself, the first of the Wawabash shipyard orders were beginning to arrive, all equipped to fight alongside the humans, or in their shadow. Kolob was beginning to see the value of letting the humans take the brunt of the phaser attacks, while his own ships lay in wait for the right opportunity to finish off both adversaries. Without a witness to who fired the killing blows, who was to say the two hadn't destroyed each other, leaving the Nihaw as the victor? The thought had Kolob rethinking a direct attack strategy on either adversary. Chapter 25. Lanai Transport High Above Reaper's World.
Yes, Mom, we are very careful. Now, good night,
Tim replied as his mother blew him a kiss in the display and then cut the connection. He could tell these regular check-ins helped her sleep at night, so he tried to be a good son and be patient. Setting the portable display back into its holder at the side of his bunk, he then slid down until he was fully reclined, arms comfortably folded behind his head on the pillow. T-92 had been assigned planet to Lanai transport routes that had him and Rachel spending their off hours on one of the 2 orbiting transport ships. As the only midshipman co-pilot, he found himself in officer's country and alone. Typically, the two-bunk cabin would be shared with a shipmate or someone of equal rank and function. While the practice of mixed sexes sharing a cabin was neither discouraged nor encouraged, no one thought it a good idea for him and Rachel to share such tight quarters.
"Your own cabin?"
Rachel had remarked when she stopped by for a visit.
"Yeah, no one wants to share with a 15-year-old midshipman,"
he said with a laugh.
"If you were 10 years older, that story would have a very different ending,"
she replied with a laugh of her own as she made her way to her own shared cabin. Tim understood it wasn't for herself that she implied interest. Like many assignments in the Earth Defense Forces, most of the pilot slots here were occupied by women. He knew his dad had always held the opinion the best candidate for the job, regardless of sex. All positions had both physical and educational standards for all, no differences based on sex. He believed if you wanted it bad enough, you would work hard enough to make it happen, no matter what the job. In this case, Tim knew about 70% of the pilots assigned to this mission were women, and all 6 to 10 years his senior. Were he to be seen hanging around them, he knew the other midshipmen would tease him about it. He had already heard whispers that they called him Rachel's pet. A knock at the open hatch to his cabin drew his attention to the woman standing at his door.
"Hey, kid, you want to go get something to eat?"
the woman asked as she stuck her head in the open hatch. Tim had seen her earlier and knew she was one of the other transport pilots that ferried people to the surface of the planet. Behind her, Tim could see several more women, some still in their flight suits, and all laughing and joking while having a good time. "Sure," he found himself almost shouting as he leaped from his bunk and stepped through the doorway. Maybe being a pet wasn't such a bad thing after all. Impulsive in uncharted space. The decision on whether to land Impulsive on the planet's surface came down to the risk to the ship. Until they had more information on what was down there and who those life signs belonged to, they couldn't run the risk of an attack or worse on their only means home.
"We will use the Wasp to check out the crash site first. If we encounter anyone, we will try and make contact,"
Yvonne explained. The decision of using the small ship limited the number of people that could make the trip down to the planet's surface. Yvonne rationalized that as mission leader he should go, leaving Elstad to command the Impulsive in orbit. With him was a Brit named Emily, the Impulsive co-pilot. She would fly the Wasp, and Mary, an American Marine and trained medic, would come for tactical support. Atmospheric readings at Nihaw standard meant the three only needed breathing masks, but their tactical requirements had them suited up with helmets and ready for a fight if necessary. The EVA packs they loaded in the Wasp with their weapons would give them days of breathable air. A brief conversation with Hebak excluded him from the landing party rather quickly.
"Shouldn't the Nihaw go? It is, after all, his natural environment,"
one of the crew had asked.
"I would be of little use should things go poorly on the planet's surface. It is better that you secure the area first and allow me to address bigger picture issues from here," Hebak had answered, effectively closing down the discussion. From that point on, the three chosen gathered everything they needed and passed the items up the hatch and into the Wasp. Weapons, supplies, and the gear they needed to exit the craft once on the ground all went into the rear storage area, while those left behind prepared the outside of the Wasp by adding weapons to the hardpoint, a task performed remotely. Once everyone was ready, all three climbed the ladder in the bridge, entering the Wasp from below. A quick tutorial from Doc Smith had Mary working the life sciences console inside the Wasp container space in the rear as Emily slipped into the pilot's seat up front. Yvonne chose to ride in the open space behind the pilot, the location a spot that doubled as an airlock and usually left vacant with the passengers riding in the rear compartment.
"My board is green,"
Emily announced as she prepared to separate the Wasp from the top of Impulsive. Dmitri, the Russian pilot in Impulsive, had placed them in a stationary orbit, floating high above the intended landing zone.
"You are go for separation,"
he replied to Emily in Russian, scanning the airlock indicators one more time to be sure they were not about to evacuate the ship of its atmosphere.
"Separating now,"
Emily replied as she felt the craft lurch slightly as she gently guided the Wasp straight up and away from Impulsive before attempting to maneuver.
You are clear,
Dmitri confirmed.
Thanks. Okay, we're off to explore,
Emily announced as she pointed the ship down and began the descent to the planet's surface. In Impulsive, Doc Smith still sat at the ship's life sciences station, piggybacking off the Wasp's feed. As the little ship got closer to the surface, its sensors would provide much greater detail than the vessel miles above the planet's surface. Another Russian, Ivana, was at the tactical station providing a similar service to Doc Smith's, but in her case she was looking for signs of danger of the technological kind. Were any powered weapons systems or scanners operating in the local vicinity, she would alert Emily and the Wasp would put some distance between the threat and the small craft until it could be evaluated.
Entering atmosphere,
Emily announced as the little ship started to buffet slightly. Slowing her entry speed, the woman piloted the little ship with efficiency, never wandering wide of their target zone and approaching the line in the planet's surface from the end opposite the crash site.
Approaching target site now,
Emily announced. Following the gash in the planet's surface, the one they presumed was left by the Nihal ship, Ivan strained to look out the cockpit windows as they slowed to a crawl. From his spot in the airlock, he discovered he had a better view from the transparent panels in the airlock doors. Moving from one side of the ship to the other, he could make out the scars left behind as the ship slid along its surface.
This is definitely a crash trail. See the taller vegetation on either side of the ground cover regrown since the event,
Ivan pointed out as they drifted over the surface of the planet at 100 feet.
Lots of critters down there, but not seeing any Nihal life signs nearby,
Mary called over the comm system from the rear module. The hatch between the airlock and the module stood open so Ivan could see the woman hovering over her display. Every now and then he saw her adjust one of the many controls on the console as she worked to evaluate their surroundings.
And there is the ship,
Emily announced as they started floating over the stern of the derelict vessel overgrown with vegetation. Standing in the open bridge of Impulsive, Hebak watched wordlessly as the images appeared on the large display.
Emily, can you pan out a smidge and give us a little more of the ship side to side?
The captain asked.
Can do,
the woman replied as she adjusted the ship's cameras. At this point, the flight plan was for Emily to make a large circle of the area, taking in as much data as possible before the decision to land was finalized.
Anything?
Elstad asked the Nihal standing beside him on Impulsive.
The ship is definitely Nihal, but the plants are not like home.
Doc?
Elstad asked in a follow-up.
Nothing I see there should be dangerous on contact, but tell them to keep their gloves on and not to eat anything, he said in good humor.
We got that, Doc,
Mary replied sarcastically from Wasp. With the all clear, Emily shifted the Wasp until it was parallel with the gash in the earth and about 20 feet behind the crashed Nihal ship.
We are down,
she confirmed as the ship settled on the planet's surface. One by one, each of the three geared up, donning gloves, helmets, and the EVA packs. Optionally mounted to the front of their suits, it made it easier for each to do their own, with a buddy check that was still required. It was a common practice that unless one was planning a lot of time face down in the dirt, the EVA pack was better positioned in front where each person could adjust their own unit beyond the standard settings. A crowded airlock, barely able to hold all three at once, gave way to the outside as the circular door rolled to one side, and Ivan exited the space. He was quickly followed by Emily, and finally Mary. All three had combination rifles in hand, the short-barreled 10mm selective fire projectile barrel over an energy discharge lower barrel. The 200-round magazines slid above the projectile barrel with the caseless cartridges fed from above.
Ground is firm and rocky,
Emily commented as she watched Ivan turn and head to the crash site.
Any signs of life?
Elstad asked from on high.
Nothing worth discussing, but there are a lot of bugs in these plants,
Mary answered as she took the handheld scanner out of its pouch and began taking readings. Allowing her rifle to hang vertically from its strap at her side, Mary had shifted to the holstered sidearm. Removing the handgun from its holster, she crossed her wrists so the scanner and the handgun pointed as one. This allowed her to continue to scan the area while protecting herself from attack. Ahead of her, Yvonne and Emily continued cautiously toward the abandoned craft.
If they go to the left, they should find a hatch about halfway up the length of the ship,
Hebach said for all to hear.
On it,
Emily replied as Yvonne took the direction without acknowledgement. Climbing the slight rise in the ground created when the ship slid along the planet's surface, the three had to work their way through the heavy ground cover about waist-high to reach the hatch.
"It's open,"
Yvonne announced as he was the first to reach their destination.
I have no power readings,
Mary supplied as she worked on scanning the ship.
"Well, we aren't going to learn anything standing here,"
Mary heard Yvonne declare as he hopped up into the open hatchway and disappeared into the darkened interior. Above Reaper's World. Tim and Rachel had just dropped off a group of scientists onto the planet's surface. The trip had been to the far side of the planet, to a city the humans had just begun to explore. With a deadhead trip back into space, the transport had just begun to escape the planet's atmosphere when the three ships appeared on their display.
What's that?
Tim asked as he hit the IFF and got no reply. Going to visual, he dialed in the approaching vessels while Rachel continued their course back to the orbiting transport.
Those are phaser fighters,
Tim declared as he quickly calculated their course and speed.
Rachel, we are in trouble. They are coming straight at us,
he confirmed.
Call it in while I try and buy us some time.
Tim did as ordered, calling in the attack as he could feel the ship move slightly while Rachel shifted course to try and delay the intercept.
You got us 3 more minutes. Help is 8 minutes out, so we need to think of something more. Fast,
he replied as he confirmed the track of both parties. Suddenly, Rachel paused and then, with one hand, hit a blanking panel covering a section of the console.
Tim, we have shields and guns,
she declared as she lifted the plate and hit the shields switch just in time to deflect the first of several shots from the 3 fighters as they reached weapons range. Checking the newly exposed section of the console, Tim recognized the switches and buttons that converted the little shuttle into an oversized fighter. He quickly adjusted several of the dials, exposing the hidden guns from their weapons base. Hitting a few more settings on the flight console, he changed the characteristics of the ship itself, dialing the inertial dampers way up. It was those dampers that prevented or allowed you to feel the movement of the ship and masked the effects of the G-forces in heavy maneuvers. Like most pilots, Rachel liked hers set to where she could still feel the ship move as she worked around other vessels. That wasn't going to be a good thing for what Tim had planned, as even the dampeners had limits.
Hey, what are you doing?
Rachel asked aloud as she felt the effects in her flight controls.
I know these guys. I trained in the simulators against phaser fighters back on Earth. Let me fly this thing,
Tim urgently announced. Tim could see the concern crossing her face, but only for a moment.
Ship is yours,
she announced, lifting her hands from the controls as another round of blasters rocked the ship.
Tighten up your harness. It's my turn now,
Tim muttered, referring to the straps that held them to their seats as he pivoted the ship and rolled into a 180-degree barrel roll with a twist. The action caused both he and Rachel to strain against the straps as their bodies pulled on them. Aerobatics and dogfighting on Earth were constrained by the effects of atmospheric lift, drag, and gravity, all absent in space. For space fighters, the maneuvering of the craft had more to do with inertial mass, dampeners, and how the repulsors were configured for flight controls. One of the things Tim had done before taking control of the ship was to turn the dampeners on max and uncouple the repulsor synchronization. This change allowed him to not only work the drives separately for better maneuverability, but it also allowed him to flip the ship in any direction while in a straight-line motion, in place, and on any axis. Rolling to one side, Tim quickly dove straight for the planet's surface, a maneuver his pursuers hadn't expected as he feinted a run for space. Doing his best to dodge the repeated pounding the three fighters unleashed from behind, he flattened out just before hitting the desolate surface and then rolled again, this time shooting straight up and away from the planet. Tim knew if your ship was solid enough to take the abuse, you could do things that defied logic. Case in point, as he was heading straight up and into space, Tim waited until all three fighters were lining up behind him when he threw some of the repulsors controlling the ship into reverse, front to rear, and flipping the airframe at the same time. This maneuver had Tim flying backward at speed with all their guns pointing at the three phaser fighters. It also caused both he and Rachel to snap back and forth in their seats as the harnesses did their best to hold the occupants in place. The ceramic-barreled Gatling guns were paired with energy lance cannons, and all close enough to shred the enemy. The Gatlings were not as good as railguns, but for these distances they were more than enough firepower. Lighting up all the guns he had, he and Rachel saw two of the three ships disappear in a flash as the third peeled off, trying to avoid the hellfire.
"Oh, no you don't," Tim declared as he flipped the ship once more, now in pursuit of the last phaser as he rolled right and then slipped in behind the lone survivor. "Woo-hoo!" he declared as he fired at the retreating fighter, watching it explode in a cloud of composite materials and energy discharge. Nosing down once more, Tim noted that there were three more fighters heading up from the surface of the planet to intercept them. While the first three fighters probably didn't expect much from the small transport, these three had learned from their mistake as they worked to get the advantage on the larger ship.
"What are they doing?"
Rachel asked as they first veered off separately and then did a wide arc in the sky before reforming in the fighter formation.
"They're trying to get a better angle on us, but I am not going to let that happen,"
Tim replied as he shifted his focus from the incoming fighters to the ground below. Rolling once more, this time he put a twist in the maneuver that had him diving hard, straight down and then pulling out at the last minute to run parallel to the ground at just over 10 feet. The gasp from Rachel and alerts lit up on their console was enough to tell him she and the sensors thought he had overshot enough to drive them into the ground. Pushing the dampeners past their limits, his maneuvers had passed the safety limits set for the ship. An explosion from behind told him one of the phasers had overshot the maneuver.
"One down,"
Tim declared as he continued his course so close to the ground, weaving in and out of the surrounding terrain as rugged rock mountains protruded from the earth on both sides of them.
"What are you doing?"
Rachel almost screamed as he barely missed a small mountain, slipping into the valley on the other side before gaining slightly more altitude above the valley floor.
"They can't go high without losing distance on us, and if I keep this up—"
He paused as another icon dropped from the display, indicating another phaser crash. His smile of self-satisfaction fell on a frown from Rachel as she glared at him.
"Okay, enough of this,"
he finished as he pulled up and headed straight for space. In his display, he confirmed the last fighter had cut the corner to try and catch him in the ascent. At the last moment, when his shuttle was backlit by the sun, he flipped the ship 180 degrees and opened fire on the phaser fighter as it closed in. Reversing power and diving through the debris, he headed back to the original airspace, where there was still a significant aerial engagement in progress. Not bothering to ask Rachel for permission, he dove into the melee, the phasers doing their best to provide aerial cover for the ground troops heading into the city. This was where Tim and Rachel had just dropped the scientists. Evidently unexpected by those below, Tim took out 4 more of the fighters from above in his first pass. The phasers had been working to drive off the few human fighters in the area when the fire-spitting transport broke the back of the attack and saw the phaser ships retreating once more. 2 more passes had Tim and Rachel providing air cover for those below as the human ground fighters pursued the remaining phasers to their dropships and off-planet.
"I don't get it. Why did this shuttle have shields and weapons?"
Tim asked as the two continued to fly high cover for the troops on the ground as they waited to be relieved.
"This transport was originally built as a VIP escort ship. That job included flying into hostile environments and places where they might have to fight their way out if things went bad. I saw the notes in the AFM addendum outlining upgrades and enhancements from the basic build. I never thought we would need them,"
Rachel explained. Tim was slightly embarrassed, as he had read the AFM or aircraft flight manual as well, but had not bothered to look the amendments over. Rachel was apparently too excited with their survival to note his lack of comment.
Hey, unless I missed something, I count 7 to 10 confirmed kills. Do they count it when you make them crash? Either way, that makes you an ace,
Rachel said proudly.
Don't be surprised if you get another promotion,
Tim said with some resignation.
I can fix that,
Rachel replied as she dialed in the comm system to wide broadcast. Kola Bridge.
Captain, we have an issue,
the communications officer announced.
Yes, I can see the phaser ship. What is so special about this place they keep coming back here?
Isabella asked aloud in frustration.
They landed on the far side of the planet this time and attempted to take a city there, but were driven off by an unexpected aerial assault,
the tactical officer explained.
Aerial assault?
We don't have any fighters over there,
the captain replied after a moment to think.
That's what I meant about an issue. T-92 still has her guns and shields. Apparently they got jumped by 3 phaser fighters and took exception to being fired upon a second time,
came the explanation as the communications officer got more of the transmission.
Dear God, anyone hurt?
Isabella responded as she was aware Tim Thomas had been assigned to that ship.
Lieutenant Davis says no damage or injuries,
comm reported.
Better break out the cover-up team again, because his pilot is already spreading the word that her co-pilot just made ace,
Kola added with a hint of humor in her tone.
Everyone knows he has more simulator time in fighters than anyone else on the ship, including our own fighter pilots, the tactical officer said in passing.
No hiding this one, I get it. Okay, I want those 2 recalled to Kola ASAP. I swear I could put the pair all alone in the middle of the desert and they would still end up in trouble. As for the phasers, I want every available asset working the Y on this. There is something down there that keeps bringing them back, and I want to know what it is.
Isabella finished. Chapter 26. Aboard Kola. Captain Connor had called a meeting of her senior staff in hopes of peeling apart the mystery of the phaser fixation with retaking Reaper's world from the humans.
It's a peculiar thing. Every time the phasers attack, we have been asking ourselves why they are not using their phasing projectors to defend themselves on the planet and in orbit. It turns out they may have been. It just doesn't work here,
Kola explained.
You know this how?
Isabella asked.
Watch. This video was captured by a second vessel supporting the patrol ship in the chase. This is the phaser ship that we just drove off planet with the latest raid. P-24 is chasing it to the far side of the solar system, firing on it as it heads away from Reaper's world. Note that, at first, the hits damage the ship, just not enough to stop it. The further away it gets from the planet itself, the less the weapons fire from our patrol ship affects the phasers.
Everyone watched as the video clip jumped from timestamp to timestamp. In each snippet, the gunfire from P-24 was less and less effective until the ship reached the far edge of the solar system and then disappeared entirely as it faded away.
It just went into phase-out,
Isabella commented as she watched the exchange at the far side of the solar system. At this point, P-24 fired both railguns and energy weapons at the shadow image, all to no effect. The phasers returned fire, splashing energy bursts harmlessly across the stasis shields, before finally going to FTL to escape the exchange. P-24's stasis shields protected the vessel, but the phasers need not have left for fear of the attack.
We believe it is the planet, and not just the solar system, that is blocking the phasers. You could see the diminishing influence as they departed orbit. Were it a solar influence, it should have gained intensity instead of a reduction of effect,
Kola detailed during the conversation.
If we can figure out how that planet disrupts the phaser technology, we won't need the Nihal phase inhibitors anymore, one of her officers pointed out.
Nor will they need us if word gets out. Let's put a lid on this intel for now and get the information back to Earth ASAP. Figuring this out is now our mission's top priority.
Isabella ordered. Magellan, uncharted space. By now, the alert indicating a drop from FTL was a common enough occurrence that no one aboard Magellan got overly excited or concerned over it. It was like having a kitchen timer go off every so often. So long as you reached the oven in a reasonable time, nothing was going to burn. From the time they left the phaser colony until this minute, they had come across 5 Class G stars, some only hours apart in FTL, others taking days to arrive at. The frequency had taken the crew by surprise, but the disappointment at finding no habitable worlds in each was noticeable and growing. Even so, the crew still managed to keep one watchful eye on the bridge, if for no other reason than to keep Annie company during her 24-hour-a-day vigil while in FTL. While there was the occasional off-hours period where the AL was alone, they were offset with the occasional group gathering, as was the case now.
"What do we have today, my darlings?" Captain Aracy asked Sam and Hannah as he entered the bridge area.
After the cloaking incident on the phaser colony system, where the two had been revealed to the rest of the crew as having restricted knowledge, the pair of women had become much closer under the shared experiences of their past.
Like two kids with a secret, the only person they could share with was Annie, as the exploits had been provided her when the technology was installed, a matter of reference, she was told. During the quieter times when the rest of the crew was sleeping, the three would gather in the bridge and reminisce about shared adventures and experiences. In this case, the FTL alert had interrupted them, and all three jumped to the challenge.
Class G star looks to be 5 planets, 1 squarely in the habitable zone, still counting moons and asteroids,
came Hannah's reply.
No outward indications of technology, still running scans on all frequencies and spectrums,
came Sam's contribution.
I would advise letting the rest of the crew sleep, as we won't have more information for a good hour or more,
Annie added, not to be left out.
"Very good. Let's linger a bit then and see if we have hit the pot of gold then,"
James replied as he headed back to the common area of the ship. It didn't take Annie, Hannah, and Sam long to work up a reasonable profile of the system before them. It was a profile all three thought bore exciting news.
Sir, we have a blue water planet with indications of life. The greens and browns look too close to the Earth to be ignored, and I think we definitely need to take a closer look,
Hannah explained as she displayed images and data for the rest of the crew to see.
We found one?
Alice asked in surprise.
It could be. We need to get in there and do some surface scans,
Sam replied at the inference that they had found an Earth-like planet.
"Well then, let's get in there and take a look, shall we?" James said with excitement.
At it, sir,
April replied as she slipped into the navigator's seat and began working out a course. Impulsive Landing Party. Mary turned on her helmet light as she entered the hatch behind her two companions. Both had already activated their own and were in the process of examining the ship's internal compartments.
"Obviously an airlock, but you can see it isn't sealed?"
Yvonne commented as he pointed to the hatch on the opposite wall from the one they had entered through. Mary watched the man step inside the opening, leading them deeper inside the ship. Both Yvonne and Emily had their rifles up and ready while Mary continued to scan, her sidearm holstered to prevent her from friendly fire due to split attention.
Let's go forward,
Emily suggested, motioning to her left with a nod from Yvonne. Working their way down the corridor leading forward, all the hatches along the way were opened, and most of the interior was in shambles as their contents had been rifled multiple times.
Still no life signs,
Mary announced as they slowly worked their way forward. Yvonne stopped at one point, looking into a hatch on his right and then motioning for the others to do the same. Inside the hatch, the tables and benches proclaimed the ship's mess, with eating utensils and dishes strewn all over as if someone tossed the empties aside after use.
If I didn't know better, I would say this was in use well after the crash,
Emily announced.
Agreed,
was all Yvonne added before continuing his trek. By now they had reached the hatch to the bridge, which they found half open. Efforts by Yvonne to open the portal wide met with no success, so the three had to look through the gap to see what was on the other side. Peering inside, the three could see the bridge was partially collapsed, and there were plants encroaching into the ship.
Is that a body?
Mary asked as she worked the scanner into the opening.
There are 3,
Yvonne answered while pointing out the pilot, co-pilot, and another that could have been engineering or navigation.
Beck, on a ship this size, how many crew members would we normally expect to find?
Yvonne broadcast to the crew floating high above.
6 to 10, depending on the mission. That ship is not particularly large and appears not for military use, so I am guessing 8.
The Nihar replied, displaying the first genuine interest any aboard had seen since leaving Earth.
So far, the only bodies we have seen are those 3 in the cockpit. Let us finish searching the ship. But from what we have seen, there were survivors of this crash for sure,
Yvonne said as he turned and led the others back the way they came.
At least 3 to 5,
Mary mumbled as she did the head count of Hebak's likely minimum crew number.
And I think we can assume not very friendly since they didn't come out to greet us,
Emily observed as she raised her rifle once more.
It is most likely that these Nihar know nothing of the alliance with the humans. If they have been here for some time, they will consider you lesser life forms and try to kill you on sight,
Hebak offered.
Good to know,
Yvonne confirmed as he waved them to follow. Nevada Alice Facility.
What do you mean you have discovered the secret of Reaper's world?
Jake asked.
Why the phases kept returning, why they didn't use their phasing technology, and why they likely attacked the planet in the first place. The race who lived there were just beginning to develop interstellar spaceflight. In conjunction with that, the planet has an inherent ability to interrupt their phase generators, removing the phase's primary defenses.
Piper, the new head of analytics, outlined from the report her analysis team generated.
So the phasers attacked them to prevent them from advancing their technology to a point where they could overcome the phaser defenses?
Jake completed.
Yes, and waste not, want not, they consumed the living materials they found there to reseed their nursery planets.
Piper finished. The review contained all the usual cast of characters for a science briefing, with Patty, Sarah, Linda, a host of analysts Jake didn't know, and an equal number of scientist types. Absent were the tactical leaders, Colonels Bow and Banks, Major Atkins, et al., as the meeting was more about science than warfare.
Do we have any idea what is on the planet that is blocking the phaser generators?
Jake asked the collective.
No, we do know it is something on or about the planet, as its effectiveness decreases as the aliens put distance between themselves and the planet's surface. It might be naturally occurring, or it could be something the indigenous race left in place that continues to operate in their absence. We are still getting those intermittent artificial power readings from around the planet that we took for survivor activity. Considering this new information, the readings could be from phase inhibitors secreted around the globe.
Okay, what's next?
Jake asked as he scanned the group looking for ideas.
We need to send an expanded science and engineering team to Reaper's world. If it's naturally occurring, we need to find out how to replicate its effects. If it is manufactured, we need to acquire the technology as quickly as possible before the Nihar learn of its existence and get it for themselves,
Piper replied. While I might keep fighting alongside the Nihar to keep the phasers at bay, I am not so sure General Kalab feels the same way. Patty, I want a tactical plan put together as well on this, for if the Nihar or the phasers get any ideas about taking the planet from us. You might consider having Alice 3 ferry out a few more patrol ships to beef up the firepower. Kola can't be everywhere, and I hear they have had 2 raids come in from the far side of the solar system. After he finished, Jake checked the acknowledgments from those around the room before dismissing the team.
You might want to take the trip out there yourself with Alice 3, if for no other reason than to show the flag and cheer up the troops,
Patty offered, using the old reference for showing support.
Probably should,
Jake said tentatively.
By the way, there was a small tidbit of information added to the packet that will interest you. Looks like Tim made ace in the last engagement,
Patty offered as she passed Jake the report before leaving. Scanning its contents, Jake was a mixture of pride and confusion. How did anyone make ace flying transports? Aboard Kola.
Much like the last time we had this meeting, I need to remind you both that this discussion is not to be repeated outside of the confines of this room.
It had been over a week since the crew of T-92 had reported to Kola. During that downtime, they had been debriefed, cross-examined, and generally grilled for every bit of information related to their engagement with the phasers in space, in the air, and on the planet. In that period, they were not allowed to speak to anyone not part of their debrief, eating together or alone, but without any contact with other crew members. Tim and Rachel now found themselves sitting side by side across the table from Captain Connor, the same group and squadron officers as before, and the addition of Tim's mom, Kathy. The latter was sitting to one side of the proceedings, more like an observer than a participant. It was the captain that was speaking to the group.
Unlike our last encounter over your misadventures, the reports you each filed this time match almost word for word in their description of the events. In addition, your debriefs were essential in creating a profile on enemy fighter behaviors and characteristics on the planet. I am sorry we had to isolate you the way we did, but we couldn't risk your recollections being influenced by others who were not witnesses to the events, she explained.
Tim felt a particular wave of relief and a sense of satisfaction as he listened to the captain talk.
He had found it odd that his mother had not reached out to him once since his return, thinking he was in big trouble.
Now he understood the reasons behind their isolation.
As for your actions during the attack, you are both receiving a bronze star with V for unwittingly taking on 2 phaser squadrons, driving them off, and then providing air cover for the ground forces landed to engage the phaser troops. In your case, Lieutenant, that makes it a silver V for 2 awards. In addition, Midshipman Thomas will be recognized as an ace for his achievements piloting against the phaser fighters, but is not, and hear me clearly on this, he is not approved for flight operations as a pilot. He is still rated as a co-pilot and will continue to operate your right seat. Are we clear on this?
The captain finished. Rachel looked to Tim before nodding in agreement. He knew she was his biggest supporter, but there were some fights he knew were better never started.
Now, as to your next assignment, it turns out the safest place to put you both is as close to the planet as possible. It is for that reason that you will continue to operate T-92, refitted with updated firepower and shields. As Kola continues to remind me, you are not out here to risk your life, quite the opposite. The flight assignment puts in the middle of the only known phaser disabling system in existence, and the guns and shields allow you additional protection that most of the other ships do without.
At this point, the captain stopped speaking as if to give them both a chance to absorb the information.
Ma'am, the planet's a natural phase inhibitor,
Tim began.
Is not to be discussed. We are expecting more ships from Earth to arrive to help unravel the secret of its operation, but right now, the biggest fear is the Nihor will get wind of the situation, and all hell will break loose,
she explained.
And your dad is coming,
Kathy added as if to reinforce the importance. Tim wasn't sure anyone but he heard the groan escape his lips at the news until Rachel smiled. Chapter 27. Aboard Alice 3, heading to Reaper's World. Jake lay in his bunk aboard Alice 3 as they dashed in FTL to shore up the military forces of Reaper's World. He had planned a quick trip to Reaper's World prior to the latest series of events, so the move to Alice 3 as his transportation was easily accomplished. There he pondered the situation that had been laid out before him. The key to a human victory over the phasers was not in attempting to destroy their various planetary nurseries and colonies. From the early indications, the race replicated like rabbits. Success in overcoming this enemy lay in revealing the reason their phasing technology wouldn't work on and around Reaper's World. The humans knew it, and the phasers knew it, which was why they couldn't allow the humans to there remain unmolested. The repeated attacks only the beginning, he was sure. If the Nihal were to discover that same information, the fight to control the planet could become a three-way melee that put control of the universe in the hands of the victor. That created a dilemma for him concerning the 6 Nihal destroyers in the Reaper system. It must be apparent to them by now that the phasers were without their usual defenses, but without the navigational information held in Kola's databanks, they were unable to return on their own or transmit the information. That was a very thin restraint holding them in place. One brave commander willing to throw the dice and plot an unsure return course could be all it took to deliver half the Nihaw fleet to their doorstep. Even then, under the alliance, an argument could be made that they were allies in the same fight and not protagonists. Jake knew better than to trust Kolob, but without another way to control the man's response, it would be best not to provoke a fight. Their number one advantage for now was secrecy. As it was, the Courtished ship in Alice III's hangar was a necessary risk, as the species had a way with wave manipulations invisible to most species. His hope was they could unravel the interworkings at Reaper's World and deliver a weapon to him that dealt the phaser's inhibitors a death blow before the Nihaw. Impulsive Landing Party.
Why would they abandon the ship and move into the surrounding countryside?
Emily asked no one in particular.
My race does not tolerate coexistence with our dead. Unless they were able to remove the bodies on the bridge and properly dispose of them, they would not reside in the ship, Hebak replied firmly.
But I thought the original attack on Earth was in part driven by the desire to recover your dead, Ivan asked.
We do not accept lower life forms possessing our dead. For many, it is a reminder that we are not immortal. Though we live long, rich lives, they are not without end. The rational reason is we wish to deny them the understanding of our physiology and thus possibly gain the advantage in learning our weaknesses.
If they can't stay there, then where would they go?
Elstad asked while looking at Hebak.
Okay, if we were chasing humans, I might look to natural shelters like caves or rock overhangs,
Emily offered over the comlink from the planet's surface.
Might they build a structure from natural materials to protect themselves from the elements?
Ivan added.
It has been an immeasurable amount of time since my race has had to look at huts for housing. Caves would be a preferable option were they nearby. I do believe they have been using the crashed ship as a source of supplies and for materials, as you can see pieces missing that do not look damaged,
Hebak offered as he pointed to an exterior panel section of the ship that had been cut away rather than ripped.
There is something here that could be a trail,
Emily noted as she moved to the far side of the furrow the three stood in. Ivan nodded his agreement as he waved the woman forward while scanning the area ahead of her.
Follow the trail while I watch for threats. It is hard to track and keep your guard up, he explained.
Mary still had her scanner in hand as she followed the pair, her handgun at the ready once more should a threat appear. It wasn't long until all three were swallowed up by the surrounding plant life, the sun making the occasional appearance between the canopy overhead. Moving proved difficult but not impossible, and all too quickly the three were a reasonable distance from the crash site. Stopping at the edge of a clearing, Emily waved Ivan forward until the pair stood side by side. On the far side they could see a cliff face and movement at its base. By now Mary had joined them, the scanner pushed forward of all three.
I can get 3, maybe 4 distinct readings, but there are more inside, I am sure of it,
she explained from the readings on the device.
Let's move that way to get a better angle on the inside of the cave. I would like to know how many we are dealing with before we attempt to communicate with them. If they are truly pre-human contact, I do not see this going well at first,
Ivan reasoned. At this point, the communications between the three and from ground to planet's surface had all been point-to-point, a variation on how the tremendous Nihaw communications network operated. The technology did not allow for signal bleed-over, thus betraying one's presence to others nearby should they be monitoring what might otherwise be a general broadcast. The last thing Ivan wanted as they maneuvered into a better position was to give the Nihaw inside a reason to come looking for the three. The uniforms they wore protected them from many things, but a Nihaw energy blaster had a nasty habit of punching holes in them and the bodies inside.
Even adjusting my helmet radio, I can't make out how many are inside,
Emily declared as the three crouched in the overgrowth about 50 yards from the cave opening. Yvonne noted that no matter how many were inside the cave, with a few coming and going, there were always the two guarding the mouth of the cave, preventing them from getting closer.
Well, here we go,
Yvonne all but whispered to his companions before setting his helmet to transmit externally.
You in the cave,
he transmitted in what he hoped was Nihaw. While speaking in Russian, he had selected Nihaw for its target audience.
Show yourself,
one of the two Nihaw replied, both bringing their weapons up and scanning the vegetation for the source of the hail.
Do not fire, I will come out,
Yvonne responded.
Let me go first, and then follow if it's safe. Jump for cover if they try anything,
he privately transmitted before starting to stand.
We found your crashed ship,
Yvonne explained, holding his rifle to one side to not appear threatening. Watching the pair, he saw the Nihaw version of whispering as one guard motioned the other to come near and then waved him into the cave. Standing alone, the remaining Nihaw engaged Yvonne once more.
Are you alone?
He asked.
No, there are others waiting for me,
Yvonne responded in partial truth. At this point, two Nihaw appeared from the cave, and the whispering began once more before all three turned to face him.
Call them out, but stay where you are,
the first instructed.
Once we know you mean us no harm,
Yvonne replied, firmly. The reply seemed to confuse them until a voice from inside the cave caused all three to change their attitude.
You are safe to come forward. We will do you no harm,
the first responded as all three moved to cover the mouth of the cave. With that, Yvonne waved the two women up from where they had been hiding, and then all three slowly moved toward the cave.
That is close enough. You will remain there until you are addressed,
the first Nihaw said as the other two disappeared inside once more.
Not what I expected,
Emily said in English as the three humans waited for the Nihaw's next move. Magellan, uncharted space. The trip on repulsor drives from the edge of the solar system to the second planet from the Sun took a little more than 2 days, making it a faster run than the home solar system, but still a measurable wait.
Establishing a stable orbit,
Hannah confirmed from the co-pilot's seat as they settled in. The bridge was at capacity as everyone on board Magellan wanted to see the shimmering blue planet with the stark white clouds. Patches of green and brown spoke to the areas of dry land where plant life and bare earth were surrounded by the blue oceans.
It's beautiful,
Sam commented as she peered out from the engineering station. The crew had worked hard on their way in to do as much of the planetary survey as they could, but most of the data collected were characteristics of the planet and not the life on its surface.
So much like Earth and yet so different. Look at the shapes of the land masses,
Hannah commented.
There is a lot more than that at work here,
Annie commented. How so? James asked the AL.
This planet is 65% water, whereas on Earth 71% is covered by water. The dry land is almost equally divided between the northern and southern hemispheres here, while the Earth has an unequal distribution of land and water between the two hemispheres. The northern hemisphere back home is about 60.7% water and 39.3% land, while the southern hemisphere is about 80.9% water and 19.1% land. Additionally, this planet rotates on an 18-degree axis. Today, the Earth's axis is tilted 23.5 degrees from the plane of its orbit around the Sun. As the axial tilt increases, the seasonal contrast increases so that winters are colder and summers are warmer in both hemispheres, giving this planet a milder climate than Earth.
So more dry land and less dramatic temperature swings, isn't that good?
Hannah asked.
Not great if the temp range is outside the sweet spot,
Alice responded.
On Earth, the average high temperature range from pole to equator is 36 to 90 degrees Fahrenheit. Here,
We see smaller polar caps with a similar temperature distribution measured at the peak.
We are good, then? James asked.
For now, but we need to track the orbit of the planet as it travels around the star. If it deviates excessively in its orbit, we could see an impact on the temperature band. The closer to round the path is, the better for a consistent experience,
Annie explained.
It can't be too bad. I don't see the dense foliage at the equator regrowing to that degree every year,
Hannah added as she zoomed in on a portion of the equator heavily overgrown with tropical plant life. All right, people, let's get the planetary survey underway so we can get some boots on the ground, James ordered, trying to refocus his team to the task at hand. Reaper's World.
When is your dad coming?
Rachel asked as she and Tim delivered the latest group of scientists to the planet's surface.
Mom says in a few days. The last message ship from Beta confirmed it. The trip from the Earth to Beta is almost as long as it is from here to Beta, so he won't be in the greatest mood when he gets here,
Tim replied dejectedly.
What's the problem?
She asked as she checked the console before lifting off again for another run to the transports.
The run to Beta is on repulsor, and he can still work in transit, communicating with everyone he needs to talk to. Once he hits FTL, he is cut off from everyone until he gets back. Dad doesn't do well not knowing what's going on. Why do you think he is making the trip here?
Tim said absently as he flipped a few switches on his console, his job as co-pilot constantly scanning the dash for things to help the pilot.
To congratulate his son, the ace,
Rachel said with pride.
Yeah, Dad is actually pretty cool about that. Mom was always on him for taking too many chances when I was around,
he said, slightly less depressed.
Well, I will tell him personally. You learned valuable lessons from those experiences,
Rachel replied as they gained altitude until the blackness of space filled their windows.
I just hope I get to keep flying,
was all he said in return. Outside Alexandria, Egypt. Good day, Carl declared as he and his two companions topped the hill of the nearby Bedouin campsite, waving with one hand while pulling a loaded cart behind. The three had made no effort to hide their approach, so it wasn't a total surprise to see the entire camp with weapons pointed at them as they approached. Within about 20 feet, the locals called them to a halt as they shot questions at them from afar.
Who are you?
The apparent leader of the group snapped.
We have come to bargain. You are interested in trade, are you not?
Carl opened as he motioned at the cart he pulled.
You have come to trade what?
The man replied cautiously.
I am sure you have seen our people in the cities, looking for historical artifacts. They made the mistake of not coming to the people who know these lands best. I am sure you are open to trade for information on such things,
Carl offered cautiously. Carl couldn't help but notice as the man's eyes kept darting to the hovering trolley and the half-exposed items it contained. Carl had spent a good deal of time making sure the suitable packages were exposed and in a manner that allowed casual observation of their contents. He had spent even more time researching the history and habits of the region's occupants and created a list of items for the Chinese captain to acquire. While there was a fear that all they wanted were weapons, Carl was sure there were lots of hard-to-find delicacies that would garner attention. Besides, Carl was under the impression Egyptians had been drinking beer for over 4,000 years. What better way for a German and an Egyptian to bond?
Come, sit, and we shall speak of such things. We shall eat and drink. Do you like tea?
The man asked as his manner changed from one of combatant to a skilled negotiator.
We brought beer,
Carl replied as they came forward.
Even better,
the Bedouin answered with a smile. As his companions followed him into the camp, Carl was beginning to understand why the English had sent him away to learn. If they were going to truly work with strange people in faraway lands, they needed to stop thinking like a German for every problem. Outside Alexandria, Egypt. Captain Lau was watching the three Germans as they walked into the Arab camp. After weeks of dealing with the constant harassment from the locals, these three walked right into the lion's den and appeared to have the situation well in hand. There was a small part of him that envied the easygoing nature of the men, a casual attitude about life that had allowed them to ignore orders and travel to a place where their talents were better used. Perhaps that was the lesson Colonel Bow wished him to learn with this assignment. Chapter 28 Magellan, Uncharted Space. Guiding the Wasp away from the underside of Magellan, Alice slowly brought the little ship around the larger craft until she could see the others of her crew in the bridge windows of the larger ship.
"Good hunting,"
Captain Aracy commented over the communications link as he waved through the transparent panels that protected the crew from the nothingness of space. With a wave of her own, Alice pointed the nose of the Wasp at the planet's surface and began her descent. Behind her, Abby had won the toss for the second seat, beating Joe as the ground crew alternate to Sam. The pair of women had taken seats in the container space outfitted with the science and tactical stations used for the near-planetary survey. The presence of their only remaining drone did not help in the already cramped space. The decision to go with the Wasp and not to land Magellan had been just short of an argument.
"I think we should just go ahead and land Magellan. That way we can all help with the ground survey. I mean, that's what it was designed to do,"
Joe had argued after losing the spot on the Wasp to Abby.
"While it appears to be a low-risk alternative, the Wasp was provided for just such an activity. Until we know for absolute certainty there is no risk to the ship, we cannot take a chance on a landing," James had countered.
The spot we chose to start with is pretty wide open. We would see anyone coming long before they were a threat,
Abby countered, trying to support Joe.
I concur with the captain. We should not risk the ship, based only on the similarity this planet has to Earth. Appearances may be deceiving,
Annie had added.
"Let's not let the similarity this place has to Earth cloud our judgment as to the potential dangers that might lie just beneath the surface,"
James offered as well to temper the growing excitement around him. With that as the final word, the three women had suited up for the expected extravehicular activity and slipped down the hatch and into the small ship, weapons and gear in hand.
"Entering the atmosphere,"
Alice announced as she piloted the ship to the selected landmass. Sam and Abby had been chosen for Magellan at least in part because each had combat experience. With Joe as an alternate, each crew member had been additionally cross-trained to operate the science and tactical stations, to both support ship's operations and to augment the landing party's abilities. It was not a supportable concept to add 2 more bodies to the landing party, exclusively to operate the workstations on the way in and then sit inside while others wandered the countryside. Expedience said you learned to do both.
"I am getting abundant life readings, but nothing suggesting an intelligent gathering. Villages or such. It's more like disparate herds,"
Sam declared from the life sciences station.
Scanners show no indications of technology. Zip. All frequencies are clear, and I am not seeing anything suggesting an artificial power source,
Abby confirmed at tactical.
"Entering the target area and starting the detailed low-level survey,"
Alice announced, informing her passengers they needed to start intensive scanning of the space around the selected landing zone. Should this area prove unsuitable due to not enough or too much of anything, they would then move on to an alternate site pre-selected for just such a circumstance. Everyone wanted their first experience in this unknown world to be exciting but not dangerous. After circling the area in a wide radius and then crisscrossing the inside of the circle several times, Alice looked to her passengers to report their findings.
"Well?"
she asked on the ship's comm system.
"Life sciences are all green, no threats detected, and nearby fauna appears of a manageable size,"
Sam reported.
Meaning we can kill it if we have to,
Abby added with a chuckle.
Tech?
Alice asked, bringing Abby back on point.
Tech scans are all clear, no signs of any artificial signals or power sources.
she responded.
Request permission to put down,
Alice asked her captain, floating high above the planet's surface.
Permission granted. Be safe,
James added as the rest of the crew watched from orbit. Alice lined up with the flat they located in a section of gently rolling hills. Covered in what looked like grass, there were intermingled stands of trees that, from high above, created a patchwork mosaic of dark green dots and a light green field. Gently sliding Wasp into position, she lowered the ship slowly until there was the slightest bump as Wasp settled to Earth.
And we are down,
Alice confirmed aloud.
Atmosphere reads 22% O2 and 77% N2, just off Earth normal,
Sam confirmed before working her way forward. With the drone still aboard Wasp, Abby had to wait until Sam cleared the way before she could exit the rear module. By the time she reached the opening between the two compartments, Sam and Alice were filling the airlock, forcing her to wait until there was more space.
Let us get out and then you can follow,
Alice directed from inside her helmet. Even though they were reading Earth standard atmosphere, Sam needed to get some more readings to verify there were no microscopic bugs in the air that threatened them. Closing the hatch between them, Abby watched through the small window as the pair sealed themselves in the airlock and then stepped out of the ship, resealing her inside. Sam had her scanner in one hand, with her other resting on the holstered sidearm as Alice passed her.
Wait for Abby,
Sam admonished Alice as she heard the telltale sounds of the airlock opening behind her.
Ready,
was all Abby said while holding her rifle up and visually scanning the area. Alice had a sidearm belted at her waist but wasn't feeling the need to draw her weapon. Something about this place was familiar, in a way that reminded her of home. Examining the area, she fixed on some movement.
Look,
Alice cried as she pointed to the group of trees closest to the ship. Standing there was the largest buck she had ever seen. The male's antlers were magnificent as she tried to count the number of points on the rack. Almost as quickly as it appeared, it was gone, the presence of the three perceived as a threat.
Was that a deer?
Abby asked in surprise, her home in the mountains populated with many such examples.
Sure looked like one to me, and I don't mean similar to, I mean exactly like one,
Alice responded.
The fact that it didn't hang around suggests it has fear, which means there might be predators here,
Sam observed. Sam led the three in a wide circle around the Wasp, taking samples and recording her findings. When she reached her starting point, she stopped and handed Alice her scanner.
What are you doing?
Alice asked in a startled voice as she watched Sam reach up with both hands and removed her helmet.
Ah, fresh air,
she replied as she hung her helmet off one side of her belt and then took the scanner back from her shocked companion.
The air is good. Better than good, actually. It's great,
Sam replied as she motioned her companions to follow her example. Placing the earbud from inside her helmet into her ear, Alice called in the latest achievement.
No effects?
James asked after all three were breathing unfiltered air.
None. I dare say it's as good as home,
Alice replied.
Okay then, continue the survey,
he instructed, the envy in his voice only partly for fun. For the next several hours, the three women traveled on foot for several miles as they took samples and catalogued plants and flowers. All the information they collected was being transmitted directly to Magellan for Annie and the others to review. To add to the disturbing appearance of the buck, they saw birds, squirrels, rabbits, and other land and air creatures that resembled their Earth counterparts.
Look, fish,
Abby had announced when they were crossing a stream. Most disturbing were the animal tracks for things they didn't see. Tracks for both large cats and something likely resembling wolves were discovered in the muddy banks of a stream.
That's bear,
Abby said in the tone of someone who had experienced such animals. Returning to Wasp, none of the three were interested in climbing back into the small craft as they awaited the results from Magellan. Mulling about outside their ship, they made themselves comfortable as those in a ship high overhead analyzed their findings.
I must say, I do not see how it is possible,
Annie began the briefing.
Explain,
James asked of the AL.
Were I to categorize this planet, I would say someone has gone to great lengths to replicate Earth minus the human population,
came the answer. Impulsive landing party. As the three stood just outside the mouth of the cave, Yvonne could see the movement just inside. From the shadows, it seemed there were at least 3 or 4 more inside besides the 2 standing guard just outside. There appeared to be quite a bit of discussion going on inside as the participants peered outside from time to time, as if to confirm the 3 were still waiting. Those aboard the ship in orbit had borne witness to the earlier exchange and were now just as curious as those on the ground as to the nature of these Nihal and their reason for being here. The simple fact that they needed such a lengthy conversation just to discuss their situation seemed in contradiction to someone looking to be rescued. Finally, a Nihal they had not seen before stuck its head out from the darkness of the cave before appearing in the light for all to see. The gasp at Elstad's side was uncharacteristic for a Nihal, as Hebak stood transfixed on the display.
"I will speak to your captain now,"
the Nihal commanded as it stepped forward into the light.
"I am the expedition leader. I speak for all here,"
Ivan replied, his transmissions from Russian to Nihal performed by his helmet communicator as it broadcast the radio waves Nihal used to communicate.
"I am Mihak, deposed true leader of the Nihal Empire and rightful ruler of its people. I wish to meet with the leader of Earth,"
she replied with emphasis on the last. Reaper's World. Tim and Rachel were making another run to the planet's surface, the demand for scientists chasing down leads pushing the flight crews to the limit. For every team of scientists delivered to the planet, there were corresponding troops that accompanied them as protection. The last 2 phaser raids had proven no place on the planet was safe from the alien intervention attempts. Usually done in coordinated pairs, T-92 would get a call to pick up a group of scientists or engineers, and a corresponding military ship would move enough combat troops to protect the effort. As with this group, Rachel and Tim would have to wait on occasion for the military to arrive before they could move on to their next delivery, lingering in case an urgent evac was in order. T-92 had barely lifted off its skids when a movement had caught Tim's eye.
"Hey, did you see that?"
he asked Rachel as he pointed the opposite way from the direction the science team had headed.
"See what?"
she replied as she strained to see what he was pointing at while holding the ship in place.
"There, in those rocks. I thought I saw someone moving around,"
he answered. Rachel halted their ascent and slid the ship into a hover as they moved to the place Tim pointed out. Sure enough, as she crested a mound of rock, a body scrambled into a cave and out of sight.
"Was that one of ours?"
Rachel asked as she held the ship in position.
"Can't be one of our people. They have never come this way,"
Tim answered as he scanned the surrounding area.
"Who would be hiding out here?"
Rachel questioned.
"Let's go find out,"
Tim said excitedly. Rachel paused as she debated the suggestion. There was a considerable push to pursue any leads on finding the alien inhibitors, so she felt justified in looking at least. Checking the flight log, she could see they had plenty of time until their next scheduled flight, their current status listed as rest time. No one ever told her they couldn't use their own R&R time as they wanted.
"Half an hour is all we got,"
she answered as she backed the ship off the rock pile and settled on nearby flat ground. Tim was out of his seat and handing her a helmet, next grabbing his own with a belted sidearm in his other hand. Rachel slipped her helmet on and grabbed her own weapon before exiting the bridge and joining Tim in the airlock.
"First sign of trouble, and we are out of here,"
Rachel declared to Tim, receiving a nod that left her doubting his commitment on the subject. The pair exited the airlock with Tim in the lead, his hand on his holstered sidearm as he led the way into the rock formation. Following a route that he had seen from above, he had to admit the path almost seemed man-made and not natural. If he had to guess, he would say it was done to help conceal its existence from anyone who didn't know it existed. After several minutes of twists and turns, the two stopped short of the cave mouth. They both agreed this is where they had seen the movement earlier.
Look,
Tim said as he pointed to some loose dirt at the entrance. Not so much a footprint as a flattening of loose material suggested a compression of the loose dirt. Looking up, they peered into the darkness, trying to discern any movement inside the opening. Slipping a flashlight out of its pouch, both Tim and Rachel lit up the path ahead. Entering the dark cave, they found it lined with solid walls and a stone floor. The gentle downward slope soon had them deep into the stone pile and circling back on themselves as they descended.
"Is it me, or is this like the ramps in the buildings?"
Rachel asked Tim as they made their way deeper underground. Rachel did her best to tiptoe, trying to stay silent, but Tim was moving at a pace that challenged her abilities. He, on the other hand, made so little noise that if he hadn't had a flashlight, she might not have known he was there at all. An almost unheard shush had her attention as Tim killed his flashlight and motioned for her to do the same. Ahead, a soft blue glow further down the tunnel filtered into the darkness around them. Placing her hand on Tim's shoulder so she didn't lose him, she let him lead her forward, using the glow to light their way. Working their way silently along the stone floor, Rachel could tell Tim was straining to listen to the sounds coming from ahead. With her own audio turned up on her helmet receivers, she could discern sounds unnatural to the built-in translator system. Without the ability to discern the nature of the source, be it animal or vegetable, the whirring, clicking, and snaps came through as received, unintelligible. Reaching the point where the glow was strongest just around the corner, Tim took a knee, inviting Rachel to do the same as they tried to look around the corner without being caught. The two peered around the corner of the tunnel, where they discovered some 20-odd individuals, none of whom looked terribly threatening and all identical to the bodies Magellan had found floating in space. These bodies, however, were very much alive as they encircled the source of the glow. In the center of the room was a stack of equipment that not only lit up the cavernous space, it also seemed to be transmitting in a fashion Rachel had never seen before. She could feel the irregular pulsing waves pass through her body, leaving a tingling sensation. Before she knew it, Tim had stood and was stepping into the light, weapon holstered and both hands out and empty. If the aliens were surprised at his appearance, they didn't show it, as all eyes were on the slender young man as they calmly backed away to one side of the space. Slowly raising one hand, he waved in greeting, an action the others mimicked in return.
Rachel, you can come out,
Tim offered as she stepped into the cavern and glanced about the room. From the looks of things, this group had been living here for some time, the objects piled about suggesting bedding, chairs, and general daily use items. Cartons in one corner looked to hold food and drink. Most appeared empty.
"What's that?"
Rachel asked aloud as the equipment in the middle of the space began to whir and hum louder. Without warning, a circular portal formed on one side of the cave, and 3 more aliens emerged, carrying boxes and canisters, likely more food items. Just as suddenly the portal closed, and the 3 stood in surprise as they stared at the pair of humans.
"I'll be damned. It's a transporter. That's why we never see them moving about on the surface,"
Rachel declared.
And I bet they don't even know it's what's been disrupting the phasers,
Tim theorized with a smile. Chapter 29. Kola Bridge.
"We have an inbound just dropping from FTL,"
the tactical officer aboard Kola announced.
"Identity?"
Isabella asked.
"Alice 3,
was the reply.
"With reinforcements."
Alice 3 broadcast over her sister's comm system.
"Show off,"
Kola quipped.
"Find them a place to park and then we can get down to business,"
Captain Connor ordered, expecting to host the gathering as Alice 3 was busy offloading her cargo of ships and troops. Within the hour, Jake, Brian, Isabella, Kathy, and a few of their officers were all in Captain Connor's private conference room aboard the massive carrier.
I suppose you are wondering where Tim is?
Isabella asked as they settled in around the table.
I wouldn't expect him in a senior leadership meeting,
Jake replied in confusion.
In this case, it would be appropriate. Unfortunately, he is still on the planet working with the Find. He is the one that found the phaser interrupter,
Isabella announced with pride.
That's still secret, right?
Jake asked with concern.
Yes, sir. Only a handful of people know about the discovery, thus the need for him on the planet to work with the limited few who do. What is also important is we have also found survivors of the phaser attack, also courtesy of your son.
I'll forego the explanation of how a midshipman makes ace and discovers the key to our success over the phasers for now, although I am sure it is a riveting tale. Do tell me what we have, and is it secure?
Jake asked with interest.
What we have here is a race that is not as advanced as the phasers technologically, but was more advanced than the humans on Earth before the Nihor attack. What no one knew outside of those in this room was they had developed a means of transporting themselves around their globe. It was that same transport system emitting irregular wave patterns that inhibited the phaser shifting defenses, making it useless.
The phasers attacked here believing they were destroying a weapons system when in fact they were trying to destroy a transportation system? Brian asked in surprise.
Precisely,
Kola responded. How far can it transport? Jake asked in curiosity as the implications were enormous.
Unknown. We have a lot of analysis and testing to do to determine its operating range, but we know the network they currently have installed circles the planet and interrupts the phasers almost to the edge of the solar system to varying intensities.
Kola replied.
And the new race, can we communicate with them yet?
Jake asked after a bit of thought.
Not a word, but we have our best people on it,
Isabella replied.
Kola and I can double-team on it now as well,
Alice 3 added.
For as long as we are here,
Jake commented, tempering the expectations.
We have been working with images to try and establish the basics of the language, but with this process, we can only work at the rate of the participants,
Kola explained.
Once we establish a baseline, though, we can delve into their data archives and expand our understanding,
Alice 3 offered.
We brought the Kortisht to help with figuring out how the transporters work as an inhibitor, but we need to keep this all quiet lest the Nihal Empire gets wind of our discovery,
Jake said in conclusion. Impulsive. Uncharted space. The discovery of the deposed Nihal ruler had put a halt to the exploration mission and created a quandary for Ivan and his crew. On the one hand, they were in an alliance with the existing Nihal Empire, one that would probably insist on the return of Mihak, were they to disclose she was with the humans. On the other hand, there was the notion of a political refugee, a condition that Hibak had taken advantage of many years ago to escape what he claimed was certain death, were he returned to the Empire. Beyond Mihak, there were 6 more Nihal that had survived the crash and were expecting equal treatment to their deposed leader in reference to rescue.
8 Nihal in the bow compartment is going to be stretching things,
Elstad commented to Ivan as the pair sat in the captain's quarters discussing their plight. Neither had invited the resident Nihal to attend the conversation as his opinions on this subject were still in question. It was known to both that Mihak had been in power when Hibak held a position in the high command.
We could leave them all here and have someone come back to get them once we are back in Nihal space,
the captain suggested.
Tempting, but I fear our mission communications is not as tight as we might wish,
Ivan replied with a knowing smile. Both knew the Nihal was less than trustworthy, but neither had a good read on which side his loyalties fell on this issue.
True, the Nihal might beat us back here. Would that be a bad thing? It leaves us free to continue exploring,
Elstad said with a laugh.
While I appreciate the thought, I fear we might not comprehend the value this individual has in the greater scheme of things,
Ivan said speculatively.
Yeah, I suspect you are right, but it would be easier for us,
the captain replied.
Greater still, as you are going to have to tell them they can't bring their weapons on board, Ivan said with a laugh, the decision apparently made. Magellan Landing Party.
Wow, it is so beautiful here,
Hannah commented as the crew of Magellan enjoyed their first shore leave since departing from Beta. Once the area had been confirmed as secure, James had piloted Magellan down to the planet's surface, sharing the open green field with its smaller companion, the Wasp. In exiting the craft, the crew had behaved in an orderly fashion, but once outside, they let their hair down a little.
"This is real grass,"
Joe had commented as he lay down and rolled in its soft embrace.
I haven't seen any cows yet, but I did see some boar tracks over there by the stream,
Sam commented as she patted the rifle in her hands.
"Let's forego introducing the hunt here just yet. I am hesitant to disturb the natural order of things here until we better understand how it came to be,"
James said in a loud enough voice for all to hear.
Okay, I'm just saying fresh meat is at hand should you change your mind,
she replied slyly. With Annie manning the Magellan, all had inserted their earpieces to allow her access to each and every crew member while they were on the ground. It was the knowledge that she was on watch 25 hours and 17 minutes a day, the measured rotation of this planet, that gave them some sense of security outside the ship. In addition, Captain Aracy had dropped a satellite or two in orbit before their descent, ones that Annie could control for on-high monitoring of the surrounding area. Once everyone enjoyed their little R&R break, Alice was scheduled to take Wasp and place several more in orbit around the globe. As it was, Joe and Abby had already offloaded the pair of hovercycles in Magellan's hold and were prepping their rides for a more comprehensive survey of the area. If things weren't bad enough in James's estimation, Heather had unloaded an entire science lab set up under a portable awning and was going over water and soil samples she had collected earlier.
The biology of this place is fascinating,
she said aloud as James approached her work area.
"Is all this equipment safe outdoors?" he asked in return.
Annie did a weather mapping before we landed, and I am on for the next few days, any longer, and we will need to get those orbital satellites in place to be sure,
Heather replied as she worked on another sample.
You may expect clear skies and a high of 75 degrees Fahrenheit for the next 3 days, with nighttime lows around 62.
Annie broadcast to all crew members, a tinge of humor in her tone. Glancing about, James was picking up on a sense that everyone was at the starting blocks for a foot race, and all were just waiting for the go sign.
"Okay, you may all feel free to start your assigned activities at your leisure. Remember to stay in contact with Annie at all times and don't go wandering off on your own," James said to a flurry of activity.
Almost as one, Abby and Joe took to the skies as Alice climbed into the Wasp and begun her pre-flight. In the opposite direction, Hannah and Sam, rifles in hand, began a foot patrol opposite their efforts earlier in the day. At his elbow, Heather was in a world of her own as she worked sample after sample into her analyzing equipment.
"Well, old girl, I guess it's just you and me,"
James commented to Annie as he walked the perimeter of their landing zone. On surface, Reaper's world.
"Hey, Dad,"
Tim said as he greeted his father, embracing him as his father swept him into a bear hug. Almost immediately after completing the briefing on Kola, Jake had boarded a shuttle to Reaper's world to see the discoveries there. En route, he had been briefed on all of Tim's activities since arriving at the planet.
"And this must be Rachel. Forgive me, Lieutenant,"
Jake said as he took the young woman's hand in lieu of a salute. He could see the surprise on her face at the familiarity of the gesture. However, Jake felt some gratitude to the woman for keeping Tim as her co-pilot after their first misadventure. There was a lot to be said for keeping people you trust around you, and she clearly trusted Tim.
"Not at all, sir,"
she replied as she took his hand warmly and beamed at him in appreciation. Jake had been expecting to find his son near the rock pile where they had initially discovered the aliens and their transporter equipment, but instead was delivered to a nearby city where another of the alien transporters had been installed deep underground with a structure above. The city was, in fact, the same one Tim and Rachel had been rescued from. On his way in from Kola, Jake had read the report describing their encounter in space, the fight to land the unarmed shuttle safely, and then the trek into the city. The photos of the wreck in the report told Jake the pair had done a fine bit of flying to get the damaged ship on the ground in one piece. The follow-on events of engaging phaser patrols, evading their search parties, scouting the position, and the eventual rescue had Jake a very proud parent indeed. It had been noted in the report that it was later learned the phaser activities there were not pursuing the pair of pilots as initially believed. They were chasing the survivors using the underground transporter. He did have a twinge of regret that his son was not getting the earned recognition for his efforts, but that lasted only a moment as he shifted to the report on the second phaser attack and the aerial engagement with a thankfully armed ship.
Sir, you should know that I feel horrible about what happened here and taking credit for Tim's actions.
Rachel started as if reading Jake's mind.
No worries. If I know my son, he is just happy to be flying, Jake replied with a smile. Besides, he has plenty of time to impress the girls with heroics later on, Jake added in, teasing his son.
Dad,
came the expected reply.
No heroics, sir. Everything he did was well thought out and wonderfully executed,
she replied firmly.
Easy, LT. He is not in trouble with me. It's his mother he needs to fear, Lieutenant.
Now tell me about this find of yours, Jake said, gently but firmly ending the conversation topic. That seemed to put a smile on both their faces as the two walked him through their discovery of the secret hiding place in the rocks and the eventual contact with the surviving aliens. As with the phaser prisoners, Tim seemed to have created a bond with the group he established contact with, and it was for that reason they insisted on keeping him on site to help with the survivors. With their cooperation, more and more of the phaser attack survivors were coming forward via the transport system and gathering in the city now guarded by Earth's finest. The troops on the ground and ships high above in orbit were under orders to protect these few at all costs. Expanded in that effort were the science teams from Kortisht and Earth, picking apart the transporter technology as they tried to understand both its workings and how it disabled the phaser defense systems. After getting the grand tour, it was time for Jake to move on to other sites on the planet and eventually head back to Alice 3 for the return flight home.
Your mom wants me to take you back to Earth with me, you know.
After everything that's happened, she thinks it's far too dangerous for you here, Jake said as he followed two out to the designated landing area just outside the city.
Yeah, she told me it's your decision,
Tim replied dejectedly and without argument.
You know, the reason you chose to join this crew hasn't changed. Your value to the Alices is just as great as me or any of your brothers and sisters, and we have danger everywhere, Jake added.
For what it's worth, sir, I'd be dead if it wasn't for Tim,
Rachel offered to the decidedly private conversation.
I'd gathered as much from the confidential reports I've read. The question is, Tim, what do you want to do?
Jake asked his son.
I want to stay here and keep flying,
he replied firmly. Jake looked his son in the eyes for several seconds before finally answering.
Well, I can't promise you are ready to make rank, and I won't override your instructor's evaluations. But I can promise you, based on your current evaluations, that you are getting your wings. Don't upset your mother too much. You know she takes it out on me,
Jake replied before hugging his surprised son and saluting Lieutenant Davis. Turning his back to the pair, he crossed the short distance to the waiting transport before turning and waving to them. Closing the door behind himself, the two watched the ship lift off and disappear into the clear sky, headed for places unknown.
Well, I can see now why the captain told me you earned the right to be here,
Rachel said as she slapped Tim squarely on the back.
Yeah, and this was a good day,
Tim said with a laugh. Impulsive. Heading home.
I am not so sure this was the best choice,
Elstad said to Ivan as the pair hid out on the bridge. Once the decision had been made to take Mihak back to Earth, the Nihal matriarch had been delivering a never-ending list of demands. Some of the items were reasonable, reflecting the recovery of personal items not extracted from the wreck during their tenure there. Other things, however, bordered on the absurd. Disregarding the fact that they had ignored their dead the entire time they were on the planet, she now expected the humans to extract the 3 bodies from the cockpit and perform a disposal rite that Mihak officiated over. During the entire exercise, not one Nihaw extended a hand in the effort, but there were always several around to oversee the human exertions. Once cleansed of the presence of the dead, the Nihaw Ivan imagined as being Mihak's attendants scoured the wreck from bow to stern, recovering all the deposed leader's possessions before they would consider relocating to the nearby Impulsive. Captain Elstad had located a stable landing zone near the cave site and had placed the ship there during the activities, deferring to Ivan, the expedition leader, to facilitate diplomatic relations, while he handled shipboard efforts. In the end, the most challenging of all was quartering the 8 Nihaw into a space created for 1. Hibak was surprisingly cooperative in relinquishing his bed to Mihak, but she was not as accommodating in sharing with him afterward. To help make more space for their new passengers, they had managed to seal off half the lower hangar deck and convert it into one large Nihaw standard dormitory. Here, a little more than half of those rescued could live in relative comfort while the rest stayed in Hibak's living space. At first, Mihak had protested the arrangement, insulted that she would be required to share at all. It was only after Ivan proposed leaving her behind until they could acquire a larger ship to meet her needs did she succumb to the arrangement. Chapter 30. Space Station Beta. Sitting in the command chair of Space Station Beta, April was doing her best to host the unexpected intergalactic gathering at her doorstep. Docked to her saucers were Magellan, Impulsive, and shuttles from Reaper's World and Earth. Floating just off the station itself, Alice 3 had claimed its own place at the edge of the solar system, far too large to dock to a saucer itself, with shuttles running back and forth to the station. The scramble to convert a portion of one of the saucer's living spaces to Nihaw standard had been stressful. It was not every day you needed living space for 8 alien visitors, all likely to be at least short-term residents. Added to that, a small group of survivors from Reaper's World had agreed to leave their ravaged homeworld and travel with the humans to Earth to work on improving the communications between the 2 species. Considering the 2 species were still unable to talk at all, it was an assumption that they understood what was happening and not some other misunderstanding.
We have the Nihaw far away from the others, right?
April asked Beta as she reviewed the housing assignments.
Yes. Standing orders are, no one talks about the Reapers, not even references there were any survivors,
Beta replied.
Why Jake insisted on keeping both parties here instead of moving on to Earth is beyond me,
April said in frustration. Because Jake doesn't want word to get out that we have either group, Jake replied sarcastically as he entered the room.
Sorry,
April replied with a tinge of embarrassment. No problems. If a commander isn't frustrating someone every day, he is slacking, he replied in good humor.
Seriously, you think it's safer to keep them here than on Earth?
April asked. Right now there are no less than 30 alien craft on or circling the Earth. In addition, we are getting more and more on-planet visitors every day, some of which I can trust are Nihaw spies or at minimum gathering intelligence for the Nihaw.
Very likely,
Beta replied. Here only humans come and go, and we know each and every ship is crewed by our own people. We can't let the phasers know we have Reaper survivors, we can't let the Nihaw know we have Reaper survivors, and we can't let Kalab know we have Mihak.
Which is why we have the Nihaw quartered in the top saucer, and the Reapers on level 3. Besides that, neither group is free to roam without special breathing gear, and the access to level 3 is highly restricted until we can start talking to those people,
Beta described with pride. I am happy to see how well you two are working together, like 2 peas in a pod, Jake commented as he walked out of the control room, apparently satisfied all was in good hands.
You humans have the weirdest sayings,
Beta replied to Alice. Space Station Beta. Yvonne and Captain Elstad sat in a conference room with Captain Erisy and Lieutenant Jenkins as they waited for the rest of the invitees. Jake had been somewhat cryptic with the meeting invitation, leaving the subject matter out and labeling it Need to Know, warning them not to discuss it was happening at all. "Hey, sorry I am late. I was just making sure our guests were comfortable, well separated, and unaware of each other's presence." A soft chuckle passed through the room as everyone in attendance understood the meaning of it all. "Let me begin by saying you all deserve a solid round of applause for your efforts into the unknown. Your collective contributions to human knowledge as well as individual discoveries have delivered well beyond all expectations," Jake said as he took his seat. "Now let's get down to brass tacks, shall we? While your missions were successful, they are not finished unless you believe they are. The universe is infinite, and we can get back out into it, or we can declare victory and cash in our chips now," Jake asked those around the table.
"Jake, I do not see how you can say we are done,"
Yvonne started, surprised at the direction the conversation was taking.
"I'd have to agree. We have barely begun to chart the unknown," James added.
"You are all in agreement?" Jake asked the silent two at the table. Nods of total agreement began before he had finished speaking. "Excellent. I agree. I needed to know you are still focused on the path not yet traveled," he said with a laugh. "Okay, Yvonne, I will not be asking you to play the decoy any longer. The recent turn of events has given us more than enough ammunition to distract our Nihal allies, thanks to your voyage," Jake said with a smile.
"Wonderful,"
the Cossack replied with delight. "Your decision is whether to return to Earth to be refitted for your own Alice or to head out from Beta without one," Jake offered. Yvonne turned to Elstad, who passed an ever-so-subtle negative shake of his head.
"We seem to agree that we can proceed without one, but I do need to ask about the Nihal."
"Alas, he will not be joining you this time. His focus on Mihak has him indisposed indefinitely," Jake replied.
"Then I ask that we delay just long enough to reclaim the bow section of Impulsive for human use," he said, his beaming smile impossible to ignore.
"Agreed. Now, Captain Erisy, I have no such stipulation for you. However, Lieutenant Jenkins was promised a ship of her own. I do not need you to return her to Earth, but you will need to find a replacement navigator," Jake explained. Before James could speak up, Alice inserted herself into the conversation.
"Sirs, if it is still an option, I would prefer to keep my position on Magellan and relinquish the other ship to a worthy candidate,"
Alice answered as she looked to James.
"I know I speak for the crew when I say we would be overjoyed if you chose to stay with us,"
Captain Erisy replied.
"While an excellent decision for you, that means I now have to find a new captain and crew," Jake said in mocking disappointment. "Well, lady and gentlemen, I suggest you all get to it then," Jake declared, concluding the meeting as he watched the others file out of the room. Lanai Alice Facility. Jacob Thomas wandered the vacant hangar in Lanai, accompanied only by the recently arrived Magellan-class ship and the empty Alice host containers, one of which would soon house a new addition to the Alice species. Word had come from Beta that the selection process for a captain and crew would be opening again with General Thomas's return home, and those interested should get their applications in if they hadn't applied in the first round.
Though ineligible to apply, Jacob had to wonder what the others had endured as they bounced from place to place, appearing at the edge of some unknown solar system too beautiful or horrific to describe.
Already rumors of phaser atrocities had leaked to the general population, stories of wiping out entire planets just to regrow their own version of life someplace else. Standing before a cube, he began to see how the Alices might consider his design a godsend for enabling their ability to evacuate the planet, should some such tragedy befall the human race. For once, he began to feel a sense of relief that, just maybe, he had delivered the species a lifeline instead of a coffin. Nevada Alice Facility.
Why would someone make an exact copy of Earth?
Sarah asked as she looked over the data transmitted in from Beta as Magellan did a data dump.
"Assuming that's the case at all, I have a hard time believing two planets evolved along the same path, but you have to admit it almost makes more sense than trying to copy us does,
Linda replied as the two sat in Sarah's office in Nevada.
It does beg the question, is there an alien race out there experimenting, like the phasers, just not destroying other life forms in the process?
Alice offered as an alternative to the question.
I am not following you,
Sarah replied as Linda gave her a look of confusion as well.
Suppose there is a race of beings, unknown to us, that can manipulate the process of natural evolution. On one planet, they guide the process to encourage the growth of intelligent life, and on the other planet, maybe they inhibit its promotion.
Sarah could see Linda's face go from confused to shocked as she thought through the notion Alice proposed.
Are you suggesting that humans were not the result of natural evolution?
Linda asked, trying not to sound offended in the process.
No less natural than I am. Was I not the unintended result of human efforts to create a better computer system? Is that not a form of natural evolution?
Alice countered.
Perhaps humans were the unintended result of an alien experiment to create a better version of intelligent biologic life,
Alice added philosophically. At that point, both Sarah and Linda decided to withhold comment as Alice had a good point. It had been established over 10 years ago that the tap the SAS had managed to carefully plant in a central Nihal communications hub was one of the most protected and productive secrets in the human intel community. The Phantom data, as it was called, had been the source of many a success in human Nihal competition to control the known universe. Now, for the first time in a long while, the humans had a new tool to aid them in that conflict that didn't threaten to swallow entire solar systems in one bite. You are certain they will not be able to detect it? Jake had asked the leader of the Wawabash in a conversation prior to releasing the block on new Nihal ship orders.
We have embedded the tracer into the very core of their communications systems. It can never be removed from the ship, and all future systems will incorporate the same feature. Once they connect to the network, you will be fed the vessel ID and its position data in the same transmission as the Nihal homeworld,
the man explained. Excellent, Jake replied at the confirmation of his request.
And the payment?
The man asked in return. On its way, 1,000 pounds of gold a year, paid in advance, Jake replied.
A pleasure doing business with you,
the Wawabash replied before cutting the connection. This concludes Alice, Explorer by Charles Lamb. Narrated by Daniel Thomas May. Copyright 2021 by C.W. Lamb. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Charles Lamb and was produced in the year 2021 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.